Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Daniel So, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Edison Winika, Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Pro Temp Chair, we have 8 members present.
Mr. Chair, this is Delegate Herman. I'm on the line. Thank you.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels answered roll call, 9 members present.
Thank you for that assistance, Ms. Nota. So with that, committee members, we do have 9 members present. We don't need a quorum at this time since this is a work session. We're going to go ahead and proceed forward to invocation. And just as a reminder for the folks who's got on the line, Speaker Damon did send an email yesterday. He had a family emergency and did ask for assistance for someone to chair the committee meeting this morning, so I did offer my assistance to help Speaker Damon at this time. So with that, committee members, we are now in invocation. We did have a meeting this morning at 7 o'clock with the Law and Order Committee. Invocation was provided at that time by our staff assistant, Lorraine Spencer. If the committee members are good with that, we can go ahead and accept the invocation from Ms. Spencer this morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman. This is Delegate Brown. Just to let you know, I'm on the line as well. Thank you.
Thank you for announcing your attendance, Delegate Brown. So with that, there are 10 committee members who are present at this work session at this time. So we'll move down to item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. We do have a 2-minute time limit per delegate. Is there anyone who would like to recognize any guests or visiting officials at this time? Okay, second call. Is there any delegate who would like to recognize guests or visiting officials at this time?
This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Wonderful councilman, those pro temp mayors here, Tanan Tai for Speaker Damon. Say, just a team of others on in the 5th chapter, Black Mexico, Forest Sleep, Pineal, Whippoorwill, and Hard Trap. On behalf of my community, I want to say, thank you, everyone, to all the people in the Navajo nations and the 3 branch. She Liza Dodd, President President Ness, Speaker Damon, Jan, Chief Justice. That's my announcement. Recognition, excuse me. Once to go back on mute now.
Chairwoman, this is Delegate Brown.
I should say Delegate Yellowhair for your announcement. Delegate Brown.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, for helping Speaker and helping the council. But again, so again, reading the memo, we're going to continue planning as council on how to spend ideas on how to spend the American Rescue Plan funds, etc. So I do appreciate this to public safety and from Navajo Nation Department of Health also. I'm actually, this past weekend, we did meet with a very own, one of our own children from Navajo Nation, Dr. Crystal Lee, and her organization, United Natives. We've had a strategic planning session this past weekend, and We've had some great minds coming together, and basically it's about our healing our Navajo people from substance abuse, from alcohol, drugs, etc. Unfortunately, visiting the site, there are kids involved. These parents do have children, and we can't push them away. So I know that previously Law and Order Committee with Public Safety, and we have been talking about this rehabilitation centers, healing places for our people, and I've had the great opportunity to join them in all the work that they're doing. So I just wanted to introduce you really quick to Dr. Lee, just to say hello. Again, this is to let the nation know that our own are getting their education, and coming back to Navajo and helping our people. It's a blessing, and I just want to say thank you. But let me just have Dr. Lee say hello and introduce herself with her clan.
Yad e bene, she e crystally yenishia, not to the net touching in the slim, non dish edgetaba habajin, then you can dashiche, kinsachi dashinella, at your head.
So, again, so the work goes on with our people, and I just wanted to introduce her with the wonderful work that they're doing. And when the time comes, I invite council and leadership and Navajo Nation Department of Behavioral and Mental Health to come join us to look at this site out here and the work that's going on. So, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Brown, for your announcement and the introduction of Dr. Lee. Welcome, Dr. Lee. So with that, committee members, are there any other announcements or, recognizing guests or visiting officials at this time? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the next item on the agenda, the work session topic. We do have work session topic 3A. Before I proceed forward, because we are on the record and this is a work session, it's not an official committee, I think I'm going to go ahead and have one of the staff read the agenda into the record before we proceed forward to the work session topic. Staff, can I get some assistance on that?
Good morning,
Chairwoman.
Madam Chair.
Delegate Freeland on the line for the record. Sorry.
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council work session agenda, Window Rock Navajo Nation, Monday, April 12th, 2021. Presiding Chair, the agenda says Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton will be sitting in as pro tem chair. Work session to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials, 2-minute limit per delegate. 3, work session topic. 3A, introduction and purpose of work session presented by Speaker Seth Damon, 24th Navajo Nation Council, discussion on the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. 3A1, public safety and health presentations. Presentation A, Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety. B, Navajo Nation Judicial Branch. C, Navajo Nation Department of Health. D, Indian Health Services. Item 3A2, questions and discussions. 3A3, recommendations. 4, close of work session, announcements, adjournment. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Manuel. And as I stated, committee members, I do apologize, although it's not stated that the agenda has to be motioned, second, and voted on. I just felt it was important that we read the agenda into the record. So I appreciate your assistance on this, Manuel. So we'll move down to the introduction and purpose of the work session. It does say presented by Speaker Seth Damon, 24th Navajo Nation Council, discussion on the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. As a recap, Speaker Seth Damon could not be with us today. He is tending to a family emergency, and as we say at Council, family first. So I did offer my assistance in helping Speaker with today's work session. So the purpose of today's work session is to get information on the various topics so that we as Council can start planning for the distribution of the American Rescue Plan Act, the money that's coming in for 2021. We started last week with the first ARPA work session, which began on April 5th, and that was with water line and power infrastructure. With the following day, we had the ARPA work session on housing and transportation. And on April 7th, we had ARPA work session, broadband and education. We continued today with the ARPA work session for public safety and health. We do have several presenters who are here before us at this time. So I'm going to go ahead and move down to item 3A1 on the agenda, public safety and health presentation. We have the Division of Public Safety, the Judicial Branch, the Department of Health, and the Indian Health Services who are on the line at this time. Chief of Staff, are you there? Do we have any staff on the line who can verify that we did reach out to these various
Yes, Madam
divisions?
Chair.
And that, oh,
Yes,
thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. I just want to verify that the various divisions and branches were notified about today's public or today's work session.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Yes, they have all been contacted, and a reminder was sent out to them this morning.
Okay, with that, committee members, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to item 3A1A, the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety. Do we have, who do we have from Division of Public Safety on the line?
Jesse Delmar, Division Director, Navajo Division of Public Safety. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Delmar, and we appreciate your time here this morning to present to us. I'm going to go ahead and today's work session, the way that we'll go ahead and do this is we'll have the first presenter present his information, and then we'll go ahead and go into questions and discussions, and then we'll have the next presenter, which will be Judicial Branch, present their information, and we'll go into questions and discussions. And then the next presenter, Department of Health, go in and present their information, and we'll go into questions and discussions, and then Indian Health Services, and then we'll go into questions and discussions. This will allow us to be able to proceed forward and ask questions as the presentation is being presented to us. So, Mr. Delmar, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you. You have presented to this committee and to various committees in the last few years, so I'm sure you have a good understanding of the expectations for today. Before we proceed, Mr. Delmar, do you have any questions about the process and the procedure?
No, ma'am.
Okay, with that, Mr. Delmar, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, on the committee of the Naabik'íyáti of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Good morning. I did do a brief summary with the Law and Order Committee this morning. So the report I'm going to be giving is more specified. What I have before you is a 2-page, pretty much a summary report of the ongoing projects that we have going as far as public safety and judicial is concerned. The report heading reads Navajo Nation Judicial Branch and Division of Public Safety, construction ready and active projects is the report. And then we'll be talking about the new facilities, the estimate construction, staffing, and O&M cost estimates at EBIYE. Then pretty much we'll put together on March 26, 2021. In working with the judicial branch too as well. I'd like to thank Dr. Dolores Grayeyes for helping the judicial branch and also public safety, Division of Public Safety, in putting this report together. And of course, we had a lot of interaction. Some of these projects have been ongoing for quite some time. I'm going to go down the line from the first page and all the way to the bottom of the second page, and give you a total figure as to what we put together and as a proposal for the American Rescue Plan. This information was
Mr.
shared.
Delmar?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr.
Yes.
Delmar, I do apologize, but you mentioned the two-page report. I just got information from our staff that they have not received a copy of that report. So if you could please send us a copy so that we can distribute that to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you.
Okay, let me do this. Dr. Gray Eyes is with me right now. She is currently pretty much going to help me with this presentation. But if Dr. Gray Eyes, if you would, can you email this information to I guess the chair of the Naabik'íyáti committee at this time? As we speak, Madam Chair, you should be getting this information.
Thank you. I think our staff did receive it, so you can go ahead and proceed forward, Mr. Delmar.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let me give you this information too as well. There's some notes here. This information was pretty much put together in the year 2020. It says 2020 construction budgets will need to be updated to reflect anticipated up-to-date cost. On the second item is staffing costs includes law enforcement, criminal investigations, and corrections. And there is some numbers and some figures for the courts too as well. And then the fourth one is Navajo Nation yearly operation and maintenance cost for each facility is calculated at BIE allocation of 5.0 square feet. Actual cost per Navajo Nation historical data is closer to 10 and 12 square feet. Thank you. I just wanted to mention that. Okay, let me start out with the first one. The first item is the Delcon Public Safety Building Phase 2. Then it talks about the status of this project as pretty much shovel ready. The total budget cost for Delcon is proposed at $35,928,890. That is for Delcon. You know, like I said, it's shovel ready. The second item is Pinyon Judicial Public Safety Building. It is also, the status is also shovel ready. The figure that we have on here is $38,088,445. And then the next item here is the DPS Regional Training Academy, Phase 1. The Phase 1 is also at the level of shovel ready. This is right in the middle of the community of Chinle. The figure for Phase 1 is $46,531,280 is the figure. Then the next item is the Kayenta Court Facility. It says Phase 2 of the Kayenta Judicial Center will include courts, probation, peacemaking, prosecutor, and public defender. The status of this project is also shovel ready. Total figure is $12 million for Kayenta. Then the next item is the Shiprock Judicial Public Safety and Medical Examiner's Office. It's referred to as the Tibetat Judicial Center. The total figure is $61,942,000. Then the next item is the Window Rock Fort Defiance Judicial Public Safety and Medical Examiner Lab Facilities. The figure for this facility is $79,241,914. The next item, let me sort of explain to you. that the facility in Shipra is pretty much closed. It pretty much outlasted its age to the point where it became really unsafe for our employees. The building itself is very, very unsafe. So pretty much it's closed as we speak. Then Window Rock facility, the main public safety facility here in Window Rock, is pretty much close behind. And both facilities are recommended for closure. So what we were asking for was some monies to be relocated. For instance, I think Shiprock was planning on an area in the community. Here in Window Rock, we had planned to move to Fort Defiance, where there was some lands that was pretty much secured for us. So the two facilities for temporary relocation cost that was proposed is at $10 million. And on to the second page is the DPS, NDPS headquarters office building proposed here back in Window Rock at $31,482,784. The next item is the LMO police substation and holding facility. It says that with updated Twin Arrows design, that's what they're basing this facility on. The proposal for LMO Tohajile area project is $6,878,134. Then going down the line, Aneth substation holding facility is at the same amount of $6,878,134. The Tlachi police substation holding facility is at the same amount of $6,878,134. Then the Kaibito, Arizona facility is at the same amount of $6,878,134. Then the Cameron police substation and holding facility is at $6,878,134. Then it looks like we included Tohajile in addition to LMO2. Tohajile is included at $4.5 million. And then lastly, we did include the Tohatchi facility at the same amount of $4.5 million. The total figure that we have right now for these areas and projects that I mentioned is the total amount is $358,606,023. So that is pretty much the report that I'm going to be giving to you at the moment, Madam Chair. I don't. There's some additional information I may have missed. If we may give some time to Dr. Gray Eyes for any supplemental information to the report I gave. Madam Chair.
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Delmar. Committee members, I know that I did get a text message. The first person in the queue, we have Honorable Key Allen Begay. The floor is yours.
So the Yatishma. Good morning. Adokodo Nisindaso Snaki. Akoko. You guys can hear me, right?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay. The Nike, but not the listing. The one area that I will continue to voice for a representative from the as an agency level, obviously is opinion on here. And I'm glad that it is on there. And I know the Opinion chapter has been continuing to advocate for the facility. There's another area, Mr. Delmar, you know that I've been working on as well for a substation at the Touchy Blue Gap. I don't know, it's been deleted for some reason because there was funding allocated through the LOC with the modification with this current LOC members. And I sure like to request that that be included. But that particular location is not asking for not even $1 million, but the main one is just a facility that we're trying to, because it's right at the county line from both ends. You got the Apache County and then you got the Navajo County. The county line is less than a mile from that location. What the community is asking is that, I mean, how can we also accommodate other officials or law enforcement to this area? That's the main purpose, public safety, to get assistance from other enforcement. The Apache County and Navajo County, in the Navajo Nation portion of the jurisdiction that they also have, only the main right of way. That's the intended purpose for that particular proposal. With the Navajo Nation be able to utilize the Apache County to utilize, and then the Navajo County store. Request. I want to formally request and reiterate that particular proposal. And then the other area, I don't know what the current law and order committees. I guess we need to somehow get aggressive, get these done with the 300+ million. What are the most dire need that needs to be happening? Nikki, I mean, if we're looking from different funding sources, maybe that's an area that I don't know if that's going to be part of the presentation, but what are the areas that the funding source that we're looking at? I mean, are these funding source guaranteed? If that is the case, how can the Navajo Nation quickly allocate some internal fund for these projects that could be commencing as soon as possible, rather than just waiting for these fundings to come down the pipe? So those that are in dire need, like I'm sure Delcon, Window Rock, also Shiprock area, because public safety sales tax, there was a very, very intended purpose. The finance the main agency, judicial public safety complex, I guess my main question to both the public safety director and the law and order committee is that, is there a possible way that some internal funding be utilized with the agreement that maybe the president's office and the speaker of the council or law and order committee that Adani base the next day. Start. Let's get these going. I don't in that base on the not. Let's replenish these fundings. Show that usually that some of our legislation language in there, any identified allowable funding, based on behind data list that did not legislation now. So I don't know if that's an option. Otherwise, if you just go down the list, I mean, if we're talking about deep base of other thing that it's just a matter of waiting, be on the waiting list forever. That's it all list onsen. So how is it that we're really needing to get this going? I see on Chicago another train hit no the base on Liniki, Benan hit the nonsense. But I always say that the net, Belagana, the net and Liniki, better husband the geographic locations of the Navajo Nation. Only a year to go metropolitan, or some of these reservations are less than 30 or 40 miles. That's case with only 1 or 2 communities. I know Mr. Delmar and the Division of Public Safety, the Department of Correction, that the police department, that I know that they're doing their best in addressing a lot of these areas. Now, the one other thing that I really need to advocate through this particular public safety, Mr. Delmar presented what specific plan is we have in place for your advocacy to get some funding for connectivity. I mean, there's got to be a clear communication between all these units wherever they are on the Navajo Nation. They were in the dark spot or and so on. The 911 call center, the Amber Alert, that the Nido first net that the no the Bayadel Aji Gila Ego Koto Yad Lindigi Sapanit Ahla Dohanela Yad Lindigi Bandot Ah Lindigi Gila. How much are we planning to put aside for the calls? And I think the Navajo Nation really needs to set up their own public safety call center. They know these geographical area. The current existing location. They got Tuba City, Chinling, Crown Point. That established and then another area that I know of, and I'm sure you guys are aware of this, Shama, but I just wanted to be on record and talking about this. But the dispatch centers, the last term being on Law and Order, we visit some dispatch center, and they were very much in need of upgrade equipment and especially staffing. Because if an individual needs to take a break or something, but at that same time something happens, then the unit is trying to call into this dispatch. So with that, these the communication system increase broadband internet. So that's my last comment. But also, I appreciate that you're including the medical examiner with the SHPRA. That's another area that we're continuing to press to get funding, because I know it will alleviate a lot of these runaround for Navajo people having to put their loved ones away. But will it be just only one location in Shiprock? Because what about Tuba City area and so on, or centralized area? So what that ego she's to Ajapan case. So but after the fact, I don't know what you get on on it, because I know working through with the BIA and 638 contracts, he always say that, well, we're only getting limited fundings for these programs. So that Satoshi on Shin hit no the Ben Hitchahada it's and that from BIA Office of Justice Service that these are some major area that I believe maybe it's part of the building facility in report. I don't know if that was going to be added on for a discussion, but nonetheless, I'm truly humbly asking that the Touchy Blue Gap Police Substation is also added back onto the list, unless the Shinit there was supposed to be by policy, not just sales tax, there needs to be a priority listing. Every 2 years update. Without my advocacy, I don't know if that was deleted, but nonetheless, I believe that between Shinli and Pinyon, there's always needs to be the coordinated effort that we need to have other law enforcement to be able to say that there's a workstation that we need to do, and that the not the report that the need to not regroup on certain things no that after that no, and then I'm sure other strategic location and I think that the Navajo Nation really needs to open up the door in a way, not to really but just for as a cross jurisdiction process. Other law enforcement really needs to be beyond the Navajo Nation, because we've got the state level and the federal level that really has to understand all that the FBI, the NATO, and so on, the federal marshals that know that you could as a senda excited hot on the honey the door other then quit she report the Landa London Lich in Linguia acquire it. I see there's an aircraft that goes and you don't that the snow that could banahashn other certain people could do year that it's at the and it other quite that and let's create a did all last hand you know the band as the snow the bahanas, so they know that there's not much enforcement being done. So the and then the notions that, well, even though I get thrown in, I'll be out because of this consent decree. So I think the Navajo Nation government really need to step up and help our public safety, police officers, our dispatchers, and every other program within Division of Public Safety and the correction and the police department. So Chairwoman.
Thank you, Shitsui, Delegate Kialan Bigay. Committee members, this is the lineup that I have at this time. After Kialan Bigay, I have Delegate Carl Slater, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, Delegate Elmer Bigay, and then Delegate Raymond Smith. You are welcome to text me if you want to get in the lineup, or you can email me, or the other one is to go to texting request to speak. So at this time, there was a lot of questions regarding Delegate Kialan Bigay's comments and his questions. So Mr. Delmar, I'm going to go ahead and go to Delegate Carl Slater, and then I'll go back to you. Delegate Slater.
Good morning, Mr. Delmar. Good morning, Shema. Thank you very much for chairing the Naabik'íyáti work session. And thank you, Mr. Delmar, for making yourself available to present this information. I was looking at that judicial public safety listing that was forwarded by Mr. Rico, And my request to you is based off of a couple things. So we had a meeting with Captain Silversmith and some other members of the police. I apologize, cannot remember their names right off the top of my head. At Lukachukai chapter this past month. And the focus was conveying to PD that there are buildings actually available for a sub office and also to house an officer within the community. And the follow-up that we had requested from PD is that they could maybe get someone from facilities, maintenance department to come out, investigate, and have it meld with the needs of the police department. So those spaces are still available. One of them still requires utility hookup. And I just ask that you work with your management and Captain Silversmith to return to the community and look at the spaces as a potential sub office. So, this wouldn't be a substation, but a sub office that'd be available to your officers, to Chief Francisco's officers, for rest, checking their email, writing reports, all of the, I think, administrative function and other functions that you'd see fit within that space. And then I also would like to convey that the Saley Wheatfields community has an area of land that they've designated for substation development or something maybe more akin to the sub office. When we had spoken with Captain Silversmith, I think that in their mind, based off the grid patrols and the things that they're interested in pursuing, they had mentioned Round Rock. And I just want to let you know that I'm here to help you identify sites within our communities to get, I think one substation would make sense for this area, but since in the near term, you can get access to a sub office space in Lukachukai very quickly. And if we have an opportunity to meet this week or next week to kind of further flesh out these ideas, I'd really appreciate it. Or if you think it's just best to have Captain Silversmith spearhead this for the time being, I just really, really ask, based off of the existing public safety concerns, from Round Rock down to Saley Wheatfields, that we make this concerted effort right now, since we can potentially use some of these ARPA funds to support, these build outs. And that's all I have to share right now. And thank you for all you're doing for Navajo. Yeah.
Director Delmar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do Beshmas Unmasani Ki Alambigay and also Delegate Slater. Thank you for your comments. Let me get back with Delegate Ki Alambigay first. Yes, thank you for your support on what we're doing as far as public safety is concerned. I know that it took a lot of effort to get where we're at right now. Those facilities that are construction ready that I mentioned just a while ago have been in that status for a long time. And the absent factor is money. There's no monies attached to these several ready projects right now. And I know that some delegates from Pinyon, even Chinle and Dilkan, they have been trying to get monies for these proposed projects. But however, they were not successful every time. I know for Dilkan, with the last council, we tried at least a couple of times before. So based on that, I think this is a great opportunity using the American Rescue Plan proposed monies that may be coming down to the Navajo Nation. So we figured this would be a great opportunity to address that. And also the priority listing that you mentioned, using the judicial public safety funds. There is a fund management plan that is attached to it that requires that myself and the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation come together and put together a priority listing as far as public safety and judicial facilities is concerned, a listing that we put together, agree on, and sign. And then I understand that from that point on, it's pretty much ratified by the Law and Order Committee. We have a proposal put together right now as we speak. I think we have another meeting on Thursday to finalize this. The Law and Order Committee had requested for the finalized version too as well, to pretty much support funding opportunities too as well. So adon need the Natachi Blue Gap proposed facility was included. I have to go back and review the priority listing and see if that's included. Adon Dashanant Adoso texted me asking me about the Tuba City Fire Department and Public Safety Facility as far as fire department is concerned. I'm pretty sure we included that too as well. So just to answer that. Although there's a lot of need everywhere else. The Kwikwashi and the public safety facilities, the judicial facilities and sent from across. So we thought this opportunity was a huge opportunity for the Navajo Nation, public safety and judicial. So we did put this together and pretty much gave it to the Law and Order Committee as a proposal. I think all of you know too that this is included in the President's report to Council. I believe it was a couple of weeks ago. So Delegate Slater, your comments and availing some facilities in the Lukachikai area, Wheatfields area too as well. Thank you for meeting with Captain Silversmith on this. And way back when we were talking about priority listing with using the judicial public safety facilities, we did include the Dene College area, that area, Lukachikai, Wheatfields area somewhere that we want to see if we can build something there. So thank you for reminding me. That would conclude my response, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Director Delmar. So we'll move down the list here. We have Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, and then after that, Delegate Elmer Begay, and then after that, Delegate Raymond Smith. So with that, should say Delegate Yellowhair. Delegate Yellowhair.
Hello, good morning. I'm sorry I was on mute. Good morning. Thank you very much, Pro Temp Chair. Shema. Chair, this morning. Good morning, the 24 Navajo Nation Council. Public safety there. Start with, okay, go here. My part is, first of all, I have a sad news this morning that they found out yesterday morning that Corporal Wells Chapter House was burned down to the ground and everything just caved in, and then plus storage shed that was used for supplies that was burned down too, and also metal storage building too. So that was the PPE supplies in there. So these are kind of sad news here in Whippoorwill, and this is the third building has been burned down. Last year, they burned down a Navajo Housing Authority. I think this was the office, big building was burned down, and plus community administration building. Big building was burned down the same night last year. So this morning is kind of sad and costs a lot of money to rebuild these type of government buildings. One thing I was very fortunate that we have 450,000, 500,000 that was not used yet. I'm happy about it. That was a renovation building. It was no business in there. The start was in there. Or not thought of 1 year, not thought of me. I'm working on that one day. Renovation. It was de ato neta in late atin tatio ba office this ko ashon da to da aro ta peso pi to dan ta just da peso yo da ton de lanso pantos ki hot an hosne not honestly 24 consonant a ko to passion and that I just looking through my community, they have couldn't on the issue. They would need help from them to solve problems too. With audiences, with issues, thoughts, deep Delma, the whole deep public safety. By last time, a month ago, they were on the line to Naabik'íyáti. Our planes before the Navajo Nation Council that we need a judicial complex building to be built immediately in the Pineon area. It was about $34 million, and that one is over at Dr. Yellman's office too. He also esto koko oba hinido yego. Which is not to but we need a facility and take care of this immediately. Oba area. Let's talk lesson that take care of the business, not on your what the area. I'm not going to say too much about this about the hospital. The teach it all. Once to area, $100, and we need to move this judicial complex. Maybe number one priority, and it's also a shovel ready to. Once on this question, it's about this so. Pro Temp, thank you very much. And I thought at this morning, I'm over here at Cooperwell. We're having a meeting right now with the check official. So I'm going to go back in there again, and I'll be listening to you during this special session. Go back on mute now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I should say, Delegate Yellow Hair, and I'm sorry to hear about your chapter house and what has gone on. I'm sure that the speaker will be ready to assist you when he does get back. So with that, we'll go ahead and move down to Delegate Elmer Begay. Delegate Elmer Begay?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, yeah, it's another chairwoman. I don't Mr. Delmore. I don't thank you though. I don't the rest of the Naabik'íyáti committee though. Mr. Delmore though, I know that Dalcon's been working on it, and you know about it that since 1985 and made a substation. I know that it grew. It's been grown. We're going to have a justice center. So right now the court to be the So the plan was to have both the detention facility and public safety put together again, and have that including all the courts. But courts, right, Dalcon. So that funding was state funding there. So most of the whole Justice Center is more likely the whole it's coming as a package. So there's a Justice Center. So of course has been funded from the state and then from the nation. Based upon so adjacent to that, I got the drawings already made out of that now there's going to be detention and then the police station in us. So we got that construction documented. I think I don't know how much you people know about construction and building. Construction ready. Ours is construction ready. It has the whole construction document that it's been signed it, and then it went to BIA, Division of Construction Management Facility. They told us that they told us that there was construction ready. These are already passed, and there's certain things that they need to be fixed, and so we went through there again. So architecture did all that. I haven't seen that from any other documents or facility made. It's been approved by the BIA. They didn't go through the Navajo Nation, but the BIA to inspect that and to review the document. So then we have a project manager which is still on board from that architecture and all that from that architecture firms and they're on board now. They're ready to work with us. So I don't see anybody, any the facilities that's on the reservation that has their project manager on board. So in the area right now, we all know that the material it's very high. The building costs, supplies are really high now. So the more we wait, the prices are still going to go up. The next issue that we running across is BIA dog. We're trying to get the O&M cost to be covered by the BIA, but they told us that from Bart Stevens and Cheryl Curley, where can we get it and how do we go about it? They told us that the Lord Gray Eyes from your department, the Department of Correction, she has that list. She has that form to fill it out and bring it back. So we've been asking that for over a year and a half now. Then Miss Gray Eye told us that she doesn't have the data for that, and so Mr. Orlando Bowman. He has the records and management. They have it now. So we checked with him again. He said that no, I gave the old information to them. They're supposed to have it already. And it's not at all. That is where the confusion is. They said that I need all that. We need photos from Dalcon. Now that no, so. That's where communicate with them regarding all this facilities priorities. I don't know who's the me. So all we need to do is we're ready to go on our own to advocate to all we need is this forum. They told us that we can. We contacted some people that architecture done. They need that one that we went as far as we had to contact our own to go to Washington D.C. and through the Department of Justice. And there's some people that we know that have their consultants. They told us that just bring that form and we can work it out. We can talk to these people. And he's no quite in here then. So I don't know why I don't know why they don't need to. We've been ready for it since last year. We just want to go on our own. I don't know who's going to be advocating for us from the nation. So we're not waiting for anybody else now. I think the more we wait, I don't know how it's going to be. So I just want to bring it out. And I don't know how you're going to help us, and I don't know what your recommendation is going to be. So thank you, Chairwoman.
Shanella, Delegate Elmer Begay. So we'll go ahead and go to Delegate Raymond Smith. After Delegate Raymond Smith, we'll go back to Director Delmar. And then after that, we have Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Thomas Walker, and Honorable Otto So, who have been added to the queue as well. So Delegate Raymond Smith, the floor is yours.
Yeah, Dave, and good morning. It's Pro Temp Chair of the Naabik'íyáti work session. Though from the executive branch of the public safety, Mr. Delmar. Good morning, and your staff, and those that are listening on Navajo Nation regarding the ARPA funds that will be coming down and new facilities that are needed, and estimated cost staffing is in order regarding the $74 million, almost $75 million worth of construction budget, and then the staffing is $10 million. So that's something that I like seeing regarding the monies that are coming down. However, on behalf of the since you oversee public safety, there is an Arizona priority put in place, and we talked to the representatives. Mr. Sosi, he's aware of it, and we're wanting to put a fire station within the communities that I represent. The fire station we'd like to put in is at Lupton. There's a little building, and that could be funded to upgrade it and also staff some firefighters there. That would serve Lupton, Halk, and also Pine Springs and Oak Springs and the neighboring areas. Even if we get across jurisdiction, we could go into McKinley County, serve Manilito. And we're just right along the border there. And Sanders has their fire department, and that's Anzad from Sanders to Lupton into Oak Springs into Pine Springs area. That's one thing that I'd like to present and have the folks that are working on this include that in there, because status now is planning, and we're talking close to $1 billion coming down. That's a big chunk of money that we could use and phase it in. The building's already there. We just need to get it upgraded and ready to become a fire station and put staffing in there. That would be helpful within the communities that I mentioned. And I'm sorry to hear that Chiche's area, his chapter house, these things happen. And we don't want things to happen like that. The other one too is emergency command center. Whenever there's a emergency, we're always scrambling for an emergency command center, and I think that would be well thought out whether it's within the central agency or whether it's in the Fort Defiance agency or Eastern, somewhere central, somewhere it can be done. Maybe even put emergency command centers at 3 locations, Western, Central, and Eastern. And they could help with any type of emergency regarding hazmat, fire, just to name a couple of them. But we all know that there's emergency, and there needs, even this pandemic, we're scrambling around for having a emergency health center that could be utilized, communications and all the necessary dispatch and supplies that could be put in that place. Honorable Halon and I were approached by a company that wanted to sell land, owner of the land, and he wanted to construct a command center, but we didn't have ample time to put that in. And they wanted to use the CARES money right there by across the McKinley County Fire Station in Yatahe. That was a ideal area. It was going to cost anywhere from $25 million, and they would have completed it, and it would have been a command center plus storage and plus dispatch and plus decon station, and that would have been ideal. And I think they may still entertain that, and if we could use the ARPA money to help with the law enforcement, we'd be willing to. I just wanted to bring that up so that you can put that on your radar. The other one too is Shenandoah, the police academy. I know that there was talk about putting a almost $100 million police academy. I think that's a good idea, but I think the size of that is way too enormous. I think we need to be reasonable about the police academy. And the police academy that we used to use, I used to go to as a law enforcement officer, was over in Toye, and that was adequate. But yet the building was has been condemned, and we had to move out of there. We had Navajo Police, EMS, Fire Department, and various agencies come in and provide training for us in criminal investigations and the judicial side on behalf of serving warrants and filling out affidavits. And we worked together. We had our officers learn how to work with our local officers. Apache County was there, and state, and even park rangers were there from national parks. And it was a flourishing little police academy. And that was a good idea. I think that we should think about the police academy, because the better trained officers are. You hear about the police, always in the media, police is doing this, police is doing that, police has hurt someone, or police has unjustified use of force. But if we have good trained officers, then that training kicks in, and it helps the officer to make a wise decision on how to de-escalate the situation. And that's pursuant to the Navajo Nation Post standards. We have that Navajo Nation Post, and that would be an ideal police academy to keep all records, all training, everything, and to ensure that all our law enforcement officers that are within the Navajo Nation would be registered as a post-standard certified law enforcement officers that I know that you're working on, and Chief Francisco's working on, ready to issue Navajo Police, and waiting for the other law enforcement, such as the Rangers and such as Fish and Wildlife, Forestry, and EPA, all to meet those standards and have that Navajo Nation Post law enforcement. And that would be something that they would meet the standard under that police academy training, because there's various trainings that are required. Some are 40 hours, some are 80 hours, and depending on Navajo Nation posts, how many hours of continuing education is required per year, that would fulfill that. So those are the three things that I was thinking about and looking at. And the other one too is I always keep talking about this, and I keep saying this is the Navajo Police headquarters. New Mexico has that land right there by NDOT and that former mine that was turned back to the Navajo Nation. You could get some land there, and there's already adequate road there, and there's water, and there's electricity at some of those places that they had offices. And I know New Mexico is really helpful in helping out with resources too. They always fund some money. And I know that Delegate Halona was talking about his fire station at Tehachapi. He was saying that New Mexico's going to help me out with some money. I said, well, that's great. That's really good. Yeah. And I always hear that from New Mexico. And if we could put the headquarters just right across into New Mexico, I'm sure New Mexico would also put us on the capital improvement and help us to get that facilitated. Something maybe that you could keep in the back of your mind and think about that. And plus, it's not a congested area, and you can maybe even make a command center in there if needed, or and a firing range right in that area. There's property that's nobody's actually living there, and it's still available for development. So those are the things that I want to present. And also I want to say, to live for Captain Silversmith. He's pushing the Nahatadzil, and the Nahatadzil had been given the go for officers to be down there, and there's a shift that was developed, and the buildings are going to be utilized, and those buildings are available, and we're willing to facilitate that. Nahatadzil is saying, yes, buildings are here. Police went to Naabik'íyáti, and they want to see the Navajo police officers in that area to provide services. And I heard other things such as drug dealing, and I-40 is one of the big pipeline that runs through the southern part of the Navajo Nation. And you always know that there's one out of 10 cars, or maybe 1 out of 5 cars now, that are hauling east to west illicit drugs. Crime is being committed across the state line, across the Navajo Nation, through that I-40. And I appreciate too that the drug unit too, those are important to have. We had 3 or 4 bars that were closed down, and now there's talk about bootlegging within the area, and bootlegging is becoming a problem, and that creates domestic violence, creates disharmony, creates heartache and social ills, and you can go on the list, and it just continues to escalate, and it doesn't de-escalate. So the drug unit and the canine dogs and those that are being put in place, appreciate that, and we need to fund them too. Also, I understand that criminal investigation's asking for money too. Those folks need dollars, and that's coming up to the budget and finance, and I support that, because we need law enforcement out there. We need good law enforcement for our communities to help with things that we're faced every day, and working in conjunction with our counties and state and federal officials, federal law enforcement, and even our local law enforcement with our Navajo Nation Rangers and forestry guys, forestry officers, and Fish and Wildlife. And I know we have EPA, and we know we have animal control too. That's also considered enforcement arm of the Navajo Nation. So that's what I want to present, and thank you for giving me some time to sit, and I'm hoping that we can do good planning and put this in perspective and phase it out. And we've got, I think, maybe 3 years to get this going. But I sure hate to see this just as like the some of the permit trust funds projects that are still idling. I'd like to see these things take off and get them shovel ready. And once the funding comes in, see these buildings go up and see these things take place, rather than saying, well, we're still waiting on this, we're still waiting on that. We haven't got the right of way, we haven't got the land, we haven't got the permission, we're still waiting on the reviews, we're still waiting on contractors. And that just makes things difficult. If we have everything ready to go, and it's like you go into a venture to buy something, and you have the dollars to do it, and you got to make that decision. Well, this is what I'm going to use that dollars to do it and get it done, and then it's Navajo Nation's accomplishment based off of the ARPA money. Thank you, Mr. Delmar, for bringing this, and I hope that we can assist too, instead of making things difficult on behalf of getting this accomplished. And I'd like to see accomplishments done across the Navajo Nation. And I don't want to forget too that Shiprock is in dire need too. Shiprock's building is ready to fall apart. And I don't know which one's going to crumble first, Winter Rock or Shiprock, but they're both in such disarray. I guess they're ready to go down. When cracks are in the morning, you can see the sun come through the cracks, and that's how bad those buildings are. So, Behet La for letting me have that time, and I appreciate the efforts, and will advocate to the best of my ability to speak on public safety and judicial, and for the needs that we have. And I see the needs. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Raymond Smith. So with that, Mr. Delmar, respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Don Naabik'íyáti Committee, thank you for the comments, and I will try to respond as best as I can. Going back to Delegate Slater, you're talking about having meetings sometime soon. Just let me know when. I'm not sure if you have another meeting scheduled with Captain Silversmith. I'd sure like to participate. Just let us know, sir. Around Delegate Yellow Hair from the Pinyon area and surrounding communities that you represent. I do too received word on the chapter house at Whippoorwill. With the Navajo Nation police, we have an email that comes out every day and night to our command people, pretty much reporting major incidents to us daily and nightly, and I certainly did hear about that. I did have a conversation with the Chief of Criminal Investigations and talked about the concern I have. By Hainsey, there was 2 or 3 other facilities that were burned too as well, and now this one. It was pretty suspicious to me, so I had that conversation with him yesterday. He said that he would check into it, and perhaps we'll let you know what's going on from our side as far as the criminal investigation is concerned. Regarding the facility for Pinyon, in this report, I'm not sure if you received the report I'm talking about, yourself and Janetta Elma McGay, about the Delcon facility and also the Pinyon facility. Both of them are pretty much construction ready, like you're saying. That we have the figures as to how much it's going to cost, and also the O&M figures are included on both facilities too as well. So and I just want to let you know that everything's completed, everything's done as far as what needs to be done to get to the level of construction ready. It's construction ready. The only thing is based upon that was the only thing. So that's what I'm saying is that this American Recovery Plan behind NEG is a certainly good opportunity for us. Both projects were listed as project ready projects. So large is only less that we just need the monies. And there's figures as to how much it's going to cost on both facilities. Vice Chair Smith, you have a lot of really good ideas that you mentioned. Certainly, we're going to look at the fire station. I'm not really sure how far you're at with the state of Arizona regarding maybe renovations and so on. I'll certainly have a conversation with the fire chief as far as manpower and what is proposed for that area. So for your work on the fire department or fire station initiative in Lupton. I certainly agree with you on the emergency command center. I know there is a huge need for it. We've been using the NDOT, EOC for quite some time. Every time we needed an organized Navajo nationwide response, we use that. And however, it's not really ours. It belongs to DOT. Supposedly, it was designed for traffic, monitoring traffic across the Navajo Nation. So certainly, we do have a need. Some facilities that are constructed and are up and running. Some facilities they have an emergency command center. I know that Crown Point does. I'm not really sure about Chinle or Tuba City, but I could find out to see if their emergency command center are included. But I've seen one in Crown Point personally, and that's why I'm saying that there's one in Crown Point. On the police academy that you're talking about, that is included as phase one only in this proposal that we're proposing for, I'm not sure how much we're going to be getting through the American Recovery Plan or Rescue Plan, to make this happen. You talked about a lot more things as far as the post and some other areas that you mentioned. Thank you for mentioning those two as well. And it's good to hear from Captain Silversmith, the Chief of Police, too, as well, about the that we're coming very close in having a presence there in the Naabik'íyáti area to pretty much provide public safety services to the communities up and down the area. Thank you for your comments and thank you for working with us. Madam Chair, that would conclude my response. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Delmar. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. We have Delegate Eugene So in the lineup. Delegate So.
Ja, this is it.
Oh, yeah,
Go
ahead.
Oh, yeah. Oh, indeed, I set up. Big habit is not to sit up on the car. No, I don't know which. It's indeed time that I tell you. Yeah, sure. Really could it better than that to have you the recovery. They say I don't need based on the need. No, that you show it. By next that a hoshing should they deal in the hot egg on there. So a shaggy shipping, yeah. She the house specific. No, it's a year open your base on day. We call she the an idiot to hot any away football her storage coach. So not created this class no behind. Yeah, all Jack in Joey's case. Yeah, Hagwashi that we need while we're in a race with our population, and the more not parenting, the more dollars to fight with. So what I should hold this sound what they see. So as long as we don't have a parenting, we will keep on fighting with monies to get more police departments, etc. It are a and I think every one of the people that are listening knows this. You can see it. Anyway, so I need at least the one that are over 20 and then also 30 and then 40. Some of them are very delinquent parents. So as generation goes on, it just populates more delinquent, criminal-minded people. That's what we're breeding. I'm sorry to say that, yes, there are others that were fighting with a positive way of life and harmony. Those are the warriors against negativeness. So not only here on the reservation, but in 9 states across the world. Look what happened at January 6th, the riot. And look what they were saying. That's really uncalled for, and that's very immature, and that's very delinquent. For what happened there at the Capitol. These are the people, 1876, they haven't grown out of it yet. They've been down Lido, there's on to that gate. He would not. The Masando Hardishing Hotel Yard back from the 1700s. It's in fact case. Right now, like I always said to you guys, especially the police department, everywhere you go, the weapons are in high demand, ammunition are in high demand. And now we're in the Biden's era where they were trying to do away with some other weapons. I've seen that, but the cost of I don't know these magazines with more than 10 rounds. I don't know why they have to have more than that on instance, because the Arizona law is only 8 rounds on 10 and 5 and 8. But then you have to have that. And in certain ways, you can have a weapon in your house or in your car because only by the husband. So so we are in a race. We're in the very demand for weapons and ammunition, and we're in demand where we need more money to fight alongside it. That's what we're doing. So, just Casey, originally the door around Chinley Agency and then the Navajo Nation. Halit Craig don't nation songs just case. Halit in Hatchin, which Hati, Nishatok, another Halit is Yao Aben Casey, Sahat indoors. Nico a hard at least we could go maybe 20% better. What are that? Ashon, that should be the plan. On some this case. What a base of it was that we need a court system correction that be lit now by does not so we need to consider that no matter how you slice it, it's right there looking right at us. According Chinley the Academy is Naabik'íyáti Shashaban case on soy by I'm advocating for. All opinion has under so that what it was so yeah it has other all temporary has other that shoulder and across the Navajo nation or the that when we look at ship see that and also for the fires and all other settler areas there's nothing they can do. Others for the adult children has when something happens, they got the and then the house title on that because of how we're parenting some of our kids. In us on that does reba chinia originally we can't go outside after the sun goes down. Oh, we can't even go take a walk in the wash that I used to. I used to jog in my own wash there, my own place all over the place. Then can't do that no more. Very best is all that your gosh that's that the streets and that the streets that can't do that no more. Or just to take a walk to to maybe the corner store. Those are all out now. You can't do that no more. They're in control of our reservation. Another thing that I really needs to be considered is decon Twisani that said all this in that wheelchair that all part and NASA that bus so that police department correction courthouse. There are some we found out in the courthouses there are some listening device where those the so you know what's your lawyer is questioning you or the prosecutor is questioning you for these disabled people. Put some funds in there because I know across the Navajo Nation we don't have that. We had it here in Chinle, but we didn't have that in Chinle, even though it's a need on there. So we had to go to Tuba City for that situation because some of the elders can't listen, can't hear that good. Even now, all the disability that if you're going to do a police department, he's going to do a courthouse, etc. You need to understand that it needs to be where it can satisfy disabled. Those accessibility needs to be considered. I don't somebody has honest they need right now. Has on so I think you guys are aware of my plan for the 3 strikes, you're out. That one, you bootlegging and drug dealing, that needs to be considered on the floor. We need to do something about it. That one drugs this is our own nation. This is ours. We need to really put our foot down as we sign it. The lawyers and all the council delegates, we need to put our foot down, really go at what is not allowed on the reservation and bring back the old way of living where it's parenting, that spirituality, that physiology, so these are some of the things that we're really lacking and we really sometimes don't plan or have it in our plans. So these 3 stressors we can let them up for so many years off the reservation, take their census and let them stay up, or maybe 5 years or something to stay off the reservation until they can come back and don't bootleg or deal drugs or do any negative things. Without this case, the only the division director, and so case on the all of that enough type and not a point on Hiliado, Asian shit or Asian is bars and don't bar on the sin. Like I said, a younger generation, the seventh generation, these are actually can he talk that hey, but the response to us, you see, is I don't even know a point that the division director, go back, share, con hit out of in our car, behind of Agi, but force up on success on some gay epi has I don't been state okay, share, are not there. Those that are listening are not there. A halam net, or ashnet. They should sneedle, the high washing, but the yard of by in the door, it's a deal needs no in seek chase. Hala, I need the snuggle area. You can see it. You can, no matter how you slice it, really is the point that the whole world parenting is where the situation is, and we can only change 10 or 20%. It would be really be good in the future for our younger generations. It is what I that's how I see it. It should not so it are in this because she must what I na half a year hold nu adult the has can human he that the has that all you can has or she ha in the way senior citizens that is na has not chin or eat all other years at the house all on the house okay ben state of the shinge area any for one does get attend on the reservation. I would really that you think about putting the doors on the east side. I don't know what I want the house. At a lay harding is that listen there. You're around to see one must see which way the door, then you'll know which way you're going. That's one of the parts of things that they used to say to you. Harder, harder, one must be at it. Is I ask I don't have nothing bad or hard to nothing. But it needs and days today, so we need to put all these houses on the reservation back, the doors back on the east side. Oh, you tell me because the Nasa, so that now because of the arm that because I just now has screens done the whole those that are born in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s. So she had that. She said, "Must argue on it."
Honorable Eugene. So with that, we'll go ahead and
Madam
move
Chair.
forward to yes.
Just for the record, Edmund Yazzie is online.
Thank you for announcing your presence, Chair Yazzie. So with that,
Yes,
committee
ma'am.
members, we'll go ahead and move down to the next person in the queue, Honorable Thomas Walker.
Chair Pro Tem, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Madam Chair Pro Tem Charles Newton. Naabik'íyáti committee members. Peshmasa an Notlinigi Koyate Itindi Lord teacher. Ado here Queshaho Agi. Ado Yat Eto here public safety do director Shuna Eto Yitla Jesse Delmar by Yehina Nahata Ahwin Ego Panahosun net o and Yahiki do adored Nelly out. Lord Leslie by Yehileko. Hold just a hot date or you bandit include. When I hot do the not a do the cheheling do the or you kid not the a should I had anti hawk. I need the Eugene so yeah, negate after what anti hole just got teacher. This thing not that is any the hot. It's a Diego, Taho Itza, she could echo, though no Saturday either, or Chinyazit either. Nikito Quinit, our 8 echo, Ahoyamini, Clinigi, a Mado Zeto, Masando, Che, as toilet lenigi at anit edit on by yati go what out bahazani nsendla ko it did bahwen nigi ne nta case na by hehna and nisle and the the listing that we received on public safety facilities, that they be becoming a reality. And so that's so all the listing they did say what ego job in Sando job in it's in Shinque at the Lebanon and the clinic to Handa and Shigito. I thought the net is I did yet a bender just tweet us on is just can't also take yet echo the land though. I did echo patient net a bit that we net on the that heat in the that not figured a cohort just a cohort or by him need over the sergeant case London Sudan net the Hana or Andronago. Now, what I thought is discount Naabik'íyáti net nature. I could not argue, but the cut up snail say. I could deep best of Benika yet. I could a job job wins and Tragition at Aircon Hikay at Asa and Hinant job ins and ye eat Aircon and net yet eho be that I don't little has the. Ko chehedali nido chehedali idana nahat which the dika. Johnson, I want to just preface my comments in that way. Shananta, Madam Pro Tem Chair, Cameron chapter is listed. I appreciate that. What predates this list is going back 30, 40 years. Once upon a time, Cameron chapter did pass resolution requesting police substation for public safety purposes. Called Kunzat Inda. Gonda di Bewadon, no heist so the hit ego by here and so they by Satadich. A Koteko 88 Nahabatis. The public safety facilities, a could like Yake, Dr. Abend, and couldn't could by the which reason there. So, a net the Higgibic echo. A co 8 in addition, that would be and a ni to lake. What echo? What are you? As isn't that they have this a call. Adole ni ho kin nadot as ita English dole adole ban has adole be the nature of ni ho kay has pa hollo sa e settle ako edo abste ni go yat eshinan pa konitsen local chapters local officials again I see that's going to go edo pa da hin go yat it's a hot answer has so what the Cameron the 8 what Washington has out 8 or kind or quite kaya chadolni or that no after what the door the court or what the door John I don't equip in hat adol in dot at least I down what other they are quite bad this director Delmar need to also be mindful that sometimes land is not readily available as much as we think that's not an issue. They become issues and they become delays, and sometimes it becomes not possible to put up a building where you think it's will best be a best service to the community. Even check mark ishla land readily available. When Higi ida Bohanetza, Chokatado de Bahastido de. Then of course my brother delegate from Delcon, Tisto area, Whitecomb, Greasewood. I just want to say that our communities, the communities that I represent, are served by the Delcon Police District. Though soon to be hospital, other services, social services that were part of that district there, and they're located in the community of Delcon. These facilities, these buildings, these services, even though we're not from another chapter, another district, we advocate for these developments, for these facilities, programs, services to be placed, to be supported, to be enhanced for Delcon. And then it ani akwai needs and kwati no ato asaha and need. I guess that's my point. Respectfully, the loop community of Loopke. Adinada police substation. Oyo a just a temporary building, a building designated as a place where a police officer stationed. The fire station, the Holland, and the Holland, in the Twin Arrows, Ajigo, Adaho, the lane, it ends that, or Yaquid. The Quakershin Canyon, the Holland, Bichato, I guess, don't know about that with the casino. Casino, go to the Yan, they looked in the Lani in the Winslow, which is the Hilgate with the Ibiza. And the flag stuff, the Hilgate with the Ibiza. So this allowed the what fire station to what EMT to what even I looked at innovating out Naholia go. A quite Ilana needs to not eat Shinanta. Adola Shina, director Delmar. What out at Aboski is that he's not a hotel in the way, don't I had Asia Hadila. I don't need to have the nail the best of beaver and had Neko. Jojo meal so is she it only that on the so that abiting the quite don't be got on the Hadland or so that way I'm to be taken as or that is not net that he cannot at the anazan. So quite it just and all land wins and Shannon they would yeah so they had this I don't do that is it Shanna Eugene so Ziggy they can that Neliki in the ha Archigo Ajo that is king yet Neliki as Annie or Neliki shit ya in Saniki tribal buildings, tribal facilities, Navajo Nation facilities, new ones again, that they be built, they be also including security fences, around their parameters to secure assets and property of Navajo Nation because of the problems mentioned earlier with behavior, citizen, all ages tend to be very, very destructive, their behavior, as demonstrated in the report earlier today. One of the chapter house, again, went up into flames. Called Ada, what that, Heki, and then so it all, then that is that is Neko, Ajo, Bahonetza, and Senya. Edo Aya, Ashaban, so case, the Beso Lang Hitchin no Tahiki Chin that Nildo or one adole. I had Abin that is the old Abishata Egoshin Yat Ehnseniko Shinanta Shastui. That they yasa Diki Behat this distortion now out the heart tonight, Lashing Shanahito. Thank you, Madam Chair Pro Tem Charles Newton at sea. Coming Sagi Care.
Delegate Thomas Walker. So with that, I will go ahead and go back to the presenter, Director Delmar, and then after the presenter, we have Honorable Otto So, and then a follow-up from Honorable Elmer Begay. So with that, Director Delmar.
Yes, good morning again to the Naabik'íyáti committee, and thank you, Madam Chair. I will respond to Eugene So's comments. Thank you for your comments. Though, it's always good to hear you speak about wisdom and about how you think about our existing world right now. Talking about the chapter house at Whippoorwill that is just a total damage, and I just too feel it. This morning I had an experience over at the when I walked in there, I saw a lot of graffiti on the walls this morning, and it didn't look too good. It doesn't look too well right now. And I want to share with you. It's always good to hear your comments, Delegate So, and sharing your wisdom on life here on Navajo and how you think it should become better. Vice Chair Walker, thank you for your comments too as well. I just want to say too that this priority listing that we're talking about, that myself and the Chief Justice that we're going to be signing here, we'll probably have to review it again and make some additions based on the comments that we know of. That these areas that are recommended on the land, I pretty much agree with you on that. So the facility there in Loop, and certainly we've been addressing it. On the substation, that was for a long time. But the facility there pretty much is old. And we tried to have some folks living over at the NXA. But throwing rocks at the house. He was right in the middle of the housing area. I'm not sure if they respond to services, but we have some folks living in the area. But certainly there needs to be a formal facility back in Loop 2 as well. But perhaps I will look at this priority listing again. I know that we in the past have been trying to renovate the old fire station there. There was waters that was leaking for years that we couldn't figure out who was responsible, either the chapter or the Navajo Nation. I don't think we ever got that figured out, but it's unfortunately closed right now. And it is a sort of like a homemade facility. It's not really built for fire, but perhaps we could revisit that and talk about public safety again for the Loop area, for Loop, Bird Springs, and Tulani Lake. And then there's some areas to the north side, to Black Falls, all in that area. I think the Okan District responds out there. You know, they meet with Tuba City from the other side too as well, and sometimes Tuba City responds to the area in Loop. So I want to mention that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Delmar. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to Delegate Otto So, and then after that, Delegate Elmer Begay. Delegate So.
Thank you very much. And Chair, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, I appreciate this conversation, and I really appreciate Mr. Delmore bringing forth his information pertaining to the American Rescue Plan Act. And this conversation really opens the conversation on the need of public safety overall. And public safety is the most suddenly economic development infrastructure all these services, education, health, public safety. Public safety based on no yandi taho. Oyo to isini da shata. Really hope that as we move forth on these plans that first of all, Mr. Dalmore, he planned. We had a meeting this morning on order, and had a glimpse of to see what the presentation was going to be about. But I'm going to reiterate what I indicated in the meeting. There is that we need to look at the current 9 districts. I believe there's 9 police districts. I see police district that I think we need to get a grip of that first. So, for instance, I will use as an example, like Honorable Elmer Begay's area. That's a known police district, and it's a police district. So I believe that is a need in the southwest nation of the Navajo nation. Alcohol, those are just examples. Another example is like in Shiprock and Fort Defiance, Shiprock area, northern Navajo area. We all know that a new facility is needed there in Shiprock. But what about the fire stations we took over in Ojo Amarillo, or there in Shiprock, Newcomb, and then all the way as far as my Shema, Honorable Charlene So, Nagado. It's like it is in high substation. Alcohol to economically, strategically put these facilities or new facilities, whether it's a new facility with a complex or a fire station or a substation. We know that we can't build a substation in every community, but we could try to build a substation in every police district. That's feasible. Or like you get to Chinle Agency, Pinyon. They in Behalodo, Behalodo, so now it leads in what is needed there? Is it a substation that will at least secure the facility there, or public safety there until later in the future? Because the police district is in Chinle Police District. This is the song that I was thinking about. Even in Eastern Agency, You know, you have Crown Point District. You have our 2 satellite tribes that don't have a fire station, Tohajale and Alamo. You have my brother's area up in Torian, Ohosino area. Ade hasht ash ibishinde has ade. Akoko adon nide ade ultabaka edo. I believe there's a small health facility there. Things that are economically supported based off of the economy. Public safety, judicial. If you don't have those 2 things in those communities, you need to make sure that we have to put those facilities there. You know, just talking about Western, and I'm glad Honorable Thomas Walker alluded to Cameron. 23rd Council, I had a conversation with then Chapter President Milton So. 10 acres, as a member of Law and Order Committee, I recommend this. And Bohoneta, Le Bohoneta, I don't cheat Bohoneta. The other that I really want to, you have the community Kabato, Inscription House, Shanto, Navajo Mountain, to strategically place a substation at the halfway point, so that for that fire truck to reach Navajo Mountain or Kabato or to Shanto. Kabato we need to strategically place these facilities. We can't just put it at every chapter. About $350 million. Okay, it's a lot of money to spend in 2 years. And and that's going to talk about us, and how we're going to streamline some of these leasing process and streamline some of these other requirements that are needed for these facilities. But we need to economically, strategically plan based off of the existing police districts. Pinion. I really, really want to see a substation there for now, because Leaf Whippoorwill, Low Mountain, Aden, Nebej, and Nahis. The other component is our 638 contract only allows for so many officers and so many and you have one that works day shift, swing shift, and night shift. So we have to consider our 638 contract in criminal investigation, patrol, and the juvenile and DOC, Department of Correction. We have to look at that, because if our 638 contract cannot economically support all of these other build-outs, where are we going to get the money to pay and fund those positions? I have a legislation that's going through for criminal investigation for $1.2 million. And if everybody agrees that public safety, we shouldn't be saying, why do you want money? Why do you want this? And things like that. Public safety is a need. The other is the corner. We really need to get the corner position in the facility built with these dollars, the ARPA funds, because the corner position, illegal Albuquerque, individuals that passed on that needs further investigation on why they passed on. Cost is roughly about $5,000. Coconino County, I think it was $4,600. Phoenix is about almost $5,000, $4,800. And then Albuquerque was $49,000. So we really need to get a coroner position because we are spending money out there, and that's an area that it's an extra cost that criminal investigation is enduring because of an executive order. The Navajo Nation president made an executive order for CI to be the coroner and sign off on death certificates. We have to fix that in Ajo Beso, and there's a big shortfall over there. And every year, CI in the general funds, it doesn't fully cover it. There's a lot of things that we need to look at public safety and plan this strategically. Nahaban Saskishan and Ado Adakis Lahosid Neto, Kodoshin and Mr. Damordo, Ajani Alta Nishigi, Nihinahat Ajabete, Nofnishigi, Pistado Helo, Hajoban Hatikito, Hajob Dinosino Hut Ape, Hut Ego Benas Tahnado. I really support public safety, and I really want to make sure that you guys get these revenues. I support the build out. I support all of these endeavors that public safety wants to do. But we have to economically, strategically plan these things and make sure that we have operation money in our $638, because if our operation costs exceeds our yearly $638 leadership, where are we going to get the money to fund these extra positions? A couple of years ago, there was an article in there was a report from the Auditor General's office that there was $76 million sitting in the chapter account. Maybe at the end of the year, when these chapters do not use their allocated monies, which is appropriated to them yearly, maybe the monies that they don't use is reverted to public safety as a whole. Public safety, so they can provide public safety for our community people. Maybe that's how we could get the chapters to start spending their money based on but again, I appreciate this time, Madam Chair, and members of the Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee, and I'm gonna go on mute for now. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your comments, should say Delegate Otto. So I will go ahead and go to Delegate Elmer Begay for some follow-up, and then we'll go back to the presenter, Dr. Delmar. After that, we have Delegate Brown and Delegate Claudia, who have been added. So with that, Delegate Elmer.
Chanel, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so yeah, no, Mr. Delmar, for your response. My follow-up question is, I haven't get your, oh, I got it right now. I was looking at the listing, so I finally got it. But regarding Dalcon, I called my question is, how many facilities BIA O&M application was submitted? Do you have the listing for that? I don't know that submit that. You think you can give us some see which facilities are submitted with their O&M application with the BIA? I don't know how long does it take, what does it need? What does the nation need again to advocate for or in support of that? Is there any other documents that is needed to support all these facilities, just like how it was mentioned, because you got in Navajo County, though, it was about William, and but I'm not sure if the Cost Commission is still in place. But right now, we've been talking to the president and Division of Economic Development that we need some type of economic development because of the hospital that we in place. I call that where the latest report that I got from Winslow is that all the doctors, the professions that are there, they're ready to retire. It's now about 30 years that they're in the hospital, more than close to 40. That's 2 years ago. But they have families, Navajo families, by the hospital. That's how they stay there. So the report that we got is that I don't think they'll be moving to Dalcon. So Dalcon would need some new. We need to recruit some new staff, and I don't know how we're going to keep them there. We've been talking about it to the president and then the economic development. So even I think they've been talking about the public safety, the growth of it in Dalcon. So I thought maybe is there any other thing, any supporting documents that you want the community to help to advocate for support of that on the O&M application submitted liage. So that's over my question, Mr. Delmar.
Yeah, Shanella, Delegate Elmer Day. So with that, Dr. Delmar, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Especially for the comments that you made about public safety and your support, it really makes sense to build these facilities, like you said, strategically, to support economic development and other interests of the Navajo Nation. You talked about criminal investigations too as well. Thank you for your support in that effort. We really appreciate it. And like I said too, that we're still working on that priority listing. I think we're close to becoming final with it. So I think this coming Thursday, we should be very close. I don't Delegate Bagation and I didn't kid regarding the operations and maintenance money that would be attached to these facilities. As you can see, the listing that we provided to you, for instance, Delcon is listed. You have a square footage figure for O&M. My understanding is that there is no priority listing from BIA OJS or BIA facilities regarding O&M money or funding or in our case, the Navajo Nation. My understanding is that usually the O&M from the BIA facilities would be included is when federal funds are used to build these facilities. For instance, Tuba City and Kayenta, the American IRA funds were used for both facilities, so therefore both of them qualified for BIA O&M monies. And I understand that Crown Point is in the same situation too, with Crown Point as to how they were able to secure O&M from BIA. So that is my answer to you, sir. But most of all, like I told you, that the facility in Delcon is pretty much construction ready and ready to move forward. Lastly, too, that I understand that no applications for O&M federally funded projects are provided. Federally funded projects are provided for O&M at 40%. So, and perhaps maybe we could have another conversation particular to Delcon and sort of enlighten you on what we're doing from our side as far as that project is concerned. But you did have some questions earlier prior to you receiving this report, but perhaps we could come together again and have another conversation. I believe that is it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Delmar. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on to, in the queue, we have, hello?
Hello?
Okay, so in the queue, we have Delegate Nate Brown, Delegate Amber Lee, and then Delegate Eugene So. And then we'll go back to Director Delmar. So that Delegate Brown, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ado, for this presentation, based on the Ado, Mr. Delmar, like I stated earlier, we're gonna do our part and doing what we can for our community. And I appreciate your help this past weekend, getting help to our local residents in Denahutso. And with that, I wanted to have a conversation on the West Kayenta Police Department and their dispatch. I've been getting calls of complaints, and I think that's throughout the Navajo Nation with police departments dispatch. I'm pretty sure they're stressed out and they're doing their best. But I think when they take calls that they can help by reassuring our people that police are doing their best, or not to tell them that there's no police available, etc. So that was really concerning to some of my residents there in Denahutso, in Kayenta and Chilchimbito area. But with that, we do have chapter resolutions for my chapters, and we talked about how do we tackle bootlegging, how do we tackle and help our people who are struggling with substance abuse, who are violent and who continue to are a danger to their relatives immediately. So I don't know, I was thinking, do we contact, what kind of help can we get? Would we invite the U.S. Marshals to come in with other sheriffs, with the National Guard to do a sweep throughout the Navajo Nation? We all can give you a list, and it's usually on the first of the month when bootleggers all go to Cortez, to Eagle Claw. They go to other areas, Farmington, Flagstaff, Page, and they get like huge quantities of alcohol. And they are, and my chapter has been pretty creative to the point where they even wanted to purchase a drone to kind of fly around because there's burglary, theft that's constantly going on. People's houses are being broken into. And again, you know, these heirlooms are being taken, and people, our Navajo residents, citizens don't feel safe on Navajo. But we want to help you. How can we do this? Maybe as council, and I'm glad that we have Madam Chair with On Order Committee here also. And again, I know that the work there that they're doing, that they're continuing to do the work for public safety. And can we, what will that look like? What kind of policies do we need to adjust to invite to get help on Navajo, to first deal with the bootlegging problem throughout Navajo? So, I mean, and then that also is connected to meth and other drugs that some of our people are suffering from. And the other part to this is what at the nation level. I know Title 17, we did. I know that a lot of people worked on it with DOJ and Public Safety, Navajo Nation Police. How can we, the next question would be, how can we limit the revolving door with some of our people? And I know I've been told, you know, file your complaint file and take, that there has to be evidence. And I think that's where our people tend to back out. They don't want to report their own relatives because they live next door. And some parents are even afraid of their own children and grandchildren for the threats that are happening there, or some of them are being abused. So how can we get those, our relatives who are violent or who are drinking nonstop to tackle this issue? And again, to my colleagues, you know, I know that a lot of us are like right now, a meeting I've met with this past weekend, this organization out here in rehabilitate, and it's working. I've met some of these individuals. So that's another part to it. Ado the nani klinigi a anita sa sanin la shamabedishno a toji and sa abehonoshi. Could the nature had see the nani clini dibini nadit or dahi anit, you know, Mr. Delmar, you said Halit ang kidnadit deka lady beha or zio not can be yet the nani clini ask a apa nizinki at a the hard danke zabi hego the care or ink be hego do congo or data a do bata hato zinta. Yegon kizad mahan short shit and kidotni. Quit shamasanan kitch a hanat the sentence, the soko. Shichaya archigo, the Yahanature, Arnie Kongik and our Kongik eho gaffle. They quit Bansis Casey, what the foundation of our Navajo people's problem, of course, it's historic. It's when the government forcibly tries to assimilate, capture, and relocate little children to boarding schools. There's this historical trauma piece and intergenerational trauma piece to that also. That I'm not saying that everyone should just blame the government. No, we still have our own mind and we have choice. So ADG, Ashacha ban this case, ban C case, so be at the chapter level. Halit ala do that in the nasi do hot edon the has the han. Ashida ta hunsta. That behanas the big ha cashed ebenina. So how our people feel, these single mothers who are afraid. Just this past Friday, you know, I had my sister calling me. Oh, nas the chede shati ado washan to be gata. Hada dadon nims. Hawani tahadon nisho that the chapter. These are real issues and concerns, and I know that I'm preaching to the choir, right? I know our police officer and public safety know this. So with that, I however, again, I can help in any type of public safety initiative that you put before. I support it, and I'll do my work with my chapters on my side to bring remedy. So I'm not just telling you and pointing to you, public safety and Navajo Nation Police, to do this, but I'm doing my best with the networking during this pandemic. We're exposing ourselves, and I know that that's frowned upon also. But my thought is, my intentions is for my intention is to help my people. My intentions, and we as leadership, that's what we're charged with. Do we, again, let me recap. What will it look like to invite other law enforcement agencies off Navajo to come on Navajo to do these sweeps? And then also the other thing is, what laws need to be changed? And then what laws at Congress level, if it needs to, do we need to change to get some of these ceilings off, the 1 year imprisonment and the $5,000? So how do we change some of these, and let us know, and however we can help you to make the Navajo Nation safer again for our people and our children. I feel and I see it that it's getting more violent, to the point where I have to buy bear spray for my relatives, a lot of the female aunties and sisters. I'm to the point where I'm telling them to buy a gun if they should have it near them when they're alone, that they have that gun as kind of their last line of defense. It's kind of sad that we are come to this point where the people we love, this is how we're telling them to protect themselves. I know, again, Navajo Nation Police, so I think it's about time that the nation really needs to get some strict laws in place also. And what does that look like at the federal level? What kind of changes? So however I can assist and help again for my end, I am here. Yeah, thank you.
You are unmuted.
Yeah, Delegate Brown. So with that, we'll go ahead and move forward to Delegate Crotty.
Oyate Pro Tem, colleagues, and all of those who are on the call regarding public safety and our criminal justice system in general. Thank you, Director Delmar, and Police Chief Francisco, Division Director Henderson. I appreciate it. So we have had community meetings on the needs of not only the district I represent, but Northern Agency. So we've done a lot of the work, and I appreciate the outreach and gaining all of that data and that information. What I'm looking for right now, Division Director, is what is a comprehensive plan to increase public safety on Navajo Nation? When we look at the data, and the data tells a story, first of all, we don't have all of the data, and that is something that I was hoping to hear from this report, was how, because I know that these administrative buildings are important, it's something that's very tangible, but what is the plan to make sure that as lawmakers, we know what type of crime is happening in our communities, so that we can help with the prevention work, and we can also then partner and create local opportunities, so individuals who are numbing their pain through substance abuse or drug, alcohol, there's a root for all of that trauma. And so how there was a really great dynamic conversation with Law and Order and HES when it came to the mental health courts. How do we provide treatment? I was hoping to hear a little bit more about that, on how you plan to scale some of those resources when it comes to the ARPA funding, because we recognize that this huge investment, historic investment into Navajo Nation, Indian country, is 3 years. So it's like seed money. What are we going to sow into the ground so that we can produce projects and develop communities that are thriving? And that's going to come also with a higher level discussion, because when Navajo Nation built that substation out in Herfano, there's no officers. We do not have enough officers. And so what is the solution? A solution could be partnering not only with the tribal colleges, but with the high schools to install these rigorous or dynamic first responder trainings, like these cadets. We have ROTC, we have a lot of military, pre-military support and training. They have recruiters, they have people who help them out. We need to think about that. When I say we, Navajo Nation, council, leadership, everyone needs to think about how we can support the first responders of the future and how we can make that a career opportunity, because we have to learn that sometimes there's choices that are made, and then in the future, you're not eligible for some of these positions. Or if you struggle some academics, then you don't pass the classes, or the physical requirements, but also just tapping into the need that most, if the majority, want to help their community. There is always this drive that they want to do something. And so how do we capture that? And I think we need to get a program going and looking at what are the challenges, and talking to police officers and saying, what are your challenges? So if you're working and driving these long hours, what can we do to modernize your system? So you have, you have video cameras, but we know with our broadband service, it takes hours to download. We know you have trouble downloading all of or doing your reports as you're in between. What type of support can we provide to our officers to assist them while they're doing their job? And also looking at then what are other creative ways in terms of prevention work and training the community for community resource officers, and not so much, just like a penalty, but having ways where we can increase either whether it's peacemaking or dispute resolutions, because a lot of times that's what we see is when there's a dispute, it kind of festers and has its own energy, and then eventually the law enforcement is called, and that is a dangerous situation when we have law enforcement going to and responding to either domestic violence, interpersonal violence, family violence. And we know that's how we have lost a lot of our officers. And so how can we keep them safe? And then what I want to say is, if you're planning to increase your personnel, increase officers, and I acknowledge that the federal government has not provided an increase to the program. And so what I want to do then is, how can we leverage the funding now and be creative to help sustain public safety in the future? And that's just not officers, it's criminal investigators, it's your data system, it's modernizing your system, it's looking at detention, it's looking at all of the different factors, internal affairs, emergency management, looking at it comprehensively so that we can have these, we say communities of hope. We want our children, our families to live in communities where they don't feel that they have to defend themselves. And I think at times that's kind of the default now, is where if we could diffuse some of the situations, if we could modernize and maybe capture incidents on our cameras or use applications to help assist the communities, because all of this ties into the violence that we see in our communities, the trauma, and then the work that we're collectively doing now with our federal partners when it comes to missing and murdered Diné relatives. Is there's there's these telltale signs, and instead of always being reactive, reactionary, how can we use some of this funding to give a pause and look at how we could do some prevention work and create the communities that we want, because these are our relatives. That's the challenge here on Navajo. That's the difference from Indian country. Predominantly, it's Navajo on Navajo crime. It's family on family crime. It's not the stranger danger. It's people we know that are committing these crimes. And we have looking at, the sexual predators. And I want to continue to strengthen and re-examine Title 17 and how we could get your SORNA unit the resources that they need so that they can look at those registered sex offenders who keep I can never say the word where they don't report it absconds, or if they have done that 4 or 5 times and they just get a slap on the hand. And we need to really seriously look at that issue, and that's part of creating a safe community. So thank you for the time and the energy. I'm looking at high level solutions to create the change that we need to see to sow in the future of resiliency, to sow in the future of revitalization, to sow in the hope and to empower communities that that there's training available. They could be trained on equipment, and we see that here in Northern Agency. We see the Shiprock Search and Rescue. We have Big Clabato CERT team, Rough Butte Search team. We have them out in Burnham, and we're partnering with Bitside Fuels. And so the communities are standing up and want that support, but we'll also need that partnership. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and Delegate Eugene. So I got a text message saying that you raised your hand on Zoom. I didn't know if that was the first time that you raised your hand or if you had a follow-up question. Delegate Eugene, so?
Should sit.
Oh.
Sure. He did investigated maybe I think it's that's which regards to just for an example in a city ordinance. Every people that are living there has a mortgage that they pay. And within those mortgage, what they pay for is part of public safety. Fire department, police department, that area. Our first responder, it gets stuff within that mortgage. We don't have that on the reservation. But I recall that. So that's the reason why everywhere we go, we need to plan with it. We don't plan with public safety, any kind of development. So even now, like the other time, I had a legal legislative concern to all the departments division within the Navajo Nation to put some percentage on for disability. So they stated that day I went to the president twice, but nothing yet. So I hand carried a letter there twice. So anyway, the same token, DD lot of fire department that hey, all these first responders that hey, we need to start thinking to ask the division and the departments to consider that within their budget, because that way it's basically need to go hot out maybe hard on the head needed, and we can use that funds to get a police department or also fire department. So we need to put money aside almost every physical year for the police department and fire department versus responders that public safety that so that money we can use it later on. So it and along that case or should they able cape high cut off regards to parenting. They able high cut. Also open state okay Oban so case so the parenting condition the police so not just called us in that so I don't lay not just cause the change it down go to chat or yard and check on how that is as on that as a situation the she check the as not to check the guess that the a year is on the as on another evening so it and meditate on it, think about it, see what I'm trying to say here. That's where the whole problem is. I don't that they call it manage any ani or what I need. It's here. It's a mom as now. As Twitter sign is kidada I mean hard she late and she had chimney in that place I need it. I never thought about it. I don't know how it artists need and send it like right now enough to have see council target. What Anna hasn't worked heard of our younger generation now are in not place and we're trying to enforce the police department more. So what Anna hasn't. So we need to stop that somehow and go back into parenting. It is I really stress that. I think you should sit for give me the time back again. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments and questions. Director Delmar?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So, Helen identified Shananta Delegate Brown from Kienta, Denahotso, Chichimbato. So, thank you for raising the dispatch issue. I'll certainly address it again. When you texted me, I did call Kienta Police, and I dialed this number 928-697-5600, and the dispatcher immediately answered, and she told me I haven't received a call from Denahotso yet. So I'm not sure if your sister was calling the right number but that number, people need to have. People who are, sometimes, like you said, we're busy, and sometimes we don't have one dispatcher on duty. If we're lucky, we have two. But in Kienta, if you go in there, there's two dispatch stations. And then I just want to let you know. So then the second time I called them again, she answered right away, and then she sent an officer. So I'm not sure, but we probably need to tell our people the correct number to Kienta Police Department. And this goes for all the districts from across the nation, that it's very important to have that number handy in case you need it. Thank you for the resolution that you mentioned with the chapter 2 as well. Once upon a time, I was there in Kienta. I know that we used to serve a lot of search warrants in Chichimbato and Denahotso area. And many years later, it's pretty unfortunate to hear that the problem is still there. I think one thing that is consistent is the Title 17 laws that we were enforcing at that time, way back when, is still what we're enforcing at this time. So therefore, there is a great need for change with Title 17, especially when we have a brand new detention facility in Kienta. Certainly intended to house violators, especially people who hurt our people with a substance. And just to answer one question between yourself and Shananta Delegate Crotty is the biggest problem we have is alcohol abuse. That is the number one, people drinking. People bootlegging and getting drunk as a result, and just doing some crazy stuff, to include nuisance, to include domestic violence, to include child abuse, and so on. Since we have a facility available right now, we should really use and strengthen Title 17 to really, if we can do some enforcement using the new laws and evaluate it and go from there. And if there's a need for more changes, certainly we could do that. I think using the system that we have right now can certainly, using the system and evaluating the current system that we have and coming up with recommendations of how we could improve it is my thoughts of improving the whole system. Perhaps, if we could clean up the Naabik'íyáti, which is Chimito, then all the areas in between who we're having problems with and pretty much do enforcement and charge them and have the judicial system deal with them too as well, as far as incarceration. I think we came up with first offense, second offense, third offense, and the consequences for those criminal acts too as well. So that was what we proposed, and other things too, to be added to. So we did a lot of work on it. And like I said, it's sort of at a standstill right now. That needs to be picked up again, and it needs to move forward. I believe I said that during one of the sessions that we had not too long ago, so I still stand by that. One other item is, like you're talking about, is rehabilitation. I think that is something that is needed. That is something that we need to involve the Navajo Nation Behavioral Health, perhaps IHS and other folks too as well. And perhaps we need to hear from behavioral health too as to how they're dealing with and what services they provide as far as rehabilitation is concerned. So we need to unite our efforts with them to include social services too as well. Modernization of the Navajo Nation services that we have, particularly with Navajo public safety. That is something that I was going to be talking about next, is the technology that we are currently have, and then what we need as far as improvement is concerned, as far as IT is concerned, how it would impact us and so on. So Delegate Crotty, that was one item that I was going to talk about next. Is first was the facilities, and second one was IT for Navajo Division of Public Safety. So perhaps when I get that opportunity, I'll talk about what our plans are and what we need with regard to improving our broadband and some of the services having to do with IT too as well. Thank you for talking about the SORNA and the efforts, and there's a lot of things that we're doing too as well. Perhaps we really do need the eyeballs of the community. Just for an example, I was working with a delegate over the weekend who provided a picture and license number to me, which I was able to forward right away. Stuff like that we need. And perhaps we could come up with certain systems to where we could not disclose those people who report events that are not really good. So we can get that figured out. I know that some other districts are doing that. I think with the Denahotso chapter and with all the chapters, I really encourage you to work with your local commanders. The local commander there in Kayenta is going to be Martin Page, I understand. Then they have a lieutenant. Invite them out to your chapter whenever you have meetings. If you have a resolution that needs to be passed, invite them and let them hear you out. That would be my suggestion. That's what they're there for. They're there for the people. They're there for the chapters too as well. And to give you input, and perhaps he needs input too from the community too as well. So that would be my answer. And Delegate So, thank you for your comments again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Director Delmar. We do have a follow-up question from Delegate Otto So. Delegate So, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, this is Daniels. Put me in the queue.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just wanted to make a comment. The amount of stress that the public safety has on the public safety system is a huge burden. And we could easily lighten that burden if, you know, every Navajo mother, father, or auntie or uncle would at least just sit down and talk to, whether it's their children, whether it's their nephews, nieces, or their relatives. And there's probably a lot to it, but it comes down to people thinking that it's the normal. They think it's normal. They think that same thing goes on in the next door to their next door neighbor. Structure nika bilagana kache lagana nika na hindo ana hindo that is that yeshigi yabiki halau atayba I don't know chin yaji so chin lini I don't which the kill. Kaoji that is what we anti cut open the end open sun kiss it. Had a dicky. Call a bag of eyes years open. A cow bag years. At the hot and legal. None is not shine there. I should get that 8 and then that tea. I can't keep what they car. I just have a month. I just bizarre. I just from my son up and shit. Can't I good that no answers cases. Senior that is hard to cut it J. That's not normal. When I was in high school, I didn't see the younger peer out there. Page, Farmington, Albuquerque, Mr. Dalmar, I really don't need a response for this, but thank you very much.
Okay, next we have Herman Daniels in the queue. Dr. Daniels.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think those is ego could I get on it and could out them. Which one's on it, Lenny could out them. I shall have that be your daughter. I own on the show could out them. Shama could out them. Yeah, I don't know could out them. I just want to say thank you for coming before Naabik'íyáti committee today without Chanel, division director for public safety without Mr. Delmar. I don't know without Chief Francisco without I see here without I don't know without the criminal investigators. Not criminal investigation. I not I need to show without just without if you show that song without I see here without I don't have throughout Navajo Nation chief without I'm sure that our Navajo people are listening too without wondering how Navajo Nation Council is discussing public safety without with these dollars that are coming down the pipeline from the federal government the AIC our Navajo people so I don't I just want to touch up on some areas that are a big concern and not just in my area but the chapters that I represent but other areas as well throughout the Navajo Nation. I know Delegate Nathaniel Brown brought up on bootlegging. That's a big issue, and that's a big concern throughout the Navajo Nation. In my area, I appreciate bootlegging. I see I've been not and then Delegate Brown told that had freedom has annoyed out Ecuador in Ecuador. So either I see Ecuador Halita Ecuador I see Ben the sun for you there's honestly that that maybe we can do some amendments but this is a public safety law and order committee as but the way changing Navajo Nation law in fact not the way this was unneeded I don't another area that I want to bring up is the border towns. So Nareda form that they'll get also in like border towns like Farmington, that I don't know, Gallup, Page, Flagstaff. I don't know in Utah. There's a Mexican hat. It's just on the other side of the river. Not just Mexican hat, but other areas, border towns. Diego Ben has the I did that I call it now. I am a Chicago. I create a shame that is because it's on the hospital. So that Diego Halit mission the flood zone you could all day it could have been this case in Utah there's a San Juan County ADIC could have been so the border towns is the way that liquor on the Navy. So the over the Mexican hat. The 2 times a week a truck the liquor they deliver it 2 times a week. It comes around. In at the Schneider the land at the Schneider out ended up the so I think team body car when you're going towards the Mexican hat and the way the team bond and near a backpack but they street Halit I get Papa at these things and so able bonds that's case go without so on the way I know the way Sanders so that a could on the way human rights office I go in dash the show so Papa shouldn't know you don't have some I had the class aren't on the car and then take on the class on the way I was in Flagstaff yesterday. I thought the way I think Bahasa they car but I drove by it. But I drove by it the not there's no jobs on the Navajo Nation. Isn't that I don't know dealing with this pandemic, this monster that we're dealing with. It's even nada. That's it's not phone about that's case of. So I see what the national ayego ya da hosh at na na ko. Great I don't know ko don great cares act to shall ko the bitchin nada hasya. Great hardship with the bitchin nada hasya. Ko ido on all those days ego is and then not now especially what that age yosh and again the age the
Delegate Daniels, are you still there? Staff, can you hear me?
Madam Chair, it looks like his call dropped.
For that manual. Delegate Daniels, you rejoined us? Okay, I don't have any text messages coming in from the delegates. I just now refreshed my email. I don't see anything from delegates as well. We did have Delegate Daniels who was still speaking on the matter. His call was dropped. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to Director Delmar. And then when Mr. Daniels gets back on, we'll recognize him after your presentation. Again, Mr. Delmar, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, this is Delegate Paul Begay from EQ.
We'll add you in after Delegate Daniels, Delegate Begay. Director Delmar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if Delegate Daniels is able to hear me, but I'll go ahead and respond with some comments. First of all, I forgot to answer a question that Delegate Brown mentioned a suggestion, or rather it was a suggestion to bring in other law enforcement agencies, perhaps some federal law enforcement to do sweeps, was what he mentioned. Just a reminder that we have a contract with the Bureau of Indian Affairs with OJS. We have a scope of work and also an annual funding agreement that we have to abide by. And certainly we do invite other law enforcement agencies depending on what our need is and what our requests are. But the primary agency that we work with is the FBI. We did use the FBI and also the U.S. Attorney's Office before in dealing with drug dealers and also bootleggers too. And I remember them going out to Navajo and doing some federal law enforcement, even around Kayenta. That was quite some time back too. I can pretty much venture that again and see if we could invite the U.S. Attorney's Office and this federal agency. There's others too as well that we're currently working with and working on right now that I am not really at liberty to talk about right now too. But we are making some efforts and certainly we will address Denhozo. I know I can talk again about the word I'm trying to pronounce was modernization. I haven't heard that word since college, so it's good to hear that word again. Around the Herman Daniels, some of the suggestions that we have regarding not only local issues with regard to illegal sales of substance, even drugs too as well, illegal drugs. And perhaps it should be an effort as a community using law enforcement as a tool and vice versa too as well. So Then you're talking about the border towns. We have major issues with them. Of course, people are going off the reservation and buying alcohol where it's legal, and perhaps consuming it there and coming back and dealing with we're dealing with them as they come back. Either or, they're purchasing alcohol off the reservation, bringing it back onto the Navajo Nation. So we're aware of that. The chief of police is pretty much aware of that, and we're dealing with it as we talk. I'm not sure the chief is on. Chief Francisco, are you on? Probably not. So I'm not sure if you had other questions, Shanella, Delegate Daniels. I'm not sure if you're back on, but let me turn it back over to Madam Chair at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Director Delmar. Shiaz, Delegate Herman Daniels, are you back on the line?
Madam Chair, yes, I'm here.
Okay, your call was dropped in the middle of your comments and questions, Delegate Daniels. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you. And then when you're done, we'll turn the floor over to Delegate Paul Begay.
Thank you, Shama Kodot. Where I'm at, I have a little to no service yet. Oh yeah. One bar, but that's saying that, but that's not that it drops. So it, but then I'm back on Kododam. Thank you, Kodoshima. I don't Kodoshima, Kododam. I see Kodo a just ego Kodon public safety. Because law. I see Baba Hens and no Baheta needs to know. I don't know and criminal investigators. That for Kodo a by hands and go rate that last term. General kitchen decision should go for down rate law and order committee. They as it question on a shako. It now equal down rate work closely with them. He enter district could on the rate and banish that or just a word of encouragement that they prepare necessary called the criminal investigators that go yeah go that yeah go get the not ain't the baby necessary. So some of the things that I was addressing at that time it's been addressed with the AIC here with like the vehicles the way criminal investigators but should the AIC Johnny Echo I don't know what on the way you get the last no what I call Jamesh ego on the way outside police department and the great order of Anigi and the bit does that ego that Jamesh in Oyo what that skill or you very overhat little a conhigi Oyo that height other Elia that's a big Hansen he I bet has any yet a good alligator or I has any yet fashion I don't let what age you know. There's a good age to that car. I has the near but the rate logical age that some of the vehicles are unmarked. I could have given a chain of my husband. So either the lucky that these nations so I fish up as to the dash get all I seen the baby begin a chow. What I said is that the Baby has honest alliance on that, but maybe we can change. Maybe we can change some of our vehicles and so on. About this case we got yesterday. I was coming back from the Flagstaff or that Ecuador. So some are unmarked. No, so the way the husband that whole. So it could not agree that, but I appreciate the Ecuador. I don't know Ecuador. Oh, you go in the hot Ecuador dam in the area of public safety. I don't know the fire department and the fire dam that investigate coins that investigate you been that throughout the Navajo Nation. A Kodula height Ecuador these nations. So I don't know Ecuador ban so not the case of a dam. No, the cargo. I don't know because a lot on there. I don't know they go outside so. No, I ilini get a car out is a lot than level. Khalida the nation so we can keep our children could also learn to have them let them stay on Navajo because a lot and later even equal to a head is Katie that's all you know but not so not the I upon it sounds and so go so I know outside also go a long head is kid I don't know their benefits of that they're good so that equal them since another could get out Maggie oh you go now eco but the right I see by now again the way our police put on the gate rather than one is very thin stretched thin Diego but what is in the way the way came to the other quid that don't kid and that hard and then bad but the KR ones so get you ones for came to district you ones for that other queen that I don't know I think even not in front of one just case the response time don't show it in not killing that maybe an hour 2 hours end up it's always was a whole but the way that put down the way that other public safety and the data for Utah could on the way Khalid Abashati Nation for them to come on to Navajo to be seen on the road. I done that, you know, let's I andal to those I need to work have a dialogue with San Juan County Sheriff's Department in Utah. I don't know suggestions about that Ecuador. So anyone's to about Ecuador Madam Chair Ecuador I don't I see yeah thank you.
Thank you for those comments and questions. Delegate Paul Begay, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Pro Tem Chair and fellow colleagues on the call. Presenters, Mr. Delmar, for all you do, for all your department does. We know that the manpower is not there, the funding is not there. Igo hako holo na halo yini ke ako obi no rahagi it be no so ge it ego iya ni ke neba na sto ba ka na jagi e she ba hingsun ado she so kodon hit has aj now kosto ben ni ken hol ado na kiko na khaso ida hot ishi ba yanani kito le so na hol so ibn na hot ado so da so kon hit has aj the never ke ya khage na hot ikon hit na has ni ya this chinge Kehuit in a Sakotza, Sakohot, Ehasli, the Nansaki, Siki, the Nash in Gidas, Sahot Esli, or not that A has unhallo, Mrs. Ho up. Kedada it all, Togo, the Yat, Jason to Sky. Somebody Yahweh Skahande, this shink A agent, the Bohanet Zadakat. That is Kata. Benedi each is happening got that ego is kind of ego in his industries. This single a daughter that doesn't car or I have got that as the Cathy got out of that. He got ego in his has a call ego a not a called or she DK Arpa, Halgehegi, Achat Auda, Beshil saw that the at in his public service agent securities agent Nakhantad Nashiki had that Arpa funding Beshil saw justify Liago Ego that Lango that Chudo in so Lango area. And it has to go by 20 instance on the band such case. ko tutin to nishigin de beto ye ate ego ya to khata cheta nahashna cheta nda khwil na ni go na haza khata dispatcher asaha asana nishtahna so that to me the dispatcher is probably the most important link between the police department and our community. Halit ego iyat asadana nishla shatahatna. Perhaps we need more dispatchers, so we have at least 2 or more online at all times. Okot ego iyato neche pishta halna beta halneta. Nis asant ego unta has net as kita ahil. Don't you care to say in the night yata. Anhiyata ho I has 2 something that is the hot ego business the type of violence they are different. Ni na te gishin ni eya it's not tahaki etiki yego beteti nasi klinki ta koni so ibet sado yo ni anhin ran has agi ni nani don khashinda atel fito aki do was idea ko chil ko agi baski ko trin so khado negi adiki oban saskis dispatcher will yegi hanna nahoti go bitcha hannaki idiki hada atiliada ziate but ego our people can be better served. I believe 2 or 3 dispatchers always on hand would be necessary. That way we don't have the difficulty of trying to contact somebody when there is an emergency taking place. The meta takota so bata hoto ni so ta has ango haki hoito les kota at biniyatski so hoto on ki ko ge Jesus stado les ko ge yego na hotio na ko very critical emergency situations where life depends on it. We need that dispatcher in place. We can't say that we're short-handed. Sometimes there's only one. I don't think that should be part of the equation here. It's the most important link between the public safety and the community that they serve. Again, I appreciate all the things that the public service safety department does for our communities. Yes, they are short-handed, short-funded. Manpower is always short, but they do the best they can, and I appreciate that. And so it has to see all this. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Chair. I yield the floor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir Honorable Paul Begay. This is Delegate Rick Nez. I have been asked to facilitate the Naabik'íyáti work session this afternoon due to some emergencies. Therefore, everybody that's on the line, we appreciate you all listening. This is Naabik'íyáti work session on public safety, as well as other health presentations that will be provided this afternoon as well. And thank you, Mr. Jesse Delmore, for your report, your presentation. Lana ilnati tanit and the non kitnasan like Koron, Nihan I which Beshmahasan Lenigi. So I'll go back to Mr. Jesse Delmore for your response, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman Ness. So Delegate Herman Daniels, and also let me respond back to you right quick towards the end of your comments. You talked about certain things that we started with the last committee, and there's pretty much ongoing still. But I want to thank you for all the help you provide too as well. And certainly fire is one issue that we continue to talk about with San Juan County. Currently I thought we got this done, but it may have expired already, is our agreement with the Utah State Police. I think they call themselves Utah Public Safety now. That we have a draft, an MOU with them. I did sign some cross commission cards for Utah State Police officers, and also the San Juan County Utah officers too as well. So they have our commission cards. I will do some follow up with them as to the status of our agreement. So we'll visit that. We did a standard agreement draft, and we're using that draft with all the state agencies, county agencies that we deal with, that we interact with here as the Navajo Nation, and with them too as well. I just want to let you know that we have some should be some in existence right now. We had a meeting at Twin Arrows during this time. I think it was a couple of years ago that we invited all of these agencies, and we did have a meeting. We signed some agreements there. That some delegates were there in attendance, those were, and the president wasn't able to make it that day. So, but we did say that we want to work together and keep these agreements ongoing. And that's what we are committed to, and that's what we dedicated ourselves to. So that is pretty much ongoing. Paul Begay, as you can see, Sachi and also Kaibato are listed. I need to get hold of Jerry Williams and let him know about this list. And thank you for your comments too as well. Like you said, we will certainly address dispatch. I'm pretty sure that Tuba City dispatch, they have two on shift every shift. So, and including crown points like that too. So, but in certain areas like Delcon, they usually only have one. So even in that, sometimes we have two and sometimes we have one. But they do the best, like you said. And thank you for your comments. Chairman Ness, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delmar. Do you have any comments or questions? Going once, going twice, going three times. Mr. Delmar. Thank you, Mr. Delmar, taking the time to provide your presentation to our honorable colleagues, the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Delmar, thank you very much. I'll give you a couple of minutes to do your closing statements.
Chairman Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, you have the floor.
Chairman, thank you. Colleagues, Naabik'íyáti committee, thank you, Mr. Delmar. I just want to make a comment. Just want to express my gratitude and appreciation, our gratitude and appreciation for the officers and first responders, and especially those out here in Crown Point. Just a little minute ago, you mentioned the dispatchers. It's not an easy job. I can't speak for them, but I know the challenges that they face, especially since March, what they were up against, going into a lot of unknowns and calls. Just really a lot of appreciation to them, especially the officers. My concern is of course related to what lies at the governor of the state of New Mexico's desk, is that recreational marijuana, and how are we going to deal with that out here? It's going to become a black market. It's going to become a bootlegging. It could even become into a turf war. That's my concern, and I'll continue to voice that. There was no tribal consultation with the nation on this, and we're not prepared for it. We're not prepared for recreational marijuana that the state is imposing on us. I have 2 liquor stores that are in close proximity. Hilltop, which is a speedway off of Highway 550, less than 3 miles from Herfinale Chapter. We also have the Valero, or the Allen gas station down at Smith Lake. It's also known as Red Rock. Other areas, they have the Dead Horse, the Speedway down in Church Rock. Other areas where people access liquor. So, I wish we would have had more of a conversation with the governor on this. But, this discussion is really related to the American Rescue Plan. And like my colleagues before, I'm supportive of anything that you guys are needing and looking for, because you guys protect us. The law enforcement officers go into these dangerous situations a lot of times single-handedly. There are no backup for miles. And these situations are really dire sometimes. And, I told the Cabinet Secretary of Indian Affairs, we only have 300 plus law enforcement officers for 27,000 square miles. And, I wish they would have talked to us a little bit more about the recreational marijuana and what our thoughts were. But that's just a comment on my end. But really, I just want to say thank you, and I look forward to your submission of your American Rescue Plan efforts and what you all are pushing and needing for Department of Public Safety. So, Eddie Chairman, thank you. God bless all of our law enforcement first responders. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Mr. Delmar, your response, sir?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So, we appreciate it. We certainly do our best in that area. We've been trying so hard to train other officers and recruit other officers. It was really encouraging. This last go round that we were working with 50 applicants, but our capacity is 30. So last Monday, we were able to start another class of around 22 or 23. I think we still have that number that we're working with right now. They're in their 2nd week of training in Chinle again. As you can see, we've trained a lot so far up to this point in time. I think we had probably around this is probably about the 5th class. So we are really trying hard to address the manpower issue with not only the police, but we're with corrections, with criminal investigations, with fire and everybody else, even with EMS. But that is a priority to us, is pretty much trying to expand. The chief of police had hired a consultant that is doing some analysis for us based on the report that I received from the chief, was that we need more than what we have, probably double. And as someone mentioned, I think it was Naabik'íyáti that mentioned that, yeah, of course we need more money from the federal government. Don't hide that nada. And we've been trying so hard to advocate for more, but we certainly need more than what we have right now to address a lot of things, to address officer safety too, as well. As Delegate Freeland mentioned, a lot of times they're responding by themselves. way late at night. So we like to get some help for these people. To the Naabik'íyáti committee, Chairman Nez, I had one more item that I wanted to relate to the committee, which is has to do with IT and broadband. Sir.
Yes, sir. Mr. Delmore, you may proceed.
Thank you. I appreciate this. I believe it was Delegate Amber Crotty mentioned modernization of what we have right now, the equipment and so on. One of the biggest problems that we have is infrastructure that we really don't have now. We have a CAD system, a computer aid dispatch system that we have, but it's pretty much limited because we really don't have the infrastructure. There's other things that we could really advance ourselves on currently in building and becoming modernized with IT. We could do a lot more, but having this problem of not really being connected, not having the infrastructure. I know that NTUA, they have an infrastructure in place right now, and we need to use their system. But I was really, really encouraged to hear a presentation from the Navajo Division of Information Technology. They did hire a consultant by the name of Magellan, and they presented their presentation to us to include infrastructure and working with NTUA and some other entities too as well, to address some of the needs that we have as far as, like I said, building with on the current CAD system that we have, initiatives like 911 and so on. I know that if we do this, that would really, really boost our work and efforts on public safety, not only with the police, like I said, with corrections, with criminal investigations, with EMS, with fire, with emergency management, as well as internal affairs and our support personnel too, as well. So IT is pretty critical to the Navajo Division of Public Safety. If we can get this in place, I received an email that I will forward to the Madam Chair of the Law and Order Committee of this request from the Navajo Nation DIT and also from Magellan. They sort of put together a plan, and what they described as, there's some possible overlap with public safety and other entities such as education, with health, and everyone else. So he gave us a budget of $47,316,000, consisting of project management, two-way radios, emergency communications, and he did include project execution too, to total that amount. So I wanted to mention that to this committee too as well. So that will pretty much conclude my report on IT. And lastly, I did mention to the Law and Order Committee this morning a third item, which is a big, huge need that we have, which is hazard pay for all employees of the Navajo Division of Public Safety. So Chairman Nez, that will conclude my overall report for the Navajo Division of Public Safety. And thank you to the committee and all the visitors and everyone else. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Delmore. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council's Naabik'íyáti Committee members, do you have any comments or questions for Mr. Delmore? Naidos Kadishnanta. Going once, going twice, 3 times. Thank you, Mr. Delmore, for that.
This is Delegate James.
Okay. Now, Honorable James, you have the floor.
Ado members of the council, Ado Director of Naabik'íyáti, Ado in addition in regards to the listing, Kodo Helada Sohoi, Nijan Queen La Leko, Ado LOC Law and Order Committee has Anje Hadai. Unique the Oko Kunza and Naabik'íyáti Leko. Fishing the Nahat Ado, fishing Yayasti Ecuador, not sauce. The Baka on Hija Kodasha, Jokot Ai, the Hanate the Hokunza and he called the Ashon and Hija Kolia Selenko. John Day put out Nahaz Ani get you out Jono skate the Hana Abakat that's the Hoko. Ado Nana Kodo, Bahna Dishkido Liki. Leho Jiste Eya Hashin Sona Jukaya Sa Anigi Toye Ajukaya Sa the Kushinach Division of Public Safety Aji Ka Edo Adat O Hayi Nisalam Venigi Idahos Ado Na Kedahat on Kahadon Ji Eko la ito bakata that it opa yosna o hayin has tui hizan danle kat tahatas to sa retire de yila ade ya ina tin hahila the law has ani to hahila ita hos ye na nationality de yospado and the hashin so ina nationality na de yila so law clean ako quite has any bahna dishkito lesako ado nana the headquarters law DPS headquarters that allow ba bananas the hoko esto quite bahna dishkito les ila hate hospital nila headquarters ako that the correctional facility but all that all that still so to quite na kiko net bahna the dish kisako oko the aspect the shne hona so linigi law and order committee the unique oko aden hije kolya she to ade bahna desh kido le de from the adon hije kolya the kadinda ebna kudo bahna desh kido le sako Quite out Kodo Bahasti Dole. Yeah, Shanale, Honorable Rikin Shahun Adi.
Honorable James. Mr. Delmar, your response, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman Nez. Delegate James, Naiden Kitty. First of all, Ani hot toye asi chedesi the Kikoshi the Nadailta. I think Vice Chair Smith mentioned Toye too this morning. It pretty much became unsafe Toye at that time. They told us to move out, so we did. I wasn't here when that happened, but apparently, it closed out. It's pretty unfortunate to see that it's pretty much crumbling. A lot of people went in and sort of demolished the whole facility, which was really unfortunate to see. One time I was asked about that facility. At that time, and I believe the answer was that it was given back to the chapter. Given to the chapter, not back to the chapter, but given to the chapter. So I'm not sure if that would be steamboat, but I can certainly do a follow-up on it and check on the status of Toye. when I came back over here, there was another proposed area where this training academy would be facilitated at. So Chinle selected, so it's currently, there's land withdrawal in Chinle of so many acreage of land. So to this day. Around the headquarters, which is sort of different than the Window Rock Police District. Window Rock Police District include corrections, that include all the entities of public safety. That is proposed for the Fort Defiance area. There's some land that was made available out there. So I think the current proposal right now is to build a headquarters too. Headquarters would include the command of the Navajo Division of Public Safety, to include the chief's office, the corrections office, to include the criminal investigations office, fire, EMS, internal affairs, and also emergency management. Perhaps there was mention of a emergency command center here in Window Rock, and perhaps this is where it belongs, is the command center of NDPS. And then the academy I'm talking about was the reason why Chinle was selected was because it was deemed as the most central to the Navajo Nation. And then there was a total of 120 acres that was achieved for the training complex in Chinle. So thank you, Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Mr. Delmar. Honorable
Chairman
James,
Nez,
you have a follow-up question, sir? Honorable James, do you have a follow-up?
Honorable Nez, follow-up Director Delmar not behind Ziggy. Acquire Toye has Anje, late out a year on a gift the la. To about wind either. Put out a near yes, means a lot of you are just shows. Though I see in the Oko or hot out be hot that is not the out on the a state of change from the great out the gate out. Yahaniki at a hanky it out in about after the Adam she don't need at all cohort a that the choice hard she is not. It does all yet the Stanley, it does all the Shaha Kayan hard to fall. Jodan a just ne Kata Hataniki Yayat that is alcohol. Cocoa art, ashing, kodo, not being the indo not cow that she the kodo not out the Shahana bit educate had indo steamboat has chapter has ye ajeta partners nelda is done in the hot nisako when about has no base about hot then. Not that Hoye chapter has and Arjabe Hodo Nisiki Arjabe not to Kona has that ego age or Hod the base of Baha then do the oil base on the check any battle Hoye or steamboat doko. What are it that's on 8 or being then in she could should what did article, but I has it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. Mr. Delmar, your response, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman Nez. Delegate James. Certainly, Hajoshi, being that the date is called the Kwigoshin allowed EMS, every public safety entity had a could actually see in that facility. And certainly we from the Navajo Division of Public Safety, we certainly appreciate the Toye community, the Steamboat chapter, areas close by, very peaceful. I certainly appreciate it from the Navajo Division of Public Safety, and most of all are the I guess on behalf of the division, we thank you so much, and perhaps we at Steamboat chapter and talking with the Toye. Or perhaps we could do it over the phone if the circumstances are not changing with regard to the pandemic. But certainly it shouldn't take that long to come back to you. Delegate James.
Thank you, Mr. Delmar. Honorable Edison Winika, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. Can you hear me?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, okay, thank you. Mr. Delmore, Kodo and General, and responding to questions. Around the 24th Navajo Nation Council, so around the pro temp chair. We just never had enough police force for the Navajo Nation. There has never been. One question I have is became very popular. Community policing, no, that is Benanestado, the coaching, Ben Yetat all day. Based on alert teams at the chapter, a community not chatoli. The Koroban Sake, so Skedashi, Nabastuia, Nizania, Asinta, Ape, Ahata Halian, Okodat Egi, Tibayet Heat Egi. Should open national go to domestic violence. No, the alcohol got me. Which I just hit or late chat to the bay. I just hit a call. Nantinida is a bit zin. A codigin they do, that is an actually tinder. A could all I need Lydia at all the child or the alcohol on me. And he objects it, and he did say do it either. Could the community police and gay Hashin so a what are been on the skin a cohalate lands and a said, oh, naturally, at least I thought I've been on Tindo, just I thought and he need a in a niche and the winner. So we just allow things to be. And I think as the leadership and all that, there are certain things I think we can do to help as far as the schools, at the chapter, and at our level too, as council delegates. I don't that without Saton and Tinida is basic. So Satobain hit the Tolesna do it either. A call quite even on this kid, Mr. Dalmore, the community policing, yeah. Sato stop in National Short. Chairman Nance.
Thank you, Honorable Winika. Mr. Delmar, your response, sir?
Thank you, Chairman Nance. Delegate Winika, I think today you are certainly correct on community policing. I know this because I used to teach that block at the academy in Toye. And I really believe in community policing. I think they still teach that as a block in the current curriculum that they teach over at the academy. I can make certain, I'm pretty certain that that block is still with the Navajo Nation Police Academy curriculum. It was 8 hours of training on community. It is a really, really something that's needed right now. just for the concern from Den Hotso chapter, a resolution passed asking for, okay, what do we do with bootlegging? What do we do with people there's a huge concern for their health. There's a huge concern for not only for themselves, but the people that and so on. So what I'm saying, what I said this morning, it was using the police as a tool. You could apply it to social services. You could apply it to behavioral health, and combining those three disciplines, you can talk about the problem in Den Hotso with certain methods of problem solving. And the you identify a problem, and then you bring resolution to those problems. You identify gaps and you try to fill those gaps using the tools that we have, the services that we provide from the Navajo Nation. On community policing. And like I said, our service directors, our service managers, whichever they may be, you can apply community policing and problem solve. So thank you for that reminder, and I'll certainly check to see how many hours of this block that we still teach at the Academy, and I will really encourage community policing. I know that some of the commanders that we have truly believe in that, and they exercise that too as well. For instance, Delegate Slater mentioned Captain Silversmith, that he comes to our chapter and he talks to us. And one time I was in this position, I was invited by Shanella Herman Daniels to come out to Inscription House to talk to them about the problems that they're having there. Of course, I remember that one afternoon, Bonnie, the net has been at Inscription House, Chapter House. Then we talked about this problem as a community and also as a public safety head. So I think we solved that problem at Inscription House. So thank you for your comments on community policing. Sir, it is certainly not dead, it's still alive. Thank you. Chairman Ness.
Thank you, Mr. Delmar. Honorable Wanika, do you have a follow-up question?
No, Chairman Nez, I appreciate the response.
Kushila, Shnanta, honorable members of the 24th Naabik'íyáti Committee, do you have any comments or questions for Mr. Delmar? Naidos Kiddush. At Danish. On once. On twice. Going 3 times. Okay, Mr. Delmar, for your presentation. We'll move on to item B on the agenda, Navajo Nation Judicial Branch. I don't know if our Chief Justice Joanne Jane is on the line, but we were just sent by Mr. Manuel Rico the PowerPoint presentation, and it says Raquel Chi, the grants administrator, will be the presenter, as well as Stephen at City. So, Koroa, Judicial Branch, you have the floor. Push *6 to unmute. Ms. Chi, Mr. Edsity, or Chief Justice Joanne Jane, are you on the line? Mr. Rico, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Chairman Nez, and I also see Mr. Stephen Adsity on the line. I think he just needs to push *6.
Okay. Mr. Adsity, could you please press *6 so you can proceed with your presentation for judicial branch? *6.
I believe
Mr. Reed?
Madam Chief Justice has also got on the line.
Okay. Madam Chief Justice Joanne Jane, you have the floor as well. Everybody that's listening, this is the 24th Navajo Nation Council Naabik'íyáti work session. We're discussing the American Rescue Plan. Koro behas ani beso the Nabijan Hunan Nahegi Koro Nahat Aro Les Ben Yero Hit A Beso Chudo Intige Koro Tanstanta Danish Tanash Jagin Hisn Hadna Hot A Beso Dedi Kisto Hot Ash Hot Ito Hot Alana Ranit Zindano E Yahan Hitaran Haka Beshmas Anit Leni Khala Beshmas Anit Lenige Behas Ani Hadil on E Koro Beso Chudo in heat on Nashpe Eid Nato Nage Celestage Nenant Ada Satagi Jonathan Shimbiji Eid Leshin Satodo Les Kot Ai Hisnaid Nishko Nasi Kandla. So thank you very much for listening in. Madam Chief Justice Jane, are you on the line? Mr. Adsity, are you on the line? Press *6 to unmute. *6.
Hello, Yate. This is Stephen Adsity from the Judicial Branch. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, Mr. Adsity, you have the floor. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry for the delays. Trying to press *6 and I keep getting repeat message that it wasn't going through. Good afternoon, Yate Shnanta, Pro Tem, Speaker, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council Naabik'íyáti Committee Auto leadership from the executive branch and my colleagues from the judicial branch and members of the Navajo Nation and interested public listening in to this important discussion. There are a couple of things that I want to just say at the very outset. The Chief Justice has delegated the responsibility of preparing and presenting our response to this opportunity that is in front of us by virtue of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. And all of what I will be speaking about is going to be conveyed with a lot of anticipation and expectation of more information coming from the federal government. I know we're all interested to know exactly what type of funding opportunity this is going to be for the entire Navajo Nation. We want to also just at the outset thank the Speaker, Speaker Damon and President Jonathan Nez for a follow-up invitation to the judicial branch at the beginning of this process and the announcement of the work group sessions. We were not initially included in on all of this discussion, and I want to thank you for responding to our submitted request by letter memo to be a part of this important discussion. Thank you for that. And I want to convey to leadership that the judicial branch has taken the last 2 weeks or so of really trying to get our handle on this opportunity, understanding the American Rescue Plan, or as we refer to it in our discussions, ARPA. We've participated in various informational sessions about the law. We want to thank the Navajo Nation and the law firm of Holland and Knight and other entities that have helped summarize and provide us with the initial understanding of what is contained in this huge relief bill that was enacted in mid-March. I wanted to just also ask if everybody has a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that we submitted. If you were referring to the list of presenters, it seems like that is in front of you. And it's a series of about 17, 16 slides. I wanted to, at the front, express my appreciation to our Chief Justice and to the staff within the judicial branch that over the past 2 weeks has been working very hard on our collective understanding. Since last week on the 5th of April, out of my office, by my memo, I asked for a draft budget from each of our business units across the judicial branch. That means every district court, every program office. And in our branch, there are 18 primary business units. And all of them have responded. A small work group among my staff began compiling information about budget and the expression of needs from all of our business units starting last Thursday. And we worked through the weekend to put forth our initial conveyance, our initial draft budget. So if you can turn to slide number 3, I want to start off by, at this point, sharing with you that the judicial branch, the collective comprehensive need as it translates to a dollar amount is a little under $80 million total. And we expect that the funds that will be available to the Navajo Nation would be available to begin implementing hopefully by July 1. That's our operating assumption as we put these budgets together. And of course, the expectation is that these funds will be available for use all the way through December 31st, 2024. And also wanted to mention that it's our understanding that the projected amount for the Navajo Nation's allocation from the United States Treasury Department can range anywhere from $1.4 to $1.8 billion, which is sizable. And so I believe if you do a little bit of arithmetic, $80 million request out of a $1.8 billion pot of money, I believe that comes to an approximate percentage of 4.4%. And so that is a little bit of context for our request. So if you go to the next slide, slide number 4, I want to, before I go into the slide, I would like to just again repeat that our understanding of this American Rescue Plan, the ARPA, that it's primarily for two main purposes, at least for the judicial branch, and how we see it and how we understand it now. It's for the continuing response and mitigation to the ongoing pandemic. The coronavirus is still a pandemic, and we are still in need of providing health and safety for our personnel, for our families, and for the communities in which we live and work in on the Navajo Nation. So we still have a responsibility to continue our planning and our implementation as we set it out last year when the pandemic started. And we're hoping for all of the good news about the pandemic coming to a close. But until we get to that point, we still have to abide by all of the safety regulations and do everything we can to maintain the health of our employees and the health of our communities in which we live and work in. So we will continue planning and implementing our essential services. And we also are going to be planning and implementing our reopening as the Navajo Nation and other entities across the Navajo Nation have been provided with guidance to allow for reopening at various levels. The judicial branch is going to continue our methodical process to abide by a document that we created for ourselves last year called our Roadmap to Full Capacity. And we are starting from that point of where we are currently operating at essential services levels. And so that's one major point. We still have to operate and find a way to keep our people and our property and our community safe because the coronavirus is still out there. The second major purpose that we see in these ARPA funds is to help us plan and then operate in this 3+ year period, and hopefully recover from the impact the pandemic has had on our judicial branch, and recover and put us back into a situation that we were operating at before the pandemic came on. And it is our hope that we can use these funds to come out of this pandemic, not only getting back to where we were before in February of 2019, February 2020, but hopefully use these funds and resources to strengthen so that we come out and re-emerge from this pandemic with an even better judicial branch. Everything that we've learned through this process and these experiences. So we welcome this opportunity to talk about the prospect of more revenue. But more funding through this relief bill that we can utilize. And so I mentioned that prominent in my mind is continuing to provide for the health and safety of our branch, our judicial branch. Last year we moved to telecommuting basis, and looking at the first bullet point on slide 4 under the heading of challenges, we still have a number of our personnel that are finding it hard to telecommute and use the tools that we've provided them over the last year. We still have unreliable communications networks, and we have found a lot of our employees have inadequate access to the internet. And this all contributes to a limitation on our overall productivity, even though we're at essential services levels. I guess at this point I can remind everybody and our leadership that the judicial branch never shut its doors. When we moved to essential services levels, we remained open. Although the public was not allowed to come into our buildings and we reduced our staffing levels to essential services levels, there are statutory obligations and emergency situations where the courts have to be available. And in that regard, these essential services were very important. And while overall our productivity has been reduced, these technological barriers have been also adding to a challenge to our essential services productivity. So I just want to mention that we have made improvements, but we still see a lot of places where that is still needed. The other situation was more a broad marketplace set of circumstances that we experienced last year when we were trying to purchase the things that we needed for our essential services operations and for the procurement of other goods and services such as PPE and the things we need to keep our buildings and our people safe and healthy. The supply chain problems that just about everybody experienced will continue to remain challenges for us. Hopefully that the marketplace and the broader economy will be moving forward and we will see less of these issues. But for now, that they still pose as challenges for our branch as we see it. Moving to the next bullet point, we, as our Division of Public Safety has mentioned, we have a large concern over our facilities. And we find that many of our judicial facilities are smaller than what is needed in order to effectively abide by all the physical and social distancing requirements that are currently in place. We do have some larger facilities. The larger judicial branch court buildings in Tuba City, Chinle, and Crown Point, they have less of a problem, but the rest of our facilities are still in need of additional space, and in many cases, new facilities entirely. And so one of the things that we want to lay out before you is some of our ideas and our plans for these needs, and I'll get to them more specifically later on in the presentation. Just providing for safety of our workers and the safety of our public. Once we start to let the public back into our buildings, if we're still going to be operating under this pandemic, we have an obligation and a responsibility for their safety as well. Lastly, the big challenge, and we stated this from the very beginning, would be an expected backlog of cases. If we look at what has happened since last March, it has indeed been the occurrence that many of our cases have been delayed. The filings that we have received have dropped down in number, but our ability to keep pace, even with the filings since last March, has provided for the creation of a case backlog due primarily to the coronavirus and this pandemic. As you know from some of our earlier discussions, and you know that the judicial branch has had a case backlog even prior to the pandemic. So when I talk about the case backlog in this presentation, I will be either referring to the one that has been generated since March of last year, and also the one that pre-existed the pandemic that we've always had a long-standing challenge to address. One of the things, before I get into the numbers of our budget and the reasons rationale for some of these requests. I wanted to just mention that on the health and safety side, across the judicial branch, we have about 230 personnel currently, and we have a 90% plus vaccination rate of all our staff, and we're all at that point of being fully vaccinated, meaning if we have the 2-dose vaccine, then most of our staff, if not all of our staff, are 2 weeks beyond that. If any of our staff receive the 1-dose vaccine, they too are at 2 weeks past that. And so our judicial branch has a pretty high rate of being fully vaccinated. We do have a lot of remaining work to do to provide for the necessary accommodations as we do our reopening planning and implementing to make sure that we provide the necessary accommodations for our returning personnel, especially those who might have pre-existing health conditions, medical conditions, which place them at a higher risk in the context of this pandemic. We have a need to continue to prepare and construct building modification inside our buildings for the protection of our health, and also where we haven't done it in many of our buildings is in our courtrooms. We look forward and we are planning to utilize our courtrooms hopefully very soon as we get more along the line of our reopening, and those safety barriers that will be available inside our courtrooms, we're still in need of acquiring the materials and doing the work to put those in place. Many of the office space in our court facilities have applied safety barriers for the protection of the staffing that is occupying our buildings on a daily basis during the work week. But it's these additional spaces and preparing for the re-entry of the public that we will continue to work on these temporary building modifications for enhanced safety and protection for our clients and the people that come to our facilities for their court needs, and their court-related program needs. So I just wanted to say that it is always going to be a very important component of what we're doing to make sure that we protect our staff, and we do everything. We pay attention to the trends. We do everything possible to make the judicial facilities as safe as possible in the communities where our people live and work. I wanted to start off on slide 5. You'll see that we put a lot of thought into what it's going to take to address the case backlog, and there are going to be a review of personnel and support that's going to be necessary for our judiciary, our judges, and our justices, and everybody who has our judicial hearing officers, everybody who has a role in adjudicating cases that are filed in our court, so that we can deal with this specific backlog created by this pandemic, and then also put us in a good situation to address our overall case backlog of cases that were in place even before the pandemic. And so we're looking at improving staff support at all levels. We're also including staff support for our peacemaking program and our probation and parole services program. We have a wide range of personnel that we would propose to use this funding opportunity to put in place up to 100 new positions. The other thing that we learned over the past year is that when we're going to be using additional funds and having a need for acquiring and procuring
goods and services, our processing needs help as well. The administrative aspect of making orders, following through on orders, and closing out orders so that the vendors that we enter into relationships with get paid is going to be tended to, and that we don't have any major delays in that whole process of procuring goods and services for the judicial branch. We also have, as I mentioned, a concern about our facilities, and we have proposed additional facility-related facility management and facility maintenance positions across the branch, some in terms of additional custodial staff to help keep buildings clean and safe on a regular basis, as well as a maintenance crew and maintenance positions in various business units to help them with their ongoing needs to either maintain their current structures and do that work of keeping on top and making those buildings safe. One of the big areas that we want to undertake in facility maintenance, and I'll speak to it later in the budget, but I'll give you a highlight, is the importance of our HVAC systems has really come to light over the past year. And so, of course, these positions are going to be tied to the authority, expenditure authority period under this law. And so we're hoping that this year we'll be able to begin hiring new personnel and have them supported all the way through December of 2024 using the ARPA funding. And you can see that the total estimated personnel amount for up to 100 positions, including fringe and some of the other expenses, is about $24.4 million estimated at this time. We do have identified some initial anticipated barriers that we will try and work around and work through. So let me move then to the next slide. Slide number 6 is labeled travel. Many of our programs are still operating under travel restrictions, and we find the need, even though these our general travel levels are restricted, that several programs will continue to need travel dollars as we begin to reopen. The number one programs that are going to be looking to get back out and engage with the public and clients are our peacemaking programs and our probation and parole services programs. We also have a lot of travel that our administrative offices will need in order to deal with the needs of our facilities, and also for the continuing services provided by our information technology group, installing equipment, troubleshooting our network, and making sure that all of our 18 business units that utilize IT and communications equipment get the service that they need to keep those devices and to keep the communications and the access to our internet available as best as possible. So we've got about $251,443 estimated at this time for travel across the entire judicial branch. The next budget item is a budget item that our peacemaking program has proposed. The peacemaking program has been receiving requests by their clients and by community people all throughout this pandemic for their resources, their knowledge, and their assistance in providing all different types of counseling services, primarily for disputes, or even just they're recognized often in their communities as holders of good knowledge when people are in need of someone to talk to, or if there's a family that needs some guidance. Our peacemakers have been sought out, and so it's going to be very important for them to continue as we begin reopening, as we start to engage more and more directly face-to-face with our clients and our community and the people expressing the need of expressing their requests to interact and work with our peacemaking program, that they have a resource in order to conduct their meetings. And so there's a $40,000 amount in meeting expenses. Moving on to an area of the budget that we had a lot of experience with over the last year, and that is procuring and receiving and then implementing and using a wide variety of supplies, from office equipment to computer equipment, sometimes furnishings, office furnishings. Sometimes we have the need to buy cleaning supplies and PPE. So all of this will go into the supply line item budget. At this point in time, I wasn't able to provide a round estimated number for some of these items that are a little bit more specific, but if you turn the page, you'll look at what the grand total at this point our worksheets are telling us for all of these different types of supplies that will help keep our branch operating and help support us as we move through our reopening processes. We have a little over $3 million in all of these supplies that we see as being needed over this three plus year period time. The next page on slide 10, you'll see again the need to continue to improve communications within the judicial branch, and that is the primary bridge that we have with our clients now. We conduct our hearings remotely. When people come to our buildings, they have to get on the phone with us, or if they have the benefit of being able to use a computer and access some of our internet services that we have online, these are in continual need of maintenance, management, and upkeep, as well as doing everything we can to improve this new basis upon which we interact with the people needing our court and court-related services. We have gone to a telecommuting platform for the work that we're doing now. We will continue to rely on telecommunications until that time when it is safe to do more interactions face-to-face with our clients. But we find it to be still very challenging, as I said at the outset. Unreliable telecommunications, poor signals, and in some places just no access to the internet at all for our people, our personnel, and also for our clients. Everybody's been racing to the top of the hill to get the best signal they can, and we're hoping that we will continue to make improvements for what we can do internally within the branch with these purchases, either for devices, for services, and for what we can do to improve our own internal communications networks. So we have about $881,000 that we've estimated at this time for that need, and that will be for the entire 3-year period. As I mentioned, the overall challenge and the concerns for health and safety extends to making sure that we do everything we can to keep our buildings safe. And as I said at the outset, we have a variety of building stock. Our facilities range from some of the newest, largest facilities such as Chinle, and which is a big part of that big, large judicial public safety complex in the east part of Chinle. Those, along with Tuba City, those types of facilities have a certain level of repair and maintenance that we have learned a lot about over this course of the last year under this pandemic. We also have smaller buildings and smaller court and program offices, and a lot of them are in the older 30-year plus, if not some of them being even older than that. We also have some temporary buildings that we moved into across the branch. Pinon opened up a modular building a little over 2 years ago, or about 2 years ago now, and operates out of that structure in the community of Pinon. And Pueblo Pintado, the circuit court building, opened up again in 2019. And those are fairly new, but are still in need of repair and maintenance, just like every one of our facilities. And we do have a number of buildings that we're hoping to move out of, and I'll get to that point later on when we start talking about some of the capital outlay projects. But some of our smaller buildings and the buildings that hold some of our medium and small courts have been in use for over 20 years, and we're in need, and they're in need of a lot of repair and maintenance, in addition to the requirements for physical distancing and social distancing and all of the things that we're doing under this pandemic. They're just have a high level of repair and maintenance, which in some cases has been deferred maintenance. In particular, I mentioned, and I'll state it again, the need to make sure that our heating, ventilation, air conditioning systems are running correctly and running properly. So our HVAC needs for either maintenance or finding out if we need to repair them, or even finding out that they need to be changed out entirely. We're going to take the opportunity that this 3-year period has to go through and thoroughly do the work of improving the HVAC needs at all of our structures, so that our personnel have the assurance that the air inside their buildings is the best that we can provide. And the fact that this coronavirus is an airborne pathogen, it's only been highlighted even more, the needs for having very good HVAC systems for not only the personnel, but also, since we are public facilities, when we get to that reopening stage, that our public will be assured that they're going into buildings with good HVAC systems. And we're really looking forward to doing that for all of our buildings and for our people in our communities. So that estimated amount comes to about $2.7 million for repair and maintenance. We're also aware that there may be some forthcoming new guidance or regulations about workplace safety from the Federal Occupational Safety and Health Administration. So a lot of what we're going to be doing here will help us with any future changes that might be coming down for requiring employers and institutions to make sure that they're abiding by any new set of rules that are going to be based on the health concerns highlighted by this current pandemic. So I just wanted to make mention of that. In the technology range, if you look at slide 12, we have done a lot over the last year to improve our technology usage. This was one area of our prior expenditures that we had a lot of issues and a lot of orders and contract procurements that we were not able to complete. And we ended up reverting a lot of those funds from those efforts to the hardship assistance grant funding back in December and November and December last year. we still have a need to acquire these necessary equipment and devices and services for improving our technology, as I mentioned before. So that amount, I don't have the specific figure, but as we continue to crunch our budgets, we will be able to produce a figure in the next several days for all of these technology needs. It includes, computer and communication software and hardware. It also helps us keep pace with a lot of the improvements that are happening within and across the Navajo Nation government, and helps us work with our Navajo Nation Department of Information Technology partners. We work very closely with them for our data systems and for our case management systems that house a lot of information that the courts generate on a daily basis, that the peacemaking program generates on a daily basis, and our probation program uses to help with the process of responding to these cases and the needs of our clients. So I'll be coming forth with a new total for that for a 3-year period. As we move to the next slide, slide 13, for this area where we need resources for media support, as well as for training and to help pay for some of the costs associated with our proposed increase to personnel. That's what this line item is for. We do have a need to continue to use the media in addition to the internet and social media. We have been using our newspapers in our regions, primarily Navajo Times, but we know that there's other publications where we can print our articles and our advertisements for keeping our public aware of what's happening with their courts. We also use the radio, different radio stations across our region, mainly KTNN, KGAK. We know there's several others. We would like to continue to have the resources available to get on the airwaves and provide the necessary updates and potentially have dialogue with our public on what's happening with their court systems as we go through the remainder of this pandemic and get to reopening and back to full capacity. So right now, our estimated total for all of those expenses comes to $484,466. If you go to the next slide, slide 14. As you heard from some of the other programs, and this morning in particular, Director Jesse Delmar from the Division of Public Safety, there's a lot of need within the judicial branch for capital outlay projects. And we have a relationship with the Division of Public Safety where we look and review at the needs of both judicial branch and the Division of Public Safety for facilities. And as Director Delmar mentioned, we've been meeting recently to address what those new revised update and a characterization of those capital outlay needs, so that we have what we call an updated judicial public safety facility priority listing. Some of these items that we're going to be proposing to hopefully use ARPA funds for are they're already existing on the current priority list of projects, and they are going to be remaining on this revised and updated listing for the upcoming period for this year, 2021, and going into 2022. If Director Delmar did not mention, but we work every other year to update this priority listing. So many of these projects are already also included in some of the work that the Division of Public Safety has done to update its needs for capital outlay projects. Our main top priority that I'd like to speak about is a construction-ready project that we all agree upon as a high priority. And if there's a way to leverage or to get ARPA funds to continue to leverage the acquisition of the entire amount for the Kayenta Court building, we're hoping to be able to use the ARPA to help us acquire that $13,215,000 amount to construct the Kayenta Court building. Kayenta Court building currently operates out of about a 3,000 square foot facility, and we're hoping to get them to get the funds so that they can construct a 17,000 square foot facility, which would not only house the courts but also some of the other program offices that are important to our judicial system, such as the prosecutor's office and the office of the public defender. So we're looking at the ARPA funds as some assistance to help us get that project completed. Along the smaller range of projects, there's some efforts that the peacemaking program wants to do to complete some Hogan upgrades and Hogan construction projects, one in Alamo Judicial District and one in Dislagina at Pinon, and that amount is reflected there. We were hoping to get those done last year, but those funds we ended up reverting back for the hardship assistance. So we're hoping that this 3+ year period will give us a little bit more time and opportunity to get those projects done. For Pinon, I know that additional Hogan structure will alleviate some of the space concerns that it is starting to experience due to the pandemic, and also due to the fact that their modular building was a very small building, around only about 2,000 square feet. And so having an additional structure to operate the peacemaking program out of, and to be able to use it for peacemaking, meeting needs and client relations and the work that they do, will be a great help to the Dislagina district. The Alamo Hogan is already up and constructed in the community of Alamo, and is in just need of utility connections so that it has running water and sewer at the Hogan. I believe it has electricity already extended out to that facility. The much larger projects you see at the bottom of the list are, again, we're working in conjunction with Division of Public Safety. They're aware of these, and we're going to continue to advocate for their completion. The Peacemaking Administration Project is part of a larger complex that we're hoping to construct here in Window Rock for the Supreme Court, for the Peacemaking Administration, for the overall administration of the judicial branch. And right now we're looking at hoping to have the opportunity to use ARPA funds to leverage and get the Peacemaking Administration complex under construction within this 3-year period, and then to start making headway on the much larger construction project of the Supreme Court Peacemaking and Administration complex within Window Rock, Arizona. The Shiprock Judicial Complex is a much larger complex that everybody is aware of. It's been making progress. This is just the price tag that the Judicial District in Shiprock shared regarding just the needs for the court building alone. So we know that it's already embedded within the overall total cost for the entire complex. But if there's a way to for us to continue to do our part to help with those construction needs, we put this in our budget to reflect that. At the bottom of the list, and not necessarily is this list completely exhaustive, it's just representative of what we have at this time, but the Rama Court building is engaged in the process of doing planning and design work and programming for a new court building in Rama, and they're forecasting their construction needs once they get their construction documents and get to that construction ready phase. They're going to need about $9.6 million to construct a brand new court facility in Rama. And Rama is in one of those facilities that is an older modular building at this point in time, roughly a little over 3,200 square feet in size. And the new structure would definitely be a lot bigger. I haven't got an updated square footage yet as they're continuing to do planning and design work, but we're looking at anywhere from 12,000 to maybe 17,000 square foot building there as well. And we're hoping that we can make some progress on that during this 3+ year time period under the ARPA. On slide 15, just continuing on with the capital outlay proposed or estimated amount, it comes to a $45 million figure, $45.2 million of just items under that the business units have put forward as of this past weekend. So we're going to continue to look at what is needed across the branch and continue to work with our Division of Public Safety partners. We also know that there may be some other resources included within the ARPA for facilities replacement. We know that we understand the Bureau of Indian Affairs has a pot of money that it will be utilizing, and there's a whole other process. We also understand that there are additional federal legislation that may be coming forth later on this year, namely in infrastructure. A big infrastructure bill is being proposed, and there may be some beneficial aspects for some of these things that right now we're just conveying and proposing under the ARPA. So we're keeping our eyes open for those opportunities that any additional federal appropriations and allocations to Indian country and allocations to the Navajo Nation and allocations to the judicial branch might be helpful to meet all of our capital outlay projects funding needs between now and 2024. So the last thing I want to start wrapping up, I've talked a lot about just things from a strict budgetary and line item perspective, but there are some other things that the judicial branch understands that kind of get to the core need that has been expressed for years. And the judicial branch has recognized that there's work that needs to be done on some of these components and aspects of our internal judicial branch, but we just never have had the amount of resources to initiate them and assure that they would get completed. There's a short list here under this next slide, slide 16, of what I call recovery projects. Again, our recovery, our understanding of the recovery aspects of the ARPA is to deal with the impact that the pandemic has had on our branch, and to also be a part of an effort that provides for strengthening of our programs and our organization, and coming out of this pandemic in a much better situation than we could have ever anticipated if these funds had never been appropriated. So of course we have our peacemaking program, and we want to provide them with the necessary support because many of our community members and our people, we find themselves in need of their services and not so much in need of the courts and the decision making and resolution process along the Western style of adjudication. But our peacemaking program has been there for a lot of our community members, and we just need to make sure that as we come out of this pandemic, that they are ready to go to provide their services, and for our people to understand that they can provide a lot of their services for their benefit and as a really good alternative to our courts. And of course, they work side by side with the court process as well. But oftentimes, they can all on their own help our communities with their needs for either dispute resolution or the settling of any issues that come up among family members, or maybe even those dynamics that happen even before things get to any type of dispute process. So I know that the peacemaking program has also been very engaged in trying to do the recruitment and development of youth apprentices. And we're doing that under a grant program, but that grant program has been severely hampered by the pandemic. And so that's another element that we want to get back to and see our peacemaking program get back to the work of hopefully developing the next generation of peacemaking service providers amongst our people. We also know that within our courts, that there's been a long-standing need to take a look at the court rules. And we know that there's several court rule packages that need to be reviewed and updated. And we see that opportunity to use ARPA funds to do some internal work and get those necessary revisions and updates to some of these very, very key aspects of the functioning of the courts and what our judges rely upon as they do their work. Also, the development of bench books has been a long-standing need internally within our branch. Again, just more support for our judges and our judicial hearing officers, those that hear the cases that come before the courts. We have heard from the communities as more people take on the responsibility to represent themselves in our courts for these things that they want resolved, referred to as pro se representation. We try and give our people a lot of training as to how best to represent themselves, but oftentimes we find ourselves with slightly different or modified processes as we go across our branch courts, and we understand the need to try and get to a more uniform approach in helping our people do the pro se representation on their behalf. So we want to spend some time looking at that, and maybe there's some other long-standing projects that have just not had the benefit of a dedicated pot of money to see it all the way through completion. We do have some policies that may need to be reviewed as well. So there are those items that have been on our plate for a long time, and we hope that we can use our ARPA resources to address those. The one thing that I've also understand is a very vital need for our entire judicial branch is an archive system and an actual archive facility. We are a court of records. We keep case files and we keep records of everything. We have a very strong appellate system, and the record keeping function of the branch oftentimes gets overlooked, but it is critical. It is critical, and it is in long need of some focus and some targeted resources to improve and convert many of our current record-keeping methods into one that is more consistent by using some of the available technology. We've begun transferring a lot of hard copy records that we find across our branch into digital records, but that is only part of the way there. Having a centralized archiving system, having an archiving system that is both non-automated and automated is something that we're going to be hopefully be able to take a serious look at if we get the chance to use some of this ARPA funding. And having another level of access for our public when they want to access court records. Right now, each individual district court and program has a responsibility to respond to records requests, and that also can take up a lot of time within each individual district court. So the development of an overall archiving program and archiving system, and maybe in the future, hopefully a central archiving facility, will make a lot of progress in that particular important function of the judicial branch. Moving on to our last slide, our experiences over the last year in getting a large sum of money to expend within a relatively short time frame has given us a little bit more understanding of how we might be able to improve procurement, administrative review. A lot of this revolves around improvements in technology. I know and understand that the financial administration aspect of the Navajo Nation government has long been challenged with its resources, and they continue to advocate for themselves for the necessary resources to fully implement the Financial Management Information System, or FMIS, and also to continue to make advances in the procurement procedures that we now rely upon, which is generally known as the 6B procurement process. So we would like to continue to advocate for the development of additional technology tools. We still have to sign hard copy documents and physically move paper and packages through different offices. We've received some relief by being able to do some of that through the email, and the acceptance of scanned PDF documents with signatures attached has definitely created some efficiency based on what we used to be held accountable to, which is all original signatures. But there's a lot more advances that we're hoping with improvements in the nation's internal information technology systems through DIT and through the Controller's Office, OMB, Business Regulatory, even over at DOJ, that they'll be able to eventually utilize things like e-signature for document signing, and to be able to complete their administrative review processes online. That would be a great improvement. I did get asked some of these questions within discussions that we've had recently with our Law and Order Committee, and we will continue to look at what we can offer in the way of additional recommendations, and to continue to do our best to work with the Controller's Office, the Office of Management and Budget, and we recognize that there's a lot of things that have started to get improved, but we still have a long ways to go to fully utilize and to get the best out of these systems that we have in place for our financial administration processes. Lastly, I just want to make a couple of
Mr. Itzidi, I believe I cut off the Mr. Rico. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Itzidi? Ms. Chi, are you on the line? Chief Justice, Ms. Joanne Jane, are you on the line?
Mr. Pro Temp, can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Thank you very much, Ade. Thank you very much for the Naabik'íyáti committee. Would like to thank staff, Stephen at City. He must have temporarily got disconnected. I wanted to thank Mr. at City for a presentation. He did very well and was pretty succinct on this. There was a lot of information to put into a presentation. And so also I want to also thank the other staff of the judicial branch that worked with this ARP budget proposal. As Mr. City said earlier, we had worked on this. It's been, I guess, going on maybe 3 weeks now when we first were told about the ARP. And so it has been since that time that we have had many meetings, including myself, with staff to come to the point that we are at now. We had entailed all of the 18 units to present not units, but to present their budgets so that we can get, a comprehensive proposal. So that's what I wanted to add to the presentation today. And so we're very grateful as a judicial branch, as we can see and as you all can see right now, that the needs during the recovery is immense. And we are hoping to obtain funding, keeping certainly within the requirements that come with the ARP funding mechanism. So I will turn this back over to Mr. Etsy, but thank you so much, Mr. Pro Temp Chair, for recognizing me at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chief Justice. We'll certainly appreciate that. Mr. Etsy?
Yes, Mr. Pro Temp Chair, I'm back on. I understand that my call dropped. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, proceed.
Okay, well, let me just wrap up by saying simply that we welcome the opportunity for these ARP funds. We understand that about 3.5 years of a budget and project period is much larger than I guess last year we had about 3 months effectively to try and expend our CARES Act funds. But 3.5 years is oftentimes still a relatively short time frame, especially when we're talking about some pretty large major projects that we want to put on our plate and work to accomplish. And it is going to be an exciting and challenging opportunity, but we realize that we have continued challenges to prioritize our needs and to get these things in the best organization so that we can achieve the completion and the success for keeping our people and our communities safe through the remainder of this pandemic, and putting ourselves in the best position to come out fully recovered from the impacts of this pandemic on our court systems and our court programs, such as our peacemaking program and our probation program. And lastly, we want to reemerge from this COVID-19 pandemic stronger than ever. And we fully recognize that we need to do this in concert with the other two branches. So on behalf of my staff, as Chief Justice mentioned, we've been working pretty hard, especially over the last 4 or 5 days, crunching numbers and looking at needs and proposals. I just want to thank the Naabik'íyáti Committee, the Office of the President and Vice President, the Executive Branch, the Division of Public Safety, who's our partner. We also have a network of partners that we share often with data needs, we have Division of Social Services. We've got the information management section within the Division of Public Safety, with the prosecutor's office. We've got the public defender's office. We have Navajo Department of Information Technology. We meet frequently to find out ways to work together and to continue to improve our data sharing and providing for a workable and improving network to improve our criminal justice system. We received those charges decades ago in legislation to work together. So we know we can't do it by ourselves, but if we're given an appropriation, we certainly will do everything we can to do our part to expend it for the benefit of the branch, the benefit of our criminal justice system, and the benefit of our Navajo Nation, and to provide those services much needed by our people. So I just want to wrap up by saying thank you again for the opportunity, and we will remain available for questions. Again, Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. City. Judicial branch. First on the queue, we have Honorable Madam Chair Amber Kenneth-Crotty. You have the floor. Honorable Crotty.
Thank you, Chairman Nez, committee members, Judicial Branch for providing the report, a very comprehensive, high-level report, and I appreciate that. Some areas that I wanted to dive into is the pro se. We have, and we need to acknowledge that some of the challenges when we're moving along with projects, whether it's infrastructure, community development, economic development, we're seeing a challenge when it comes to land and getting access to the land and appropriate approvals to have access to that land. Could you help me understand how the Judicial Branch plans to scale up the pro se process? Here in Northern Agency, we have hundreds of permits that need to be probated. We've requested training for the community. We've also requested some additional support from the courts administration to help maybe the judges help facilitate conversations with the community members who need to go through the pro se process. I also wanted to take time to ask additional questions on the type of support that will be given to your probation department. What we're looking at is if individuals are committing offenses, and our goal is for rehabilitation and to go back and become a complete, holistic, and balance out the person. Beyond probation, what are other areas that we can do to scale up to provide services to those individuals? What we've seen in Farmington is they coordinate and have these joint partnerships. So they'll have it with probation, with social services, workforce development, and the colleges. And what they do is they try to provide wraparound service for those individuals so that they're not repeat offenders, they do not become habitual offenders. And it's actually looks like one of the best practices to give the support to those individuals who are on probation. My last question is in terms of accountability, understanding that there's a caseload backlog. I did not really hear a conversation on how we're going to scale up judges in terms of training or in terms of reimagining what are some of these judge requirements, because what we need is the ability for the judicial system to, and what we've heard from the business field, and I know delegates have talked about it, is how can we have a court system that matches the current realities of what we need here. And I appreciate the virtual building of
building up your virtual platforms for the courts to ease and to get clients in there and get adjudication. But we're also looking at then what is the plan for the caseload. I think when we have domestic violence or interpersonal violence cases that have been lagging on or 4+ years, there's a time then that we need to reevaluate what is going on with those cases and how we can work together to either reform, modernize, or think of new solutions to support our people. So thank you very much for the time and looking at the numbers and providing an idea that has initially been planned out for the judicial branch. But I would like to have my questions answered because I also think there's areas where we continue to need to scale up, especially when it comes to the judges. If there's this huge backlog, that's a huge caseload on each judge. That's not fair to them. That's not fair to the district, and it's most definitely not fair to our relatives who are seeking relief from the courts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Crotty. Mr. Itzeri, your response, sir?
Pro Tem Speaker, can you hear me okay?
Yes, proceed.
Okay, thank you. Delegate Crotty, for I guess your whole theme for your questions is how will we scale up, and that is one of our primary challenges in looking at how to recover from this pandemic. When it comes to the pro se processes, and you're talking about the needs to help our people with their cases that involve land issues, land approval processes, or some of these matters that are sometimes taken up in probate. I understand that before the pandemic, we had a regular set of training that many of our judicial districts made available to their communities, and these were to help them understand the range of cases that they will be able to represent themselves in. We continue to develop these particular areas that you're identifying. If they aren't currently being addressed right now, we can start to highlight them and begin either reinvigorating the past training that we did on these issues, or if they're new or emerging issues, in particular dealing with probate issues as a result of the pandemic, we may have to look and redevelop or reformat some of the training that we did have in place and offer up some revised and updated training for our people. And so we'll be looking at committing to use ARPA funding, to meet those needs, especially if they're as a result of the impacts from this pandemic. As you spoke about support for the probation parole services program, they are one of the business units that have identified need for more personnel, and they are anticipating having a big push to get back into regular contact with their clients. Now, specifically on the question about the multidisciplinary wraparound services, the challenge to try and reduce recidivism or repeat people coming back into the courts for the same offenses or similar offenses. We do have a grant program that has been looking at the whole topic of reentry. This is something that has been ongoing for the last couple of years, and it's a United States Department of Justice funded grant program. The pandemic has caused a lot of that effort to be put on the side, because there were a lot of in-person meetings and discussions and trainings to try and coordinate all these different types of the multidisciplinary resources. But we were glad last year to understand that we have received an additional grant, and we have some additional resources separate from ARP, but from USDOJ, to begin moving from our planning platform on these issues to starting to look at beginning to implement. So we're looking at having a resource base to start looking at implementing reentry and a counseling rehabilitative program, which is called MRT, or I believe it's mental resonance therapy. And so we have that in place, and we're hoping that as we recover from the pandemic, that we're also going to be in a better situation in our overall relationship with the United States Department of Justice. We know that we're still a little bit tied to the ongoing corrective action plan, and this grant that I've mentioned has been on hold, and we are hoping to get out of that situation and get back to utilizing these other federal dollars to their maximum availability and what we applied for them for. As far as the accountability issues and how we're going to be addressing both case backlogs, the one that we attribute over the last year to the pandemic, and then the one that existed prior to the pandemic, we still have vacant judge positions, and we are continuing to do our best to recruit and try and fill those positions. I want to assure you that the other approaches that we're taking is to while we continue to try and seek for judges, we have increased the number of judicial hearing officers by 1, and we will continue to work with the Bureau of Indian Affairs to express our need for resources from the BIA for that continued support. The judicial hearing officers focus in on the issues addressed by VAWA and focus on the domestic violence caseload. They've been a tremendous help to the judges. But getting back to the ability to hire judges, in addition to our ongoing efforts to fill these vacant positions, we recognize that the judges have their regular annual training requirements, and many of them have spent the time to take a lot of these courses online. Sometimes it's a challenge, but we are hoping to reinvigorate the training program at all levels, including for the judges. We recently hired a training program manager, and that person is taking a look at not only the training needs and the requirements for the judges, our staff attorneys, as well as our administrative personnel. So those issues we're hoping to address with a reinvigorated training program. Reimagining, as you mentioned, Delegate Crotty, that is something that we can work into all of this reinvigoration process of making sure that our judiciary is informed and is up to date with some of the things that are happening, as you state, what is the reality in the communities. But the curriculum for the judges training is fairly set in the personnel rules that we have for judges. It's available for review on our website under the HR personnel tab. And if there's any modifications that we need to make to that, we can discuss that with the judges themselves. And if there's additional improvements that we can make, we will put that in front of the judges for them to discuss and decide upon. But if there's any more guidance or any more suggestions, we'd appreciate receiving those as well. So in terms of scaling up, that is one of the things that is also, in my mind, synonymous with the whole concept of recovering and using these resources for this 3.5-year period of time to recover and scale up. Lastly, let me just make a correction on the MRT. The MRT actually stands for Moral Recognition Therapy. So that's a counseling approach or a sociological approach, psychological approach, working with offenders so that we can reduce recidivism. And that goes back to the comments I was making about the probation parole services program. Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Etzity. Honorable colleagues, there's a queue. So I'll have Honorable Crotty, do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you, Chairman. No, not at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable, the 24th Naabik'íyáti Committee, do you have any comments or questions for Judicial Branch, Mr. Etzity? Naidos Kadishnanda.
Chairman, just Delegate So.
Okay. Honorable Chairman Otto, you have the.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I don't the pro temp. I don't. I did. Mr. City. I thank you for your report. And I'm sure you do have your wish list and so forth. And I just wanted to indicate that make sure that you have a comprehensive approach to the to your proposal. How you're gonna improve the justice system with these dollars. Just not looking at it as hey, let's spend that evening. How are you going to use these dollars to improve the livelihood of our Navajo citizens through the branch that you guys operate out of? And we can throw all monies at projects and say, oh, we need a new building, build this new building, and it'll solve all the crime in the world. Oh, you peso kodo dashin so shin this is a one time, and I really hope that you get everything in place so that we're not trying to run around last minute to try to look for things to be funded or for you guys to do. For instance, just like your process servers, you hired them, and to this day they still haven't get paid yet. The majority of your process pay, some of your process servers are not paid to this day. Some of them are getting repo call under vehicles. They're probably behind under bills. So Behadas ego find that smooth system so that we can you guys can do your payments. There's different entities involved relating to payments, but you all work under the Navajo Nation. I don't need to expect an answer, but it's just something for you guys to think about and find us okay. So
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. So next in the queue, we have Honorable Key Ellen Begay. You have the floor, Sitzal.
Protect Chair, Yate, this is Doug Kellen. I do have I guess it's just more of a comment relating to RDC progress or process. Judicial branch, the aside from how to strategize, implement the funding that's coming forth to justify the service delivery to the Navajo people is the key. RDC has you know that we oversee a lot of these probates of some of these like grazing permits or farmland and all of that. The policy indicates it has to go to probate. And I'm wondering how the judicial branch is streamlining the process on these particular issues. Specifically, probate process the judicial branch what is the timeline? What is the time set? It's that I don't need to northern last because we really can't tell you here these court cases or here these probate cases that if so we're overstepping our boundary as a delegate. But yet when we come to the chapter house we always hear those. So a lot of time, some local people think that we're the main one that gives the yes or no situation, but usually that's not the case. Mr. City, and I appreciate the report. Chairman,
thank you. Thank you, Honorable Begay. Let me go back to Mr. Ed City. Your response, sir.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Chairman, our own Chief Justice has made it very clear to us that our comprehensive approach is required as we step forward and seek the opportunity to use ARPA funding. And so a lot of this will require us to go back several times with all of our business units, our court administrators, our judges, so that we can make the necessary connections internally, so that we work cooperatively with people outside of the branch that we need to work with, including our financial administrative people at the controller's office and OMB. I've always strived to have a good working relationship with those offices because they do a lot of work on our behalf as programs in either the executive, legislative, or judicial branches. But that is, thank Delegate So for that advice and his statements. As far as Delegate Kielen Begay, strategizing again is going to be important for us to get the most use out of whatever the allocation the judicial branch will receive, and whatever we can do to utilize the additional flexibilities in how the federal government is going to say these funds can be used. When it comes to the issue of what the RDC has before them in terms of these probate issues, right now, as I stated, and we've repeatedly explained when we've had the opportunity to share with you and the council, what essential services generally means is that there's only a few statutorily required and emergency type cases that we're taking on, and the judges are focused on that. Those are number one, there's about eight types generally. Criminal proceedings concerning an incarcerated defendant, proceedings concerning detained juveniles, abused or neglected minors. For example, the need to do shelter care hearings, habeas corpus actions, involuntary commitment hearings like mental health commitments or guardianship matters, extradition and federal detainers, that type of case, order to show cause proceedings, applications for orders of protection or matters of enforcement. We've taken up a lot of that work during the pandemic, and applications for injunctive relief. Those are the essential case types that are contained in our administrative order that was issued last year in May or June, or March, I'm sorry, March. Administrative Order 14-2020. As we get to reopening in our phases, the judges can exercise their discretion to start hearing increasing number of cases, not just the ones that we deem to be essential. And I believe many of them have started to do that. But as we go forward this reopening process, it'll be important to put some of the priorities from across all the districts and from what your issues like you're raising, Shananta, so that the judges can use that information in their discretion and their decision making for opening up their courts to hear more than just these essential cases. And as far as streamlining processes, that is something that we can take up within the forum that we call our judicial conference. We hold those quarterly. We just had one in March. We have a special meeting scheduled for the end of this month, and then the next one will happen at the next quarter at the end of June. But those types of issues, we can have those discussions and look at the needs, especially in this particular area. We know that unfortunately there have been a lot of loss, and a lot of these issues about probate may have a sizable workload, and then we're going to have to figure out a way to address so that we can provide timely attention to the needs of our people who are in these hard times. So that's one thing that I can assure you, that we have the ability to take those issues up and turn around and hopefully provide that type of response through all of our courts. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. City, for that. Let me go to Elmer Begay. You have the floor.
Pro Tem.
Honorable Begay, you have the.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. Speaker. Mr. City, thank you for your report. Over at Dalcon course, was built back in 2008 and 2009. Down. At that time, there was some fundings, state fundings and Navajo Nation fundings and other fundings that were used to create that. I think it's already in the plan. The Dalcon Justice Center, the plan is going to be adjacent to that, all the roads that are in the area. So, I know that Dalcon has no funding for O&M costs from the BIA. What's the plan on it? Is there any requests made through there for that to have a O&M costs to be covered by the BIA? I think my brother mentioned it. Keith Allen Begay regarding that. Or you, I think people on the Hakato, note that people, especially people that are through the song that they come to the chapter asking them how do we go about it? The number it or calling I thought the tribal officers are back on operation, but limited staff in there. The whole. I know that you guys are probably waiting for the code. The Kadiyah is on orange color for the house. That is kid or downtown area again. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Mr. Ed City, your response, sir?
Pro Tem Speaker, Mr. Chairman, Otto Santa, Mr. Begay, thank you for your questions. When we're looking at the needs for the remaining facilities for the Dilcon area and southwest region of the Navajo Nation, we meaning the Division of Public Safety and the Judicial Branch have had the Dilcon needs included on that list that I spoke about earlier, the facilities priority list. And I do know that there have been, over the last several years, small appropriations from the Judicial Public Safety Facilities Fund, which is a Navajo Nation fund generated from a small percentage of the sales tax that's been designated for judicial and public safety use, to get some of the planning going on those additional facilities. And we continue to support that. And we know from our experiences doing large-scale projects such as the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, the ARA funding from 2009, that facility in Tuba City, the facilities in Kayenta, and working with the BIA has always been a challenge, and where the nation has been successful in getting BIA's involvement, it's always been at a very, very, the result of just very, very challenging and arduous, real difficult, hard agreements and negotiations. The BIA, as you know, is always reluctant to make the long-term commitment post-construction for things like operation and maintenance expenses. And I know that, for example, out in Tuba City, most of those facilities are left to be maintained by the Navajo Nation, and BIA has almost no role out there. And so we find ourselves continually struggling to get BIA to make their resources available for operation and maintenance needs. In my time at the judicial branch and the opportunities I've had to work with our Division of Public Safety partners, Dr. Dolores Greyeyes has given me a little bit of background about how hard it is to do that, to get BIA to commit to those types of resources. The result in large has been that the nation has to find the resources. One of the things that is available for some of these, again, I mentioned before, it's the facilities, Judicial Public Safety Facilities Fund. It can be used for maintenance, but it doesn't mean that we stop asking BIA for this help, and we will. We have in the past, and we will continue to press upon BIA the need for it to open up its resources for our O&M needs at these facilities. But it's a very challenging process, and it's something that needs to be done repeatedly. So I appreciate your attention to that matter, because these buildings are supposed to last us a long time, and deferred maintenance or no maintenance at all only makes these buildings less useful in the end, and they start to break down, and that's something we can't have. We need to be able to have a regular maintenance program so that these facilities can operate to the best of their ability. I guess that's what I can say about that. And as far as some of the concerns about the public and wondering about the judicial reopening process, the judicial branch, much like other offices across the Navajo Nation government, our facilities remain closed. We're not at a point in our reopening process to allow the public back into our facilities. As I mentioned, we do have a plan called the roadmap to full capacity, and it contains 4 phases. And the beginning phase we call phase 0, which is where we're at right now. We go from phase 0 to phase 1 to phase 2, and about phase 3 is when we're able to start letting small amount of people back into our buildings for in-person services on a limited basis. And phase 4 is getting towards that a full reopening level. But right now, many of our courts are still in phase 0, and we're just allowing our staff to be in the building, and we're still at limited staffing levels. But people that come to our buildings can still access what they need to by calling and getting in contact with someone inside the building for what they need. When I run into people at my office that are looking to contact the Window Rock Judicial District staff, I assure them that there are people inside the building that can help them. And I apologize for the delays, and I just extend my appreciation for their patience so they understand what we're doing as a judicial branch. We do follow the opening guidance, not only from our own planning document, but we also have a commitment that we don't go faster than the Navajo Nation's reopening guidance. So if the status is at orange and many of the Navajo Nation government facilities are still closed to the public, and gatherings are still limited to anywhere from 5 to 10 people, I think right now it moved back to about 5 people or less. We move as the Navajo Nation moves too, so we're not going to be doing anything that gets in front or starts to separate from how the rest of the Navajo Nation is opening, which means in some instances we may react slower. And in that instance, we will try and make sure that we get our information out to the public so they understand when they come to one of our facilities that it is a separate branch and we may be a little bit behind timing-wise from what the other branches are doing. But everything is for the safety of our personnel and for us to do our part to keep our community safe too. So thank you for the question and the opportunity to explain that, Mr. Delegate Elmer Begay. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. City. Next in the queue, we have Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Nanana.
Oh, Haditha,
go ahead.
Okay, you did that sneaky only. That's what sign that is either. Sure. He did across the Navajo Nation, it is also on side crystals with regards to any partition and the banahashnet, the microphone, earphone that I for disabled. I don't know if you guys have it now, but we had a circumstance that happened with Chinle District Court once that we had to move it here into Tuba City. It kind of took a little too much on the people to travel down there. I call it a couple of days of hearing, so the Nago go District Court does that. But now that those 6 8 they know kids with the money, so we really need that for elderly and also disabled. You see a whole lot of stress. I'm pretty sure everybody talks about this and that. One thing I always see too is this is in the long run. Maybe legislations I can introduce later on is probate cases. I think probate cases should be heard in the peacemaking court, the old Navajo way. They want it that way. I'm pretty sure it's being done now too, but I haven't really see the rule where it says that. But there was a person that told me that we used to work with the tribe, so that there is no such thing as what was that? When the probate, I think it was 5 years, and then it's going to be probate, quite tired of this many. So be had it those of a card. No, should hold that. The lawyers been using. They use this. Oh, they're making precedents. No, oh yes, should hold that. So in this case, I'm pretty sure that shouldn't be used on the Navajo Nation, because the quiet title, because, and then I can apply for a grading from somewhere from Chinle to maybe in Crown Point or Tuba City, within the land where nobody knows me. But I'm just known now. So I don't want no answer on it, but those are some of the things I like to pursue, because a lot of stuff can be settled in peacemaking court within the Navajo Nation Code. Usually, for example, you used to, as a grading committee, we used to, when it comes, a grading permit comes over to us and we used to transfer it. And whoever wants to transfer, we always encourage back in the 80s and back, I guess back towards the 70s, 60s. When I wasn't there, we used to encourage them to give it to a lady in the family, clan-wise. So that land belongs to that clan. So that it has to go to a lady because the lady brings back the man from somewhere else to her clan to be helping her there in the area, in the clan area. So we always just not encourage them to give it to their sons or their grandson, because then if that happens, then if he brings back a woman, and then the whole land don't belong to that clan no more. So now, as in black and white, we're saying that the only person that really has authority over the grazing permit is the person that has his name on it, nobody else. But before it was different, even though it was written that way. It was written in the mind, in the heart of the older people, how they used that permit was for all their siblings and their grandkids. And everybody had a use to it. So now we don't have that because that permit you just for the whole clan and the whole family. So that needs to be revisited and re-look at, and that's what I'm looking at right now. But regards to this hearing thing, I left the target court bid at and so that's why we moved to Tuba City to have a hearing. And it ayanas questionas. So it also been fluctuated. Let's really put that in there. If it's not already in there, it really needs to be in there for the disabled people and the elderly. It here Mr. Ness, Honorable Ness.
Yeah, Honorable. So, Mr. Ed City, your response, sir?
Yeah, Speaker Pro Tem, Chairman Ness. Mr. Eugene So, delegate from Chinle. I remember the Chinle experience, and we've also had this come up in some of the other courts too, regarding the need for hearing assistance or interpretation services. In particular, what you're describing would be some of our responsibilities to provide for under the Americans with Disability Act as well. We have in the past put a small amount of funding available to help courts when they have the need for interpreters, including sign language interpreters, if somebody was hearing impaired. That got harder to became more difficult to keep money for that as we had to cut some of our budgets 5 years ago to now. We have in this proposal across some of our district courts, we put in funding for these types of services again. And we will also be looking at acquiring additional equipment to help support our court hearings. Right now, all of the hearings are conducted remotely, and if somebody is hearing impaired, we try and do our best to make everything available to them as best we can. Once we get to doing more of our hearings in person, we will definitely be in a better situation to use the new court hearing equipment, including, as you mentioned, the use of headsets or additional hearing improvement devices. Or if someone who has a hearing disability needs to rely on a sign language resource, then we can make sure that we have money programmed for those services. We have used them in the past, and we know that they're available. Other concerns for any other types of disabilities from sight impairment to hearing impaired, as well as just people who might need assistance getting in and out of our courtroom safely. We're trying to make sure that we provide for everything that we're supposed to be providing under the Americans with Disability Act. So we're trying to keep an eye out for being compliant with that act. And as for the comments and the suggestions that you made regarding our peacemaking program and the probate issue, we'll take that under advisement, and we'll, again, we have an opportunity to discuss these and make the necessary plans. If we can use the ARP funds to address probate issues as a priority matter, as a set of issues that were severely impacted by the pandemic, then we will do our best to raise those issues, either through the courts or through the peacemaking program, or jointly. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. City. Honorable members of the 24th Naabik'íyáti Committee, do you have any comments or questions? Naidos Kiddish. Any follow-ups? Nandai. Any comments or questions? Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Thank you very much, Mr. Edsity, for your presentation from Judicial Branch.
Again, on behalf of the Chief Justice and all of my staff and everybody across the Judicial Branch, our 230 employees, we appreciate the opportunity, and we look forward to working with you all on this, as Delegate So mentioned, one-time opportunity, once in a great while opportunity. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Agenda C, Navajo Nation Department of Health, Dr. Jill Jim, you have the floor. Dr.
Good afternoon.
Jim?
Can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Yes, you may proceed.
Yes, good afternoon, Pro Tem Chair, Honorable Nez, and also 24th Council colleagues and those listening on the phone. I just want to thank you for this opportunity to share just a verbal update. I am still preparing a written update regards to the items that you had requested for today's agenda. So I hope I'm not that long, but I wanted just to share some information from the entire American Rescue funds regarding health. And we are currently having conversations with the Tribal 638 programs, but under the ARPA funds, there's about $6 billion for health that are going to be supporting several areas that are related to the pandemic. Those funds are went through a tribal consultation a couple weeks ago, and we did respond to the tribal consultation where we recommended to combine some of these efforts regarding any mitigation in response to the pandemic. For example, the $2.34 billion is ongoing funding that includes vaccines, testing, contact tracing, mitigation, and workforce expenses related to epidemiology. Since the pandemic is not over yet, we are still needing ongoing assistance. In the CARES Act, there was several $1 million that were not encumbered, even though all of the contracts and items were in place. So now we will be revisiting some of those items that were not encumbered, and those will definitely will continue to be in need for our community. So there is COVID dollars, and then for hospitals, there was $2 billion for third-party lost revenue for medical billing reimbursements. We know that our facilities have undergone tremendous strain on their system to collect for third-party billing, and they're probably still haven't recovered. There's about $600 million for healthcare for construction and sanitation programs. I know that during this phase, not only in this pandemic, but every year, Navajo Nation and working with the area office has always prioritized health facility constructions and sanitation as their top 2 priorities for a number of years now. So any funding to directly improve either expansion or to move up the priority list completion of facilities that are on the list. I know today President Nez and the area office and Navajo Nation were on the call for Indian Health Service regarding health facilities, making that a priority to support outdated facilities like Gallup Indian Medical Center. And there are some facilities that are not on the list, but that were brought up during the pandemic and were not able to support that through legislation, such as the Tehachapi, which is the Kenmusito Health Center. There are probably a lot of other facilities that would want to look at construction or expansion of their facilities. So there's money allocated for that. How much we get will probably not be enough. $500 million for clinical health services and purchase referred care. We don't know to what extent post-COVID, now also termed in some cases people that are identified as long haulers, or it might just be related to post-COVID recovery. We don't know to the extent the impact of COVID for some individuals. They'll have neurological or physical impairments and memory impairments that we're not sure of, and how long these lasting effects will have. Some of the impact of the disease itself may be a lifetime or may not be a lifetime, or could have scarred the ability for someone to live a full life and have the full life expectancy that they have. We don't know to that extent, but we know that our current purchase referred care reimbursements might not address COVID care, post-COVID care. So we advocated for post-COVID care, and also making adjustments and looking towards how to reimburse more of these specialty services that we don't have here on the Navajo Nation. There is also the impact for mental and behavioral health. We do have an ongoing group here under the Health Command Operations Center. I recently have delegated a new staff person, Dr. Michelle Branster, for behavioral health. And of course, there's the mental health portion of this. And I did hear the comments regarding substance use disorders. And I know there has to be ongoing improvements that we're making here in the division, and also working with IHS. One of the goals that we are working on here at the command center is putting a coalition together to bring providers together to address these issues. There has been a coalition before years back in the Navajo area, and it was a combination of Navajo Nation, 638, and IHS providers. The reason why I'm aware of the reason why I'm saying this is because I was involved in that coalition before, almost a decade ago, and I remember their collaboration as providers in addressing at that time suicide prevention, which we also still face today as an ongoing health issue and concern among our youth and families. But I believe that this coalition ought to be put together and supported to address mental health and substance use disorder improvements for the Navajo Nation, and also the ongoing infrastructure of this as well. And also looking at other areas for improvement might be competitive pay. And I'll speak to some of the challenges that we have had during the pandemic to elevate some of these items to the forefront. Another item here is $140 million for improving health IT and telehealth. Right now, we're working with some of these telehealth individual, I guess, opportunities for, and some health facilities have done really well, like Utah Navajo Health System. But there's also other areas our behavioral health is struggling with even just executing contracts. I'm even trying to get Zoom contracts to even operate or to get virtual licenses. And so there has to be something done for us to move into the ongoing need for telehealth and also IT needs here for the Navajo Nation and the department. And I just wanted to just convey that the importance of that. We all know that broadband is an ongoing issue. 84 million for urban Indian health programs. We have one here in Flagstaff with NACA, just the ability to support urban Indian health programs where a majority of our relatives do live off the Navajo Nation, not only in Flagstaff, but other areas, and supporting their needs in accessing care. Urban health programs mainly offer preventive care and not any sort of chronic or tertiary care because they don't have the funding to do that for our relatives out in the metro areas. There's also 10 million for potable water delivery. I know that water delivery has been probably recognized in several of these ARPA funds across BIA, BIE funds, but I want to just stress the need for not only the temporary solution, but more of addressing the permanent solution to accessing water or completing projects. I know that the Division of Community Development is working with the Navajo area office, and also CHRs are assisting with some of these inquiries about water access issues in the community as well. So those are some funds that have been identified under health in general for around ARPA. But in regards to some of the Navajo Department of Health's needs, there's a list. I'm just going off the memo that was sent to the council regarding the Department of Health, and that includes just to prepare better for the public health emergency, and that might include temporary staffing or either procure emergency food. We did recognize in this time period the isolation and quarantine for patients were only effective in non-congregate setting in hotels. So right now we don't have any isolation and quarantine, but we're encouraging dollars to be used from existing funds going through Indian Health Service to health facilities, including testing, epidemiology, and workforce, public health workforce, and other items. Even just securing fuel is one of the concerns. So there's the larger ongoing public health emergency efforts that we have to still respond to. But in regards to how we conducted and responded to the emergency, if you're looking at infrastructure needs, of course, I did talk about the just general public health structure under the Navajo Nation. And I also mentioned the healthcare service delivery part of the response. Obviously, in this pandemic, there are also other areas that we're looking at as social services, public law, mental health. There is a web of opportunities that we need to look at, and I guess prioritize if we were going to look at this pandemic. And I always respond to questions regarding the ARPA funds to some extent that we have not understood the whole impact of COVID. I feel like we are still peeling one layer of onion at a time, but I know that all the work that we have done to try to keep our people safe is helping and calming and reassuring the safety of living in this time of COVID. But I think there are other issues that I know that would need to be resolved, and those are things that I mentioned around mental health as well. So there, in my memo to the council, I did put down regional offices. I believe that there should be some larger infrastructure. This is just not my own idea. I know that President Nez and Vice President has mentioned this in their NAHA plan about regionalizing efforts in a pandemic like this. Regional offices would have been really effective. And also combining a lot of the tribal offices to have sort of like a city office in our communities where a lot of the tribal programs are under one roof. And I think that's a vision that we all have, but I think this is something that we can work towards, is having tribal offices, not only for health, but I'm also advocating for other programs. If you're looking at our response, our current response and future response to the pandemic, is there needs to be some sort of concerted effort in regionalizing this as well. I know that if you're looking at systematic issues, I know that in response to the pandemic, there are a lot of things that we could continue to improve on, and that might be the infrastructure of these regional offices might relate just to the expansion of DPM or finance across all of the regional offices, and getting us all up to speed. For example, we don't have the capability right now, even in our tribal government, to communicate on one system. Like there should be one email requirement for all Navajo Nation tribal programs and offices. There should be some sort of server and shared secure space. There should be a secure encryption email system, but we have those in, they're kind of scattered. And so I think there's a larger effort around how we respond as a tribal government. I think we have the group and concerted effort here among our leaders to help us give us the tools that we need to do to be more effective and efficient as a government, is probably what I'm looking for in the whole public health response. And that means redefining and agreeing on what emergency procurement is and getting these documents through the offices so that we are able to get the goods and services that we need in a timely manner. And that brings me to even just electrical upgrades that we might need in our buildings. I know in building 2, I can't expand office spaces or either bring in smaller cubicles that are secure just because we don't have the electrical needs. I can't really hook up a whole, I can't hook up a server to all on my first floor because we don't have the ability to do that, and so that we can have secure epidemiology data. And so those are things that I think are very important that we continue to address, and so that we can expand our programs without improving the electrical needs or also the IT needs. We're still going to be crippled with providing good quality and timely services and limited services without those basic requirements. I also know that we're also working on procuring the kitchen equipment and hotshot vehicles that we have put in the CARES Act as well. Those are still vital to our senior centers and improving them. We know that there are some that take a long time just for the basic repairs and maintenance. So I believe that there's going to have to be some effort around fixing just the basic repairs and maintenance of these senior centers. Some other recommendations I provided to executive branch, to chief of staff, was the working with the Division of General Services to continue to procure cleaning contracts also security and screening personnel, because right now we're using our own staff to provide security and screening personnel, so and screening in our building. But I think we should be able to do that across all the office buildings, so that we know that everyone is following the different safety protocols and standards that are needed. So at some point we would need to understand how this will impact the individuals that we are reassigned right now. Also, in advocating for an employee health office to do testing and vaccinations. I believe that could be done under general services as under employee relations, to have even a medical person as a nurse or a physician or someone that does employee health. We don't have an employee health office, so this will help even the testing needs that our employees might need for COVID, or either vaccine coordination or efforts. So I think starting up an employee health office will go a long ways in increasing our services from the Navajo Nation to our employees. Under the next one is the Department of Health, working with DEM. We would like to support them in constructing a command center building or some sort of effort around that. I believe that having a command center will set up the program to respond to future emergencies. Right now, there isn't. We operate the command center from different conference rooms and offices under the Department of Health. I don't think DEM has the capacity to even house us. And I remember having a emergency response meeting at transportation before. So it would be ideal to build a capacity of DEM to have some sort of building. And we also don't have warehouses and equipment and any sort of storages for the goods that we have that we receive. We are working with Department of Agriculture even to upgrade their warehouse would be one thing, but to expand and add more warehouses for the Navajo Nation across all agencies would probably be ideal. Procuring ambulances and equipment is also, and other DEM vehicles. So vehicles is, I think, one important aspect of this response. I know that emergency managed medical services do and have requested needs for getting more updated ambulances available so they can hire. So it's just basically building their capacity to respond to emergencies. And during the pandemic, we had to contract out for ambulance under our contractor in order to make sure that we were able to move patients from the hospital to hospital, or also from hospital to the ACS as well. So there was some gap filled in there because there wasn't enough ambulances that were needed in order to move patients during an emergency. And so those would be my requests in verbal form, but I will be providing a more formal response once I also meet with the 638 facilities, and also better understanding the Indian Health Services effort around the health dollars that were allocated to the tribes under that particular federal agency. So I will end my report there. Pro Tem Honorable Nez, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jill Jim, for that. Honorable colleagues, do you have any comments or questions for Dr. Jim?
Chairman Freeland, can you just ask her to send out that memo again? Thank you.
Could you restate that, Honorable Freeland?
Yes, Chairman. Delegate Freeland here. Dr. Jim, thank you. Just wanted to see if you could send out that memo that you were previously referring to earlier. Thank you.
Dr. Jim?
Yes, I'll resend it to staff to resend out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable colleagues, any comments or questions for Dr. Jim?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, you have the floor.
Yes, good afternoon, Kudo, Pro Temp Chair, Kudo, Mr. Chair, Kudo, yeah, Kudo Shana, my brother, Kudo, Honorable Mayors, Kudo, other Kudo, colleagues, 24th Council, Naabik'íyáti committee members, Shanigi, Kudo, yeah, Kudo, other Kudo, his staff, she's on him half time. Which about that, and Kudo, staff, Shanigi. The way I see here and his London, the Kudo he Kudo council, a Kudo here, the needs and on the Kadi Dasha Kudo. So which about that, you don't know the Kudo, and the Asagi that Kudo, here Kudo, not just the legislative branch, but all the executive branch and also the judicial branch. I don't know at the initiative on the rate down at the local level, Kudo rate the chapters, 110 chapters, chapter managers, chapter CSCs, and the staff, which about that, and the chapter officials, grazing official, here, Kudo, land boards, farm boards, that, Hegi. And Kudo, the Mikishna has Kudo, Dr. Jill Jim Kudo, Division Director for Navajo Nation Department of Health, Ajita Nishiki Kudo, Nagaidam. It's Isba Hayaj Ajita Nish. Adosash Yuko E. Because that's still that Nish. Because I see Kudo, but by instance, it doesn't do Kudo report because Eliagi. I see Kudo, email that I want to read them in regards to senior centers. AIC Kudo, the initiative I see baby, which end has taken deco. So I see Bahwins and then Halanaho. So Kudo, the other day I forward an email, email to the senior center in the Radam, Ajan Native City. Other in the Kudo, Ajadam, CC Ishlan, than Ahaz Tranigi. So on the way with the senior center, I see them, which end has teach no about Kudo, not just in my area, but other areas as well. I see Kudo, which in how even end has did. Oyich Edan, and Halanaho. I don't let it a yoke here, what oversnasta well, just oversnasta well, just a corner. He has tweet on and he mother, he must send that egg, as it shows. I don't know, Kudo, or you know, the nails, she added has sad or the sudo. I want to get out this, she than it, what did it, over again, a hot either. Harashin Handa, a cat or less did it. I want to is the Kosa, I want to is the Kudo. I don't know, Kudo. I don't know, a thousand, I'm raising them when you go to your senior centers. A other a Behalchan, David and the out, DJ Hinch kid with that noda. They craggy damage, a yanis, as a refrigerator, coolers, that eggy, Gianni the Hines, as a the Queen of Heda, she has on the gate, and I ate at the use the date, and I know. The rate for example, the rates of Beacon chapter, the senior center, they had that cooler for 15 years. Yanshin Haichon, I don't know yet, yes, it's not snack over though. I just shut the knot, Miss Noticing. I see Kudo, Yana or Kato, Nana Baba, no, Shkahodo. So with that, ego, the rate at best or not, Dagi. The height are the Ecuador Baba studied the niche past at the niche age, the initiative, and all the senior centers. A Jodam has tweeted of Fani Aja Josh Idolish. A Jo Aja Yan Lingi tree that Trios Idon date or Lesico. I don't add than the Haas translate. The senior center before the pandemic, they used to sit around at a let and not forced to Danish either day his the has net at about Jazaho. I read or shadow doesn't die even does the no I read or net and always hotels net all it's not hotels net. I don't know that in idea that I stay there that no the yard has net. I hot ended that no the yeah his the has net so Johnny oh you the Adam Chicago. Yo as to the funny the father. So even Nashiko could also the hands for the Zodado Lebevich and has maybe visit all the senior centers or Nagadam, Ajadam. I know that agencies, Road 8 and Aleta has supervisors that I don't narrate at the local senior center at a supervisor, not so maybe have them submit what they need. Ishin Kodo Nagadam can the Yabam and has the called we each who is cited and he lada nod Godida house is netted no the Yashista has Nako. For Eddie Yakodo I see Baba now Shka senior centers again. Adonana Kodo Hitler has Nagi I see Kodo by hands Kodo Mr. Pro Temp Chair. My brother Kodo Honorable Nez. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Dr. Jim, your response?
Thank you, Honorable Daniels, for that. For those responses, I do agree with your comments regarding senior centers. There is a disparity in between the type of funding that and support the senior centers receive. We all know that New Mexico does a great deal in supporting senior centers in the New Mexico area and the Utah and state of Arizona. We will like to see more support from the state regarding any funding, but that hasn't been the case for a very long time. So I just want everyone to realize there is a large disparity between the condition of these facilities and then we do have a new health services administrator, Miss Valerie Jones. She has been with the program since October, and I'm appreciative of her experience working at the state level before, and her experience is lending to a lot of ways to begin improvement. I know that not only in this funding, I know Shema Amber Crotty, we talked about set aside as well before, but I know that in the president's response, President Nez's response is trying to use some of these ARPA funds as well, but Daltix does have a great need every single year. We know that the funding that they receive does not really address for all the facilities to be up to par. We want the best for our elders, our grandmothers, grandparents, relatives across the Navajo Nation. So I hope with these funds, we work together to address some of these gaps so they can receive more than 1 meal a day. I believe that if we put the infrastructure in place that we could at least provide 2 meals a day and then hopefully 3 meals a day one of these days so that our elders can be fed on a routine basis and be transported to get food or pick up the mail or things like that. But we don't have the staffing or the resources at the time, but I look forward to your support in the future. Yeah.
Good, Dr. Jim. Honorable colleagues, do you have any comments or questions for Dr. Jim?
Chairman Callan.
Honorable Kealan Begay, you have the floor.
Pro Temp Chair Yate, Hado Kudo, Dr. Jim, Kudo reporting Lagi. Two specific area I like to address with this work session for coordinate and how to plan to request or get funding for each of the programs. issue that's AEC. Going back to the local level, senior centers. With my 5 chapters, as you know, just recently, this OAH has to shut down the Touchy Blue Gap Chapter Senior Center, and just because of the backup of the sewage system and others. But why does OAH has to force shut down a facility, knowing that the local staff have been raising these issues to the program? And I sent you guys an email, and as of today, you're the only one that responded to ask an agency's staff to respond. But then senior center yayin das nishla ado Nazlini chapter they're waiting. The money is there to some extent, but I don't know, with the high cost of all these materials, I don't know if that's going to change. But we're trying to wait for the chapter to receive the funding to commence constructing a new senior center in Nazlini chapter. Although the facilities at many farms and Nazlini, many farms, City, Salina, Cottonwood, and Low Mountain always runs into a situation. In Salina, Cottonwood, they've been asking for an addition to their facility due to the high capacity earlier, before the pandemic, that they always have a lot of grandmas and grandpas eating there. His staff are being forced whenever there's a shutdown and whenever there's no major proper understanding of our centralized staff of how and what we go through at the local level. Working from a different senior center complicates a lot of these schedules and preparing food, bring food. Chapters done Liniki. I am asking personally and verbally at the moment that many farms and Salina Cottonwood to get some funding for a new facility. Because I'm not getting much interaction with the agency level staff. Touchy Blue Gap chapter, senior center that is Kalibin Aj. Kodeda question Sani does tweet, but at the Nig of the Chinese note that the door was she could Naabik'íyáti, but yet not a delivery service. We complicate a lot of things to provide service to our Navajo elderly. Jim, maybe through this conversation, then I may be able to get an update report from the agency staff about all the 5 chapters that I represented at the agency level. And if not, the Navajo Nation, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Dr. Jim, your response?
Thank you, Honorable Begay, for those questions. I do agree with the needs to communicate with the agency staff. Their staff is there is some issues that are going on, not personnel issues that I can't disclose that possibly is impacting your communication, but I will work with the HSA person to respond to you on that. In general, before the pandemic, there were ongoing issues, as you recall, over 2 years ago, when Doltex, when we first came into the administration, we had ongoing issues with shutting down of electricity, running out of food, as I recall. And since then, we've been working on reducing the reversions of the dollars that we get from the external agencies, but that's not enough. I believe the program can expand, but there will need to be changes in order to provide the best services that we need for our elders. There's also some local agreements that we need to understand with the way that programs are set up on the Navajo Nation. And those are even with the New Mexico side, we do have sponsors and those that are lead agency and regarding their capital projects are under DCD. And on the Arizona side, it's not set up that way. There isn't additional funding at all for infrastructure or expansion or replacement of facilities. So there are very extreme circumstances between the two states or 3 states. So in regards to trying to improve this in the ARPA funds, I would just like to just reiterate that the different layers of responsibilities between local certified and not certified chapters, we need to understand land ownership and responsibilities between who can fix what. That has been ongoing for years. We haven't convened back with the attorneys. At one time, they were going to give templates to the local chapters to work through the agreements with the programs. So those are just some history of what I'm aware of so far in regards to Doltex, that each chapter is going to have a different relationship, but Doltex do not own the buildings. And then how do we work with that in our own local communities? How do we support that? Because the program's not going to get any additional funding for a lot of these large construction projects. Any construction project will go under DCD as the primary responsible entity in working with the chapter to help facilities get new construction. But in regards to the ARPA funds, I think one thing we can look at is there is a repair and maintenance kind of document that was put into our legislative concern to document by Q3. And that document can probably serve as a way to support how to fund some of these longstanding issues around repairing or fixing senior centers versus entire new construction and buildings of senior centers. And how we move forward is how much we can afford. We can be driving a nice double cab truck, but we can't afford the payment. So that's one thing that we can consider how the program is right now, is that we do need to stabilize the funding and get services. We also need to come together to ensure that we get seniors to eat at the centers. Right now, we attended the Department of Health and Human Services reporting from the ACL, American Communities of Living report. And there's a new category just for Cherokee because they're able to demonstrate they can provide more meals to elders. And I said, well, what about Navajo? I'm like, why don't we have our own category? And I've mentioned this a couple of times. The only way that we can do that is if we can demonstrate that we can feed more elders and also get reimbursed at a higher rate. So that means we have to negotiate higher rates with the states to providing meals to our elders. But we also had to expand our workforce at these centers in order to bill and provide case management and other services. So those are some of the areas that we need to improve on. And even at the agency level, there's only 2 staff, at least a maximum of 2 staff to serve a number of senior centers. And that's just 1 administrative staff and the supervisor. And each senior center only has up to 2 staff. Some luckily have 3 staff, which means they have a driver, a cook, and a supervisor. But there is no administrative staff support for them to do their documentation. So if we're able to provide these kind of ideal positions for the senior center, yes, we could be operating and providing more meals at least twice a day and hopefully 3 times a day one of these days in the future. But we're not there yet, as we are taking baby steps to improve the program, understand their responsibilities, but we lost a year because the safety of our elders were the most important and getting meals to them were important. But in regards to addressing the larger gap in services and needs, I'm thankful for this opportunity to be providing a report to the council and having a dialogue with you guys. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jim. Honorable Kealan-Begay, do you have a follow-up question?
Chairman, I wish the response would be more specific. The response is just more of a general overall situation. I think there's a purpose also that we ask questions on specific chapters that we represent. In these prospective chapters. So hey, did response and then liniki kwake na hot iki ya hatzi ako lay niti ego na hot iki Naabik'íyáti to na hapan yazti did ala cheto tseto ni jota ni to hot na de did ya sin sate ako date or napen naden no ala ben hata itzi ke sate to halet ala na attack dot a has the specifics. That ego don't hit nan liniki baby snahuis net. A quacky git art is on still a chairman. A coco ben the 5 chapters that that identified. Maybe just go ahead and put it in writing and give it back to me so that way I'll share that with the local chapter. We're not just wasting time asking questions or anything. We want to get specific from the vision directors or who in the deal in last did on his chehot no in hit nan liniki baby in the wheelna. Eddie would I could do nice chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay, for that. Dr. Jim, could you expound and maybe be more precise in your response and also provide a written response to Honorable Kealan-Begay?
Yeah, thank you, Pro Tem Chair and also Honorable Begay. I will prefer a written response. I don't know the exact details, and like I indicated, I would need to connect with the agency supervisor, which might not be available at the time to respond to questions. So I will provide a written response if that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable colleagues, any comments or questions for Dr. Jim? Session Naidos Kitchen and going once, going twice, going 3 times. Hakoshila, that'll be the extent of the presentation by Department of Health and the questions, comments, and answers. So Dr. Jim, for taking the time to do your presentation to the Naabik'íyáti committee. So, next on the agenda, we have Indian Health Services. We have Area Director, Ms. Rosalind So, that will provide the presentation. Ms. So? Ms. Rosalind So? Mr. Rico, is Ms. So on the line?
Chairman Pro Tem, I do not see her on there. If she is one of the numbers on there, she would need to press *6.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Rosalind So, you're next. If you're muted, please press *6 to unmute. The presentation was sent to us, and it does have her signature on the memorandum, and there's a total of 9 pages also. Ms. Rosalind So, are you on the line? Ms. So?
Hello, Chairman. This is Rachel Brown with IHS. Can you hear me?
Yes, I do hear you. And go ahead, Ms. Rachel Brown. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I believe Ms. So is not available for this meeting, so I will go ahead and provide the presentation. Just give me one moment here while I pull to the side here and grab my notes. Just a minute.
Okay. Listening to the 24th Navajo Nation Council's Naabik'íyáti Committee work session today, we would like to welcome everybody. Work session public safety. Judicial branch. Department of Jill Jim. So here so Ms. Brown.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, and honorable delegates of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I am the director for the Navajo Area IHS Sanitation Facilities Construction Program, and I wanted to provide the presentation today. Mr. David McDonald may join the call as I'm talking, but I believe I'm the only one on the call for today. So thank you for allowing me to provide this presentation in regards to the water infrastructure for the American Rescue Plan Act. So this is for talking about our projects that we have underway with IHS, and then providing an update about the current workload, and then some considerations for the ARP Act funding. So again, thank you very much. What was distributed today was 2 documents, with the first one being a 1-page summary of our programs, and then the other being the letter that was provided to President Nez in December 2020 for the list of IHS SDS projects. so the IHS SDS projects are provided usually at the end of the year, end of the calendar year, to the Navajo Nation. So I'll start with what was shown on the one-page document, which summarizes the program funding, our active projects, our sanitation deficiency system, also known as SDS, and then also considerations for the Navajo Nation ARP in terms of contributed funding. Okay, so in the fiscal year 2021, for the 86-121 program, that is the program that provides the funding for the water and for the sanitation facilities construction program. For this year, we received $36 million, and this includes $6.4 million in housing support and $29.6 million in regular funding. For the American Rescue ARP funds, the Navajo Area Indian Health Service is set to receive a portion of the allocation provided to the national PL 86-121 program. The national ARPA allocation is reported to be $10 million nationally. I received an update from our headquarters SFC program director about mid-March, and he said it was going to be about $10 million. So that is distributed nationally. I have not heard of any changes. This could change, but again, of this amount allocated nationally, Navajo Area IHS SFC would receive a portion of it. And these funds are planned to fund additional projects on the SDS listing. And the SDS listing is how we fund our projects on an annual basis. Or the funding will be used to fund projects that are experiencing cost overruns. The cost increases in construction materials have led to cost overruns, and that's what we're experiencing. So again, that is the IHS PL 86-121 program funding that we're scheduled to receive this year. So currently for workload for IHS SFC, we currently have 927 active projects funded for a total of $587 million. The existing workload for IHS has approximately 60 projects that are in planning phase, 318 projects are fully funded in design phase, and 98 projects are in construction phase, and about 450 projects are in post-construction phase and ready for closeout. So as far as the current workload and what the area IHS SFC program is performing right now, that is our current workload. That is the workload on our plate right now. Now, we'll go ahead and turn to the SFC sanitation deficiency system, which is the unfunded projects. So this is probably what most of you will be looking at for considerations for projects in the future that are not funded. So again, the SDS listing is updated and reported to the Navajo Nation annually. The last report was on December 23rd, 2020, and it was addressed from our area director, Rosalind So, to President Nez. It listed 374 reportable projects totaling $535 million. Projects that are considered economically feasible for IHS funding total $166 million. So that was our report after completing our SDS cycle last year. Those are the amounts that are shown in the, I believe it's 8 pages that were distributed to the committee. And this is important because we're talking about the SDS project listing. And the funding that we're going to receive this year from IHS regular funding, which is $29.6 million, that funding is going to fund the projects in the SDS listing currently showing in the letter that was distributed. So we can provide an updated list, but right now we're in the middle of developing our project summaries in our MOAs. So this listing, this SDS list that we complete and update annually, that the annual updated list will not be available till late this year. So that is, I reviewed the program funding, I reviewed the workload for the active IHS projects, and then reviewed the unfunded projects for the sanitation deficiency system listing. And so right now, I'll go ahead and go over some considerations for the Navajo Nation, for any contributed funds that the Navajo Nation may be considering for ARP Act funding. And in terms of project development, we're currently working with the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, Department of Water Resources, Navajo Engineering and Construction Authority, and the Division of Community Development to help identify projects. So as we're in the middle of awarding this new, the fiscal year 21 IHS funding, as we're in the middle of completing or identifying the projects that will be funded, we're also going to be working with the Navajo Nation, Navajo Nation departments to determine which projects could be developed from our SDS listing, and which comprises a lot of the homeowner data that we have right now. And then for timeline, I understand that the end date for the ARP Act funds is December 2024. For IHS to consider any of the projects, this would be challenging to award any new projects just due to our timeline. We usually have an average duration to complete projects. It typically lasts an IHS project about 4 years to be completed from beginning to end. So because the ARPA funds is, the timeline for that is 3 years, it would be very challenging for us to consider any of the projects on the SDS system to be done through IHS. There could be some, but right now it's difficult for us to make that determination just based on the workload and much of the right-of-way processes and project development processes that we have to go through for that. And again, I think in the past we've identified that staffing considerations are challenging for us, and more staffing is needed to manage the existing workload that we have, and more will be needed to manage the ARPA funding if we absorb any more of that funding. And another important piece, which is the last last bullet on that page 1, is the cost. So just know that the project costs on the IHS SDS list are for projects managed by the Division of Sanitation Facilities Construction Program through MOAs or MOUs with the Navajo Nation. And if somebody else manages the projects, meaning if these projects did not go through and were not managed by IHS, we recommend increasing the SDS cost by 50% to cover engineering and project management costs that will be needed to complete those projects. At this time, Mr. Chairman, I am complete with the report, and I would like, I'm available for any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown, for that. Honorable members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, do you have any comments or questions for Ms. Brown from IHS?
Yeah, this is Delegate Brown.
Honorable Brown, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah, this is the 24th Navajo Nation Besh Bahasaan. Yeah, this is the Shik Edo Shitne Kwegi Dashinashi. Thank you, staff, for all your work. And thank you, Ms. Michelle Brown, for your report on behalf of the IHS Navajo area office. And also, my understanding is that you work really closely also with the OEH and the SDS listing. So my first question would be, actually, I'm just on another meeting with the Kayenta chapter, and the big topic that keeps coming up is the Mini Mills Waterline project, which is on top of Black Mesa, where a lot of the water were not until recently, or the past 10 years. Before, there was land, and when Peabody was there, there's allotments and also different policies that were in place. Now, since Kayenta Peabody has left, the first phase is completed, and then the next phase. And we do have a lot of our people in the area, again, just like with many other Navajo families hauling water in that area. They're saying, why are we not receiving? So I did explain to them about the SDS listing, and many farms, OEH is working on that Mini Mills Waterline project. It is not Kayenta OEH. So I do have some really good questions, and again, they are working on another resolution for some of the ARPA funds to be spent on this waterline project on Black Mesa. So the Black Mesa area, that waterline project comprises of 6 chapter communities: Kayenta, Chilchimbito, Forest Lake, Pinon, Shanto, and I know I'm leaving some out, but those are currently the chapters that are involved. And some of the fundings have been set aside from Peabody since this water line was being planned. We know that it is pretty expensive, but again, we are putting multiple funds together. If you can, and you don't have to respond, I know you probably don't have the latest information. If you do, that would be great. I would like a response so I can give back to my community members, to our people who have been asking for water project. And again, the other question I have is the sheer amount of manpower that you might have currently. If you can give us a number on how many engineers are on the Navajo Nation or on these with the Navajo IHS OEH offices. I know that the CHISN dollars from 23rd Council, we did have a water listing. Water was the #1 priority for our Navajo people, and it still is. And this pandemic has reaffirmed that. So if you can tell us the amount of engineers, and then how many engineer techs are currently working, and then if you can give us an email with the listing of how many are open, the positions that are open for engineers, and the engineer techs and the staff that are available, that are vacant currently. The reason why I'm asking for this is we can show to the federal government the reason why these fundings are so hard to spend is that this is time consuming. And then the next one would be, how is OEH planning on getting those positions filled? One recommendation that one of the professors that we're working with is that she is really well connected to Engineers Without Borders. If we can tap into them and have them come down to Navajo and help our engineers there as well. I'm pretty sure the 638 Hospitals, clinics will not have a problem with it, but it is the direct service tribes such as, Gallup, Kayenta, I believe Shiprock, those are non-638, IHS, and it's usually a longer process to try to work with direct service tribes, but self-governance tribes, OEH tend to have the board make a lot of those local decisions. So how are you planning to be more creative and getting more engineers? And I think we're at the time where if we can have more openings within at least up to 2024 to do a lot of the legwork, the engineering work. And the next question would be to, I know OEH works with one individual. I know my colleagues have asked this question before also, which is, I'm not sure the person's title, but they are in Flagstaff, Arizona. And my understanding is there's only one person there in that office, and that's why there's this bottleneck. If you can also, tell us the other bottleneck within OEH, how can we, does this mean we need to contract with outside besides NECA to help in expediting spending some of these funds? Ultimately, that's giving water to our Navajo people. There's going to be other dollars, my understanding. So, and how much with the $6 billion plus that IHS is getting? That's not just Navajo, that's IHS as a whole. How much will that go to water under OEH? How much water? And then Navajo, I know that Navajo Nation with the CARES Act funding, that was a huge priority. It was just a matter of the time allotted to us. So if you can respond to the engineer, maybe short of the engineers and the engineering techs, and how Navajo Nation can help. How can we collaborate to get our people out there to get water line? That's it. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Brown. Ms. Brown, your response?
Thank you, Honorable Brown, for the questions. And I think I heard 4 questions out of there. So I'll go with the easier one first. The $6 billion for IHS overall, so that's allocated to all of the divisions. And for IHS, for the SFC program nationally, we were informed that it would be about $10 million nationally. So that will be broken down further and distributed to the rest of the 12 areas. So it's going to be less than $10 million. And that is, as I understand, for potable water. The other allocations for any of the other divisions, I don't know at this time. And let's see, so there's one person, we do have an office in Flagstaff, and that individual that is there now is an OEH a person, but not an engineer. So that perhaps could be the person you're talking about. And in terms of the type of manpower that we have, there's two more questions. One is the first phase of the mini mules projects, and then the next one, which is the manpower. And right now for the manpower for our SFC area, there are about 24 engineers in the field that cover the workload for the Navajo area SFC program. And for the technicians, we have currently on staff about 40 technicians. And overall, we have about 80 staff covering the workload we have right now. And currently, there's job advertisements released that I'm working on, and we hope to cover and recruit at least 10 more engineers to help us with our workload. In addition, we have about 15 more technicians that we're looking to fill positions in many of the districts located in the Tuba City district, which covers Winslow, Tuba City, and Kayenta, and then the Gallup district, which covers Crown Point and Gallup, and then also Shiprock district, which covers Farmington, and there's an office in Farmington and then also an office in Shiprock. And then the Fort Defiance district, where there's two offices located in Fort Defiance and then also in Mini Farms. So as far as recruiting, it's a challenge to recruit engineers to this area. For creativity, reaching out to the Engineers Without Borders, that would be something I can do. If I can either reach out to them individually, or we can have a call and as a follow-up call to talk about what ideas your contact may have. I'm open to that. For providing the information for our job announcements right now. So we're just having a challenging time recruiting engineers out here. So from January or from late fall last year to now, a lot of our announcements are currently advertised. So it seems like when we for job announcements and for recruiting, which I understand has always been a challenge on the Navajo Nation, it's difficult. So we'll continue to work with those and reach out to other areas, other IHS areas, other universities in their area, Engineers Without Borders, and other entities that may have engineers to cover or to apply to those positions. And then for the last question, which is the Mini Mules waterline project, yes, we do receive a lot of inquiries about the projects in that area. So I'm not sure if David McDonald is on the line, but perhaps he can, if he is on the line. David, are you there? He has a really good update about the projects and what happens with our phasing of our projects. So David, are you on?
Can you hear me, Rachel?
Yes.
Mr. David McDonald, we hear you. So go ahead. If you'll turn up your volume a little, would appreciate it. You have the floor.
Yes, I just joined the call. I did not hear the discussion just before Rachel spoke. So I'll try to address the Mini Mules projects. You know, we do have several phases. That whole area has an extensive number of homes in that area that do not have running water, and there's these water lines are expensive and take time to build. So we've broken it up into several phases, about 7 or so phases. And the phase 1 and phase 2 are funded projects. The phase 1 project was funded a number of years ago and is built, but has not been turned on yet due to some technical reasons with NTUA, and we're resolving that. We're doing the punch list. I believe there was quite a few things that needed to be brought to NTUA's approval, and that has been ongoing for several months and should be finished here relatively soon, and that water system, phase 1, should be turned on. Phase 2 is a CHSN project, funded project W06 with some funding contribution, I believe, from US EPA. and that has not started construction yet. We're in the design phase. We've been doing a lot of the surveying, the right-of-way and ARC surveying and things that need to be done before the phase 2 can start construction. Then we have several other phases, and we've provided many updates on this in the past with a lot of detail on how many homes are in each one of those projects. But essentially, I think we have, I'm trying to look for the funding amounts, but each one of these projects is in the range of $3 to $7 million. I believe phase 3 is 7.6 million. Phase 4 is about 4.7 million. And many of them will require additional water tanks and boosters. So they are long-range projects that will take a number of years to get everything completed for those, but the funding for those have not been identified for phase 3, 4, 5. Another phase we call the North Extension, and the last phase we call the Cody at City Extension. So all totaled, it's about a $22 million venture to serve all those homes in that area. I believe at least 200 homes, maybe more. So I don't want to get into too many details, but that's kind of where things are at the moment. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. McDonald, for that. Let me go to Honorable Kiel Mbege. You have the floor, sir.
Chairman, yeah, nonetheless, quickly, Kado reported we believe the mini-meal also the tail end is part of our mini farms. I think there's a better way than staggering a lot of these waterline projects for our Navajo people to be waiting on a lot of these waterline projects. What's the solution in speeding up a lot of these waterline projects? They got 7 phases. So does that mean that each phase will be a year long or a year length in progress? If so, we're seeing another, especially the last phase, Navajo people are not going to get water until like almost 10 years from now. What is the solution that we can come up with that could, again, this also comes with this also goes with the water line, power line, and so on, that we try and rely on our enterprises or other internal company to get these projects going. On these projects, contract out and get more people, more company to develop a lot of these waterline projects. Could that be done? Otherwise, how much is the overall that the Navajo Nation is willing to pledge for waterline projects? And that's all yeti based on dan de no but potato or based upon tento or naholji the bahatoljish or not appetite. So I think we really need a sincere discussion by IHS to provide the nation to say that maybe NECA should be on call or NTUA on call at the same time right now to strategize to say that this is how we could cooperate and get these water line within not more than 2 years or 3 years. That's a big one. So just project scheme the So it could a response key indicator with us, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Ms. Rachel Brown, your response.
Thank you for the question, Honorable T. Allen Begay. Yes. So we're currently working or coordinating with NTUA and NECA, and for all of our projects that are funded with IHS funding, we do have the MOAs in place for where NTUA takes over the water system, and then NECA is the construction arm for IHS. So for projects under consideration for ARPA funding, we are currently in discussion with NECA. We have talked to them about some of the ideas, I guess, for funding the projects down the SDS list, and then we have a meeting with NTUA that will also discuss the SDS list of projects, and our meeting will be this week. And so we do have the same goal, which is to fund water projects to as many homes as possible, and we have the mechanisms for the PL 86 121 projects in place that we've been using, and with the new funding that's in consideration, the challenges again are the timeline for which the projects can be funded, and then for our federal projects that are funded with federal dollars, we do have to complete the right-of-way and make sure the land is cleared so that we can construct and break ground and install the water line and sewer line facilities, and also make sure that we're covering all of the National Environmental Policy Act requirements associated with federal dollars. Now with ARPA funding, we believe that the IHS funding that's going to be coming from IHS for the ARPA funds, they will also have those same requirements. But we also know that funds that are coming through the Navajo Nation may not have those requirements that we have to do to make sure we're following the law with the federal dollars. And let's see, and as far as contracting out, yes, that is an idea that is recommended also, and it's an option that to include NECA, perhaps steering some of the projects through them. But that would be a discussion with NECA, and we'll be meeting with them also just to see what considerations we could do to build more water projects out to the communities.
Ms. Brown, are you done?
Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Well, appreciate your response. Honorable members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, do you have any other comments or questions? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Thank you very much, Ms. Brown, as well as Mr. McDonald, for taking the time to provide a presentation to the Naabik'íyáti Committee.
Thank you.
Honorable members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, we're pretty much done with our presentations. Are there any, we're at the close of our work session, Shananta. and all the information that we're receiving is being recorded, as well as notes being taken by our staff. So we need to act as well. Yes.
Chair, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Oh, Honorable Yellowhair, do you wish to speak?
Yeah, I'll make it very short. Chairman. Yeah, it's the Delegate Yellowhair. Thank you for bringing us out about the mini mill water line project. I spoke by Mr. Honorable Nick Brown, and that's to the Honorable Naabik'íyáti. As I talked to Dave McDonald last time, he was underfunded that to take care of this mini mill water line project. But I really wanted to get this mini mill water project somehow, some way, this phase should some be done this summer. According to Mr. McDonald, he said we can't do much this summer, but I'm really hoping to move this phase. We just can't leave it like this and think about it until the year goes by. We need to put every effort in here. I wish everybody, all the leader of IHF, to help to move this project. We need to get some work done this coming out summer. There was a consultant for under Ineka wanted to speak about it, or they didn't give him a chance. This Nagrim wanted to talk about it last meeting, but I wish he'd talk about it too. But I wanted to ask Mr. McDonald, we need to do something this year. We need to take advantage so this phase can be done. This has been going on for over close to 30 years now. And nobody believes on Black Mesa now. Says they talk about mini mill. Nothing done, they say. All they do, they just talk about it. They say IHS needs to move on with this project. So I'm looking forward to get some things done. I was turned down by CARE Act funds that can't fit because of the duration date is too short. Right now, we're looking at American Rescue Plan Act now. Hopefully, get some things done. And then we had about a $7 to $8 million mini mill water line project that was funded by a Peabody Coal Mine Company. And if you need money, short on money, we need to talk about Mr. McDonald with the local people from Black Mesa, which they were been the advocate for so many years. And 2020 or 2019, 2020, the funds has not been released yet to mini mill water line project. So I'll be talking with Nick Brown and also Mr. Honorable Herman Daniel to talk about this, to bring this money to mini mill water line project. If this happens, I think we're talking about probably 50 or 54 house water line connection. It's going to be made for the people out there. And they don't want to haul water anymore. They got sick and tired of hauling water. And those other people have been gone. Now it's just only 60, 69, and few 80 people still living around in Black Mesa. So I asked my colleagues, 24 councilmen, to help me out to get this mini mill water line project. Something can be done for this coming summer, phase 2 and phase 3. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm very looking forward and John is a cutting station at Ani. He said about yesterday, got us about hot off to Rachel. So we need to get this move on. We don't want to waste it. Summer 21, we need to do something. We just can't look at it. It's going to be our state of it. Chairman, Honorable Naz, Mr. McDonald, Rachel, and others leaders that want to have this water to be connected with Black Mesa. Your support is every effort needed. Yeah, Chair Naz, Pro Temp, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Yellowhair. Mr. McDonald, your response, sir?
I agree with Delegate Yellowhair. It's a very important project, and I believe our people are moving as fast as we can. But I think Rachel did say we have some some staffing issues, and I think everybody's pressed to the limit, and they are working as hard as they can. The plan is to get all that NEPA and ARC and right of way and all those things that really do take a long time to get done. All the easements that are needed for phase 2, and get that underway, get that thing started. So I agree. We need to get things moving there. So we are pushing as hard as we can. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Honorable members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, are there any other comments or questions?
Chair.
This is Delegate Brown.
Chairman, this is Delegate Yellen again.
Okay. Let me go to Honorable Yellowhair for your follow-up, and then I'll go to Honorable Nate Brown. Honorable Yellowhair, you have the floor.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. I'd like to offer that I'd like to talk to my community in Black Mesa. There's money that we have in Mini-Mill Waterline Project. I hear there was underfunding, not enough employees, but I need we need a plan to maybe create another position to use Mini-Mill Waterline Project. There's the plan that we needed. We need to know how to plan this. Like I said, we don't want to waste 2021. We'd like to do something about it. Mr. McDonald, he's looking for another position. Maybe I'd like to write a letter or email so I can talk to my community and use this Mini-Mill Waterline Project, see what they say, and how much money you needed. Like I said, I think 2020, there was no funds coming from Mini-Mill Peabody. We need that money. We need it. Get this fund done. We need water. Please. We got to drink water. We get thirsty summer. We need to take a shower too and take care of our health and safe pertains to a COVID-19. God bless each one of you. Listen, Chair, Chair, Mr. David Donald too. Thank you. I need your plan now. Let's move on. Make some additional plan. Chair, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Honorable Yellowhair. Mr. McDonald?
Well, the funding from Peabody is something between the Navajo Nation and the Department of Water Resources. Jason John is very much aware of the funding that has accumulated on that. I know we've discussed it before in the past, and I believe that funding is available for future projects. So that is something that I know Jason is handling. We're not really in that position yet to request that money for phase 3 or 4. I know it is available, and we're focusing on trying to get phase 2 going. Right now, we're in the process of getting consent signatures, and that is a time-consuming process alone. So perhaps we can request help in getting those signatures, because that is part of this process that does take some time and takes a lot of staff time to get all the signatures required. So we can coordinate that with Delegate Yellowhair if he would like to assist in that. But that's really all I think I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Honorable Nate Brown, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. This is a really good discussion. I do appreciate the responses from Mr. McDonald on these very important waterline projects. I do hear you, and I do see the need for engineers, the engineer techs, as much help. I'm thinking, I recently met with UNHS, Utah Navajo Healthcare Systems, and again, as a 638, they're very flexible in really they're looking at long term, and this is something at the 23rd Council also has been pushing. I know this is more in the realm of the health, education, human services oversight, but what I'm really requesting is the term growing our own, in parentheses, growing our own. And this is really, instead of doing for 20 years from now, approaching the saying and the response of the reason why these projects are stalled is because we don't have enough manpower. We don't have enough engineers. We don't have enough doctors, nurses, specialty areas. And I think what UNHS and Winslow, when I did visit them, they did have a mentorship program where they allowed our Navajo students, high school students, to shadow the doctors, the nurses, the hygienists, etc., even in the computer field. And I think this is where, Navajo continues to fund with scholarships our Navajo students to be in these specific areas. So I know that if we can groom our children today, of course, following all safety protocols, that we do need to get our children to shadow, to mentor, to get mentored by the engineers that are currently there. We do know that the doctors that are non-Navajo, that are on Navajo, is not going to stay forever. We all know that there has been just this revolving door within IHS. And again, this is where I come into a wall. I hit a big, thick wall that cannot be scaled with a non-638s. Like Kayenta, I've requested to do. I know Dr. Lerner, both of them did have Adventures in Medicine. That's what it was called. And they were able to get some young Navajo people to get into the area of internal medicine. It does work, like these mentorship programs. And if we can look at the long-term real solution, I think this is a time that we have learned from. I would like to make that recommendation to see how that would look, especially on the non-638 side. What would that look like to get our Navajo children? Our Navajo elders has taught me, if you're going to do something right, you're going to use all your senses. And this is a recommendation from one of my elders to grow our own. So if we can support that, and finally, again, I keep hearing the lack of manpower, that the monies are there. Actually, a few years ago when Mr. Slate was still there as director of OEH, when I visited him, he said he never thought he would say this. He said, you as Navajo Nation gave me way too much money, or at least I can't spend all this money. I simply don't have the manpower. I simply don't have enough people to make this. I know that you're working hard. Your staff is working diligently and doing their work correctly as well. So I want to just see if you can, besides the Engineers Without Borders, if we can also collaborate with, I know Ms. Brown did mention other universities around maybe the Four Corners area. There are a lot of universities. University of Utah, I'm currently working with. And then I know there's a lot more engineers, to my understanding, at ASU and University of Arizona, also in Tucson. I'm not sure about NAU, but those are some of the areas where I think if we can get them in on Navajo during this pandemic to get at least some help, and if we can help tell the story to the federal government why this is so important to change some of these and to get more people, get more engineers to help the current engineers that are there, that would be really beneficial. If money is not really an issue in a lot of these areas, then I feel like the manpower is very key to this. And Mr. McDonald, I'll send you an email, and I would like to join you and Delegate Yellow Hair at the meeting that you're going to set up. And however we can, I would like to get the latest update from your staff. I know Audrey was the engineer that was spearheading the Mini Mills Waterline project. So if we can get whoever's working on that, I would like to be involved in that process. And then send me and email me any information. Again, our email is delegates. It's just like our first initial. Mine would be nbrown@navajo-nsn.gov. If you can send that to us, even just 24th, that would be really helpful. That will help me report back to the communities as well. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Brown. Mr. McDonald, your response, sir?
I will definitely send you an email, Delegate Brown, with some information. You want information on the Many Mules project, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
All right.
And one of our ASC staff, Clarice, already emailed you, so she did request a meeting with yourself and your staff. So you should have an email from our ASC as well, and I'll be sending one for follow-up. Thank you so much.
Yes, I just received that. So, okay, very good. I will.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald and Ms. Brown. Honorable colleagues, Naabik'íyáti Committee Beshbans Anshman Anna Feniki Sashin Naidos Kit to you. Do you have any comments or questions?
Delegate Charles Newton.
Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Nez, and I do appreciate you taking over while I handle some things regarding family matters. I got back on about 45 minutes ago, I think, and I was kind of listening to the information being provided. I just want to say thank you for sending the documents. Although I haven't reviewed it fully, I do appreciate when we have presenters send us information about what the projects are, and especially the statistics and the numbers, the data that they have currently on file. So I will be emailing you some questions that I have. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get them all down at this time because I'm still reviewing the documents that you sent. So just be expecting an email from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton. Mr. McDonald?
I have no comment. That's great. Thank you.
Ms. Brown, anything you would like to add?
No comment. Just go ahead and send your request. Thank you.
Thank you. Shananta, are there any other comments or questions?
Chairman.
Honorable Freeland?
Yes, sir.
Ed, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, presenters and staff, everyone listening, thank you for that update, Indian Health Service. And I'm speaking today from Crown Point, and our area is challenged in a lot of ways, of course, but mainly through land status. And I appreciate you all for working to get the right-of-ways or working to start the project up at Owl Springs. And, that chapter, I think I mentioned this a few times, that chapter has 38 homes that don't have running water. But a lot of the Owl Springs area, the Chaco Wash area, will be getting water soon. So thank you for that. If there's a way for us out here in Eastern that deal with land status, if there's a way we can work with the BLM or your sister agency, the BIA, on obtaining rights-of-ways or waivers, I know there's some language or potentially some language that we could work on with one of the senator's office. Because of 25 CFR, we have to comply with NEPA. We have to comply with all the environmental assessments and whatnot. And there's really no way around it. I did ask this question to my leadership on Saturday during our special Eastern Agency call. Would the request of a waiver from BLM, or in this case, maybe even BIA for allotments, which I don't think we can do, but even through the BLM, would the waivering request be able to be conducted through an administrative process, or does it need to be done by an act of Congress? And if I was a betting man, I'd probably put my money on act of Congress because it is written in 25 CFR. I don't gamble or anything, but you know, I think that's something we need to start talking to our New Mexico legislative delegation about, congressional delegation about. How can they help us obtain these rights-of-ways through BLM land? And, you know, we do have a new Interior Secretary, and, you know, I was hoping we could reach out for her help as well. But if this can't be done administratively, you know, it's going to have to be done through Congress. And I really hope, you know, in some form or fashion, our congressional delegation can get this done for us, especially through the ARP situation, especially working with OEH and Water Management Branch. I've been really paying attention to the White House infrastructure plan. I've been working with my chapters. This week, we're compiling all of our submissions to Senator Lujan's office. But I'm going to ask in potentially that bill if there could be language from either one of the senators to include rights-of-ways waivering, if that's possible, just during this time. And I'm going to ask either probably Senator Heinrich and Senator Lujan together. But that's what we're up against out here. That's our, you know, we don't have the big Navajo trust status. It's hard when we're trying to get water to our people, and we have to go over multiple jurisdictions, and especially in remote areas. And really, you know, those are the people we need to get to, the grassroots people. Those who are out there hauling water every week, or hauling water for their livestock. How can we get water to their homes? I brought up the White House infrastructure plan because there's two big components that I'm really paying attention to. One of them is the water lines, and then the other one is broadband investment. The water line I really am focusing on with my 8 chapters on. And, you know, we'll hopefully get some work done this week and get some submissions.
Honorable Freeland?
That's the question. Yes, sir.
Oh, thought we lost you. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Chair. Anyway, that was just my question. If IHS knew or anyone knows what is how do we address the issue of administrative or act of Congress? So, Chairman, I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Mr. McDonald or Ms. Brown, your response?
Well, this is David McDonald again. No, this is a problem we've been working on for quite some time, many years actually. I'm not as familiar with the BLM issues with rights of way, but with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, last year we did sit down with them and we tried to resolve some of the issues that we have currently of getting those easements across allotments, because there are a lot of checkerboard, a lot of allotments, especially over on the eastern side. And we do run into this issue quite often with delays because of the necessary environmental assessments that the Bureau requires, and we've tried to resolve that. We've gone to our headquarters, IHS, and they've had several meetings with the headquarters people at BIA back in DC, and there is a movement, I guess, to try and streamline some of those processes, because essentially the Bureau they require an environmental assessment and what they call a FONSI, a finding of no significant impact on those projects that cross allotments. And that is something that takes time and delays projects. We did collaborate with the BIA last year, and they actually drafted many of the environmental assessments that were required on about 10 projects that had been sitting and delayed for a long time. But with some pressure, we were able to get them to complete those, and that was good. That was good cooperation, collaboration, and we got those projects moving. But we still have that problem of these environmental assessments. Normally, the IHS would, we could talk about this for hours. There's a lot to this, but safe to say that there still is this requirement that the BIA has in their regulation, and I know that there is a push to change that to accept the Indian Health Service NEPA process, and I think that will be addressed. I think there is some review of the law this year. I don't know if that's due to the new administration, but it has to go through an independent, what they call the Center of Environmental Quality, I think it is. It's another advisory to the White House and to Congress. So it's a little bit complicated, and it's not really my expertise, but I know that is being worked on. So I'm hoping that we will have things more streamlined when it comes to getting easements and rights of way when we do have to cross a lot of land. So I hope I didn't go too long, but any questions, let me know. Thank you.
Honorable Freeland, do you have a follow-up question?
Chairman, like he said, it's going to take a long time, and it's all a learning process. But I just wanted to bring this issue up because for us, my four other colleagues and the 5 delegates out here in Eastern, that's what we're up against. That's what we're up against at CARES, but potentially what we're going to be up against for ARP too. And it's going to be challenging for us. If there's any way we could get some help to, address this matter with the Bureau or with BLM or Department of Interior, it's going to be very beneficial. The real winners are going to be our people, and that's what we're striving for, all of us. And during this pandemic, to bring clean water, to bring access to a bath, a commode, to bring electric lines at night to homes that don't have electricity. That's the basic need that our people should have, and especially clean water. But yeah, Chairman, I just wanted to mention that because that's what we're up against out here in Eastern Navajo. So thank you, Mr. McDonald. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. Honorable members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, do you have any comments or questions?
Chair Naz, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have the floor.
Thank you. I was just listening to my brother Mark Freeland talking about some of the challenges that Eastern is facing as far as rights of way and trying to get their projects up and going for water. Delegate Freeland, just really quickly, I do recall that NTUA mentioned to me at one point, and I don't know if it was council or if it was the federal government, but I know that they said that they waived the rights of way when it came to the CARES money. You might want to reach out to NTUA to find out specifically what they were talking about. But I do recall them talking something along the lines of that would help with this next round of funds that are coming from ARPA, is if they did the same thing and waiving the rights of way requirements so that the projects could move through. So just a little FYI. Thank you, Chair Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Nguyen, for that. Certainly appreciate it.
Chairman, it's Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to thank my sister, Honorable Charles Nguyen, for that. Definitely take a look at the CARES language. If there's, I don't know if there's new language in the ARP potentially, or what the Treasury guidelines are going to say, because we haven't received those yet. But if there's any opportunity for wavering, that's going to be so beneficial for Eastern Navajo. And I'm really hoping, I'll cross my fingers it happens, but I'll take a look at CARES and see what we can find. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, do you have any comments or questions? Naidos Kiddish, Bahatsish. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Thank you all very much, Mr. David McDonald and Miss Rachel Brown, for your presentation. We're down to the close of our work session, number 4 on the agenda. Do you have any announcements? Tomorrow's work session begins at 9 o'clock. The topic of discussion will be the Navajo Nation chapters and Navajo Nation housing, presented by a Division of Community Development. Asian chapters done Nalido Hawan Bedet Iki Arjabin Hitnahanet Oskan. Ado Tagachin Gone Wednesday Gone a work session Niki a Navajo Nation economy, presented by a Division of Economic Development. That starts at 10 o'clock on Wednesday. And other announcements are tomorrow there's a Budget and Finance Committee meeting at 10 o'clock. On Wednesday, there's a Resources and Development Committee meeting at 8 o'clock. And at 9 o'clock is the work session. 10 o'clock is the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. On Thursday, there's a regular Naabik'íyáti Committee meeting at 10 o'clock. Friday at 1 o'clock, there's a Commission on Navajo Government Development meeting. The following week is the 24th Navajo Nation Council Spring Session on the 19th through the 23rd. So it is what the Dyson Angiana, that's all Gizdo, Hunzahon, Sisnahol, Justine, Ray, Washington, that based on HM, ARPA, American Rescue Plan, so we're making preparations to spend this money that's coming from DC. Thank you very much for your participation. This will conclude our meeting for the day. We're at adjournment. So, do you have any announcements? It is currently. Who's this?
Delegate Brown.
Go ahead, Honorable Brown.
Okay, I think I'm kind of breaking up now. Quick announcement: tomorrow at 10 o'clock, we also have the Navajo-Utah Commission at 10 o'clock, and Utah chapters are also want to stay in the loop on the American Rescue Plan funds. So there are really important initiatives. Again, we're going to be juggling a few different meetings, all happening at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Brown, for that. Appreciate the announcements. Any other announcements? Announcements again. We'll go ahead and adjourn at this time. It is 5:06 p.m. You all be safe out there, and thank you very much, staff. Legislative staff, speaker staff. Thank you for your assistance, helping us, the council, as well as other programs, and making preparations as well. So God bless. Be safe out there.
Bye.
Bye.